Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear, together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're never shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that burn so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They tried to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattering their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll fall. Riders show how we unite.
Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble night. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. This your shorty Rachel. Let me welcome y'all to the Writers for Life. Brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. And y'all know when it comes to the podcast, we talk about it all. Man, it's an open panel today, all right? It is nothing more than just off my chest and into the mic. What I'm gonna be talking about today, man, has a lot to do with do you believe in conspiracy theories, all right? We did a part one the other day. All right, we dove into some rabbit holes. We even reviewed and reacted to a clip, all right, a news clip where the government themselves in 2025 admitted to spraying a whole community. All right, and actually, being the cause and the reason why a lot of them have cancer and other illnesses. All right. So before we hop into this live today, just give me a minute because I got a little discombobulated a minute ago. So I'm gonna put on my new lyrical poem, man, and I hope y'all enjoy it. Just give me a minute and I'll be right back. All right. And we're gonna talk about conspiracy theories. Do y'all believe in them? Like, do you believe that once a conspiracy theory has been proven to be true, right, it's still a conspiracy theory? Or does it, stop being a conspiracy theory once it has been proven to be true? And I feel as though that once, a conspiracy theory has been proven to be true, it's not a conspiracy theory no more. All right. We're about to get into that in a minute and I'll be right back. All right.
Chasing riches, fame untold. But in the end, his heart feels cold. Wealth and power take their toll. What is it for a man to gain the
A little bit of technical difficulties. I'm trying to get this done resolved. All right. We're going to get this started.
each step you take?
Give me a second. All right. I'm trying to get everything situated. I don't know if it's because I have a lot of tabs open or what. Give me 1 minute. I'm about to close some tabs down and get this video started. Well, we're not going to get the video started, all right? Because before I even get a video started, I want to give, my perspective, my opinion. I want to get a conversation started, all right? Whether it's by myself, all right? Listen, I don't have a problem doing that shit. Listen, there's a lot of things that I have in my head that I just want to get off my chest, for real, for real. So up here on the panel, I don't really need nobody. I just dropped it for anybody that wishes to come up and chop it up. Because I know I'm about to, how can I say, hit on something, all right? Because what I'm about to talk about, all right, for real, I'm not going to sit here and lie, all right? It's not just about conspiracy theories, all right? We're going to touch, on the Bible a little bit. And I know that what I'm going to say is going to ruffle some feathers, all right? But it's really, All this is coming about because of 2 shows that I sat down and watched. All right. I did 2 lives previously about this. For you to understand today's live, I would suggest we ought to watch the previous lives that I made recently. All right. Speaking on conspiracy theories, the show From, and the Institute. All right.
Each step you take, each hurdle faced, in your flaws, there is grace. You're not failing in this race. Your humanity is a precious trace. So let not doubt your spirit's mother, for in being human lies no bother. You're worth it, sister. Remember this when times are rough. Your effort matters, that's enough. And being human, you'll find love and stuff. Keep going on when the going gets tough. I carry things I never knew. Been through hell and made it home. Through the storm and fire I've grown. Now the darkness won't hold me. I faced demons that no one could see. Fought battles no one else could be. I've crossed oceans where I've been alone. Now I stand with fire in my bones. They think they know but they don't see. The fire in me is burning free. I've been through it all, stood my ground. Now I'm ready to break the sound. I faced my fears, I paid my dues. Now the world can't break me, it's my cue. I walk the lines, face the flames. Now I stand with fire in my name. In a world where flames fade, don't bow down to unjust ways. Rise up with strength and grace. Match the energy, run the race. Stay true to who you are. Let your light shine like a star. Stand tall, don't be swayed. Stay real, stay strong, don't be afraid. Life's not about seeking approval, it's about staying true to your soul. Don't let others dim your light. Keep shining bright, keep up the fight. Don't beg for fairness, it's a losing game. Match the energy, rise above the pain. Life is tough, but you're tougher than you know. Stay real, stay strong, let your true color show. It is what it is, accept and move on. Don't let others dictate where you belong. Stop being a doormat for those who don't care. Stand tall, be brave, show them you won't bear. Walk with confidence, don't let them see you weak. Your worth is not defined by those who speak. Keep your head high amidst the stormy weather. Stay true to yourself now and forever. No more letting people walk over your soul. Take back your power and gain control. Life's about resilience and staying true to you. Stand strong in your light, let your spirit break through. In the silence a good heart breaks. Holding on anger for love's sake. Forgiving endlessly, staying calm and true. But one day the storm breaks through. The most dangerous anger hitting deep inside. From a soul that always tried to abide. Overflowing with pain and regret. A heart once gentle, now filled with unrest. The flames of fury ignite and roar. From a heart that couldn't bear anymore. Forgiveness worn thin, patience worn out. The good heart's rage unleashed with a shout. Through the ashes of anger, grace will rise. Healing wounds and mending ties. For even in fury, love can be found in a good heart's battleground. You thought I was weak, but now you see I've got a strong heart and fear spirit free. No more playing games, no more pretending. I'm standing tall, no longer bending. You think I changed? No, I just stopped playing nice. While getting disrespected, I started treating people exactly how they treat me. I'm not the same, I won't pretend. I'm just reflecting what I've been through in the end. You tried to break me, but you failed. I've grown stronger, my spirit unveiled. No more following, no more leading. I'm chasing my path, my road unspreading. A heart of gold, a spirit strong. But even the righteous can only take so long. Pushed to the edge, emotions crack. When getting the shadows, it's hard to go back. Patience worn thin, forgiveness strained. The burden of kindness can be sustained. Silent tears fall, and soul in pain. Don't test their limits, don't play that game. They'll try to mend what's been torn apart. But scars run deep in a wounded heart. Pray for redemption, hope for grace. Before it's too late to save their fate. So heed this warning, choose your words with care. Don't push a good person beyond repair. For when they break and all is lost, regret will come at a heavy cost. Kindness given, kindness received. Disrespect shown, friendship deceived. Boundaries set, lines drawn clear. In this dance of respect we steer. Respect me, I respect you. Ignore me, I'll ignore you. Cross me, I'll cut you off. Simple as that, no room for bluff. Mutual understanding is key in this world where we all seek to be free. Treat others as you wish to be treated, or face the consequences when bridges are defeated. Respect is a two-way street where trust and honor meet. Choose your actions wisely each day, for in the end respect will pave the way. In life's experiment, trials will come. Don't lament the challenges, be strong. Embrace the struggle, let resilience be your guide. Don't complain about the pain, say try me with pride. Like a test in a lab, facing adversity is key. Adapt and evolve, let your spirit run free. Through the hardship and strive, let determination shine. Don't say why me, instead say try me in every line. The formula for success includes perseverance and grit. When faced with obstacles, don't throw a fit. Harness your inner strength, rise above and fray. Say try me to every challenge that comes your way. Life's equations may seem complex and unclear, but with a positive mindset, there's nothing to fear. Embrace the journey, learn and grow from each test. Don't complain about the pain, say try me at your best.
That's some real shit, man. We can't complain about them obstacles that are thrown our way, man. All we gotta do is just, listen, man, tell life, try me, and tell them, try me at our best. All right. Tell it. I said them like she. But man, I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day, man. Blessings, blessings. Shout out to Mr. Oates, man. Shout out to Felicia Fee. Shout out to anybody that's coming through in the chat. Shout out to those in the vertical. Shout out to those in the horizontal. Shout out to all of those that are in Twitch. All right. Before I even forget, all right. Listen, I constantly forget to give a shout out to everybody on Twitch because I can't see my Twitch screen. All right. I can only see the vertical and the horizontal right now. So I can only see you in YouTube unless you're, how can I say, typing in the chat. So I cannot see my chat on Twitch. But shout out and blessings to everyone. Like I was saying, man, I was talking about, do y'all believe in conspiracy theories? All right, y'all. Listen. For those of y'all that don't know, all right, I've been watching this show, it's called From. And if you were here the other day, you already know, how can I say? You already know I was, running my mouth about it. Like I had a PhD in fictional trauma. Real shit. All right. But I'm not going to lie. The more I watched, the deeper, I fell into a rabbit holes. All right. That's how deep it got. All right. I'm talking Alice in Wonderland, but how can I say it? I'm talking about Alice in Wonderland with, how can I say, trauma rabbit holes. All right. At first, I thought, it was just another conspiracy theory coded, horror show type thing, right? The type that has you, how can I say, side-eyeing your own hallways at night. But nah, check this out, all right? Hear me out. This thing got layers to it, all right? Let me ask y'all. What's the last show that had you questioning, how can I say, your whole reality? All right, to me, it's been a few shows, but recently, it has been the show From and the show The Institute. All right, see, listen. At first, I thought that From was just, playing with the usual government experiment gone wrong vibe. All right, but then I watched the Institute by R.L. Stein, and baby, you know what I mean, baby, that one had me clutching my imaginary pearls like. Because that show, that's straight MK Ultra with a side. How can I say, a side of drink that juice, all right? It's given the government's been too quiet lately. It's given somebody knows something, and I'm sitting here like, why does this show feel like warnings disguised as entertainment? Like, do you think these shows are fiction or somebody's confession letter, with a budget? And I feel as though it's like a combination of both, right? Because they gotta make it entertainment. So they gotta put the entertaining in it, right? Like for real. Like it can't be all right, a straight up document. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that until they get exposed. But anyway. Here's where it gets wild. The more I watched From, the more I realized it ain't, how can I say, just conspiracy theories. All right. It's biblical. Like straight out, you better get right. How can I say, get right with your life. All right. It is a straight out of you better get straight with your life section of the Bible. All right. And it makes sense why it's a horror show, because if we're being honest, the Bible got more horror scenes than half the movies on Netflix, right? Plagues, demons, giants, floods, people turning into salt. Baby. That's not, how can I say, children's church material. But why do we act like the Bible isn't one of the, how can I say, scariest books written? All right. People, I'm scared of watching that horror movie, man. Oh my God, that horror movie's not going to let me sleep. But you read the Bible. Man, there was a man inside the belly of a whale. But, back on topic. Let's get back on topic, right? And, when it comes to, the show From, right? That show, I feel as though that it leans into, that type. That's the type of vibes it's given. All right? Like, I could be tripping. But I don't think I am. All right. Because when I watch these shows, I really get synced into them. All right. My free time is my free time and I don't waste no time. All right. But it is really leaning to that. The way the town, it traps you like the town, the way the town traps you like, you owe it money. That's biblical symbolism, right? All day. It's given, how can I say, wondering and wild, how can I say wilderness? Wilderness. I don't know how to pronounce the word right, but I know what the hell I'm talking about. Wilderness. There you go. All right. It's given, you ain't leaving until you learn a lesson. Like it's given, God said, sit down somewhere, and I'm watching like, oh, this ain't just horror. This is spiritual warfare. All right, with a soundtrack. What lessons do you think? All right, and if you've watched this show, because I'm not going to, give the spoiler alert, so I'm just giving my opinions and breaking it down. But there are content creators out here breaking these shows down. All right, some of them could be on point. Like, look, listen, these are theories that I'm telling you right now until proven otherwise. All right, these are just opinions and thoughts. It's not for people to get mad in their feelings. All right, and if you feel like that, if you feel like something I'm going to say or something I am saying is going to make you feel out your element, all right, make you feel offended or something, the door's right there. Just please listen. Make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. All right, that's all I ask. All right, because I don't want to know what. Oh my God, it kicked me in my ego and it hurts so much. And I'm just giving an opinion. All right, but with that being said, all right, listen. What lesson do you think, right? If you've seen the show From and if you've seen the show Institute, what lesson do you think, the time is forcing people to learn? Like what lesson would it be for a town of, how can I say force people to stay in? But we're about to get into that, all right? But I'm just speaking a little bit about these two shows and showing the difference between the two. All right. But meanwhile, we got to show the Institute. All right. The Institute is over there like, all right, how can I say, forget the Bible. Let's talk mind control. MK Ultra, all right? Psychic kids, experiments, manipulation. It's basically Stranger Things' older cousin, all right, who went to community college and came back with secrets. And the crazy part is, all right, it doesn't even feel, how can I say, far-fetched. It feels like something that already happened and they just slapped a fictional label, all right, on it so nobody panics. Why does fiction always feel a little too familiar? You know what? These are, listen, I'm just talking, all right? I'm up here babbling because I'm talking to myself, all right? I don't mind it. Because listen, when I'm alone in the dark, that's when I do my best writing. Because I'm in this genre just thinking and questioning things, all right? I'm just listening and listening. Especially when I'm listening to people's stories, I could tap into the emotions, all right? The tone of their voice, the way they're behaving, the way they're acting. You see where I'm coming from? Like their tone, their energy. And I'm able to write poetry behind it. But anyways, back on topic, right? The real connection between these two shows is that they both expose how humans get trapped mentally, spiritually, physically. All right. From traps, how can I say? From traps, from how can I say? Because the show From, all right, the show From it traps you in a town. All right. The Institute, it traps you in your mind. And in real life, how can I say? Real life traps you in cycles, trauma, generational curses, and systems that were, how can I say, never built for you to escape. That's why these shows, they hit hard because they're not just stories, they're mirrors. All right. Like, let me ask y'all, what's a trap? What's a trap you had to fight your way out of in real life? And you know what mine was? When I was a child, right? When I had to survive, how can I say, the monster, the Freddy Krueger in my own home. That was my trap. All right. And let's be honest. I don't think nobody's going to write. So I'm just going to continue. I'm looking both ways. I don't know. Mr. Oaks laughing. I don't know if I'm being funny, but listen, I be in my head. Trust me. Yo, I come up with so many theories. But you know what's crazy? Are they theories when they have been proven to be true? When these, how can I say, government employees made confessions, when, the government themselves had been exposed and have no other choice but say, yes, we've done this. Like the news article the news clip that we was watching the other day. And the government had no choice but to say, yeah, we were spraying St. Louis. And we are the reason why a lot of the residents in St. Louis, right, back in the days in the early 90s, I think it was, they have cancer. They have this. We have invented radioactive oatmeal. Like, they ain't deny this. They say, yes, we did it. And what? What you gonna do? All we could do is shut it down. But do they really shut it down? Huh? Because once the president you know what? We're gonna get into that in a minute, all right? Because I'm about to get it everywhere. So let me stay on point. Hold on. Let me check my next note. Because I'm about to go everywhere on y'all, and I don't want to do that. All right, I really don't. I don't. All right, we was just talking about the institute, right? All right, bye. Woo! I'm not gonna sit here and lie. This is why I love horror movies. All right, this is why I really love horror movies. I love horror shows. All right, people may be scared of them, but I don't see why you're really. Do y'all ever realize that like 95% of these horror movies and horror shows ain't nothing more than just, how can I say, scriptures, parts of the Bible, things that happen within our communities around the world, right? And they're just like scripts put into, the Bible. I mean, a movie, a show, right? Stories twisted up. They even got documentaries, all right, that are kind of supposed to be, horrific. But, once again, all right, let's be honest. This is why a lot of us love horror movies, all right? Because, it let us face the monsters we can't, how can I say, name in real life. The monsters, in the shows, they're scary. But the monsters in real life, whew, those are the ones that need fangs or claws. They just need power, money, and a title. That's why I say the real horror ain't TV. It's the systems, the secrets, the silence. But I could be wrong. All right. Which monster scares you more? The fictional ones or the real ones walking around, with badges and titles? And I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all. All right. The monsters out here in real life, the ones with titles behind them, the ones that hide behind badges, those are the ones that people need to fear because they do things in silence and they don't bark. All right. They don't bark until, how can I say, they get exposed. That's when you see them bark. Real shit. Like, it's so much happening around us that I don't even know how people don't put it together, right? And when I went through what I went through with my son, that's what really made me, start this podcast. All right, a few years back, all right, I was in my head, like I'm gonna say like 8 years already. It's been, all right, and I started this. It's what gave me the idea, all right, of talking about the bullying, exposing the corrupt teachers, exposing the bullshit that's happening within our communities, but more what's happening within our schools.
So many things going on around the world that a lot of us barely know about. So many untold stories. It is time to break free from the chains of society and be who we are truly meant to be. For 2 to 3 hours, Riders for Life is going to start a segment called Let's Talk About It, y'all. And we're going to talk about it all. Do you really know what is going on around you? Do you know what's happening? Do you know how many of our kids are going missing? Do you know how many predators are out there? It is time to come together and talk about everything that's going on. Can we make a difference? Can we make a change? How can we do it if we cannot come together?
And that's true, man. It's so much like, and that's what we're missing. There's no more unity. It's too much division. All right. It's like in the show, right? When the secrets are being kept about what on the show from, when the sheriff in the show decides to start keeping secrets from the community, everything starts going left because now certain people don't know how to deal with certain situations while others do. Why keep it a secret? If it's a community, you're supposed to work together. So yeah, I'm watching these shows, and instead of relaxing like a normal person, I'm over here connecting dots like a conspiracy theorist. All right, with how can I say, a cork board and a red string. But honestly, I love it because it makes me think, it makes me question, it makes me look at the world sideways. All right, like y'all, like like are y'all sure this is, all just entertainment? And if, these shows, how can I say, are trying to warn us, baby, I'm listening loud and clear. For real, for real. Like, is it a conspiracy theory? Or is this real? That the people that we used to call crazy back in the day, are they? I mean, I swear to God, those people seem so sane right now. Like, if I ever made anybody from back in the day feel like they're freaking insane, this is my apology to y'all. All right. Y'all are sane. Y'all knew what y'all was talking about, and we was calling y'all old freaking fools. Telling y'all to back away. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Shit. Y'all know what the hell y'all talking. Listen. They wasn't no dummies. Real shit. All right, y'all. But let's continue. Let's talk about From. All right. First, let's talk about the show From first. All right. Let's dive into it a little bit before we get into the Institute. All right. I gave y'all a little bit of the show, right? But let's really dive. Let's talk about the show From. And this is where I say, right, that once I get into it, right, and it's time to smoke. I'm not going to be in the screen for a minute. But because once I get into this, I know that a lot of people's about to be in their bag. A lot of people's about to get into their bag about what I'm about to say, but oh well. Listen, if I ain't calling you something, I ain't saying something about you, don't put that label on. All right. We're just talking theories here. All right, y'all. So let's talk about From. Because this show got my brain doing laps like it's, training for the Olympics. And I'm glad I watched it. All right. I'm glad I watched the Institute too. Because one of my supporters said something that stuck with me. And they were right. I've been watching all these content creators trying to connect From in the Institute, right? And honestly, I can see why. It's given shared universe. It's given R.L. Stein, right? Like it's given R.L. Stein might have whispered in somebody's ear, right? It's given somebody in the, how can I say, writer's room grew up reading Goosebumps and never recovered from it. Like, how can I say, why does From feel like somebody took R.L. Stein's childhood nightmares and turned them into a grown folks warning? Real shit. It's like they perfected Goosebumps on some. Like, did y'all grow up on Goosebumps, man? I'm telling you, I grew up on Goosebumps and I love that show. All right. Like, I don't know what it is about horror films. Like I told y'all, I love the facts that horror films, all right, have make me go diving down in rabbit holes. All right, I can't say the same thing about drama. Maybe action, but drama, they don't get me to start thinking like that. Drama is like, it gets me to like, I just want to join a boxing ring. I don't know the how can I say wrestling something. But listen, let's be real. This show feels like diving into, the Stein universe, but with adult trauma, taxes, and spiritual warfare. I don't know if the creators, are fans of R.L. Stein, but baby, all right, the influence is showing. It's like they said, let's take the innocence of Goosebumps, mix it with MK Ultra energy, sprinkle in some biblical symbolism, and traumatize the adults. And I'm sitting here like, why does this feel too intentional? And I think it is. Look, listen, the creators of these shows these two shows are geniuses. All right, like, do you think creators accidentally make? How can I say shows? How can I say? Do you think that creators make shows like this deep, or is somebody trying to tell us something within these shows? And me personally, right, I feel as though it's a combination of both. All right. I don't know what y'all think and how y'all feel, if y'all believe in conspiracy theories or not. But a lot of conspiracy theories have been proven to be true. Now, here's where it gets real messy. Because if this was a conspiracy theory, all right, where the government is experimenting on a whole town, I wouldn't put it past them. All right. Not even a little bit. And the wild part is if they were doing it, they'd absolutely do it biblical. All right. That's how they're doing it. They're doing it the biblical way. That's what, the show From gets me to think like, right? They'd be like, how can I say, let's read that. I feel as though, right? Because on some real shit, it's like I'm saying, it's like they're trying to recreate a chapter that didn't make the final cut. All right. What if somebody out there is trying to write the 74th book of the Bible? What if somebody out there is trying to play God? All right. with a production budget. If humans had the chance to play God, do you think they'll stop themselves? Once again, like I said, this topic, right, is going to ruffle some feathers, but that's not my intention. I'm just speaking my mind, all right? And this is my point of view. It's nothing more than a theory, anyways. If you feel offended, that's on you. Real shit. And you know what's crazy? All right. That starts really to get you think. What if somebody is really trying to play God? What if somebody is really trying to, recreate the 74th book, all right, of the Bible? We know it's 73, all right? But what if out there somebody is, you hear it so much in so many movies. The Book of Eli, I think, is one of them, if I'm not mistaken. And that's the thing, all right? From feels like somebody is trying to recreate scriptures in real life, all right, in real time. The cycles, the suffering, the tests, the monsters that only come out, that how can I say, the monsters that only come out at night? Baby, that's not just horror. That's Old Testament energy. That's you better, how can I say, repent before sundown energy. That's God says, sit down and learn something type energy. And, the creators put it together so well that my mind has been running, how can I say, marathons ever since. What biblical story does From remind you of the most? And I feel as though, if I'm not mistaken, it kind of like, it's a combination, a little bit of each and every one. It's like it's trying to reclaim its own chapter. And you know what's crazy? I don't know. I'm in my heat. I know, right? It sounds crazy. But reason I'm asking this, right? Like, what biblical story does what I'm saying remind you of? Because I'm speaking about the show From the most, because the rabbit holes, they got me. And I went so deep, I ended up watching a breakdown of the Ethiopian version of Adam and Eve, all right, the Ethiopian Genesis. And let me tell you something, right? Hearing someone else read it hits different. It hits like the truth that has been sitting in the corner waiting for somebody to finally ask the right question. Because I've read it myself, right, on Amazon Prime and other little apps and stuff like that. And I had to translate the Hebrew language into English. I'm not going to sit here and lie. So why does the truth always sound louder when it comes from a source they don't, how can I say, that don't teach in school? And if you know me, man, I've been questioning, that rib story for years. I said it before and I'll say it again. Something about this story never sat right with me. But the Ethiopian version, baby, is layered, all right? It is not watered down. It doesn't mean they didn't want us to read because it explains too much. Why do you think certain versions of, how can I say, scriptures get published while others get buried? And I mean, I've been asking this question for years, and ain't nobody going to answer that, Joe. I mean, I think the answer, not the answer, the word answered it a few times already. All right, but I'm going to keep asking. I want to see other perspectives, all right? Why do you think certain versions of scriptures get, how can I say, pushed out there while others get buried? All right, they've tried to eliminate so many versions of the Bible that it's not even a joke. And that's why, this show From is so hard, because once you start, how can I say, learning about the Ethiopian text, the missing books, how can I say, the alternate versions of Genesis, suddenly the show doesn't feel fictional anymore. It feels like somebody took ancient stories, mixed them with modern fears, and said, hey, let's see who catches on. And guess what? I caught on. All right, my supporters caught on, and now I'm dragging y'all down rabbit holes with me. All right, for real, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, what if these shows aren't? How can I say? What if these shows aren't inspired by the Bible, but inspired by the parts of the Bible we are never, how can I say, given? You see where I'm coming from? The Battle of Zion, mass control, facts, and that's what the shows. Like, if you watch these shows, all right, that's what these shows kind of give. All right, that like show you. So shout out to the Battle Zone, 1480, Facts. That's what it teaches you. That's what is exposing what they're trying to do. Mass control. So shout out to the battles on 1480. All right. So he is. Listen, I'm glad people is understanding what I'm talking about, even though because I'm trying to talk without giving up the shows, without giving how can I say spoilers. All right. I don't want to spoil the show for nobody, but I'm definitely going to express what I think and what I've seen and what I've learned. So yeah, man, I'm watching from all right. Instead of relaxing, I'm over here connecting dots like a detective with insomnia. But honestly, I love it. All right. Because once again, like I said earlier, it makes me think, all right? It makes me question. It makes me look at the world sideways. Like, are y'all sure this is just entertainment? And if somebody out there is trying to recreate scriptures, rewrite history, or play God, baby, I'm paying attention. Real shit. All right, these shows, boy, I'm telling you. I don't know if these, how can I say the creators of these shows, all right, are trying to make confessions through the shows or what? What did y'all see through Hollywood? I know y'all know a lot. Let me stop. Yo. All right, y'all. Like, let's really get into this because From is not just a show. All right. It's psychological, spiritual, conspiracy coded. All right. It's a psychological, spiritual, conspiracy coded obstacle course. All right. If that makes sense. Like, you got story walkers acting like, how can I say, time travelers, ghosts with an attitude problem, monsters that only come out at night. Like, how can I say they got curfew? You ever seen a monster have a curfew? Sheesh. And people trying to survive while remembering things they forgot. Or maybe things the town made them forget. And that's the part that gets me, all right? The town plays, how can I say, with their emotions, their hope, their sanity. But is it the town? Or is it something using the town like a puppet? Right? If a place can control your emotions, is it really a place or is it a living thing? You see where I'm coming from? I don't know if that makes sense to many, but hopefully I do. All right. And why I'm saying that because according to the story so far, this town is supposed to be cursed. And not just, bad luck curse. I'm talking about generational biblical. All right. You should have minded your business type of curse. All right. The parents in that town sacrificed their own kids trying to become immortal. And instead of immortality, they got a curse that, won't die. That alone tells me the show is deeper than monsters, all right? This is about consequences, ego, and people trying to play God and getting smacked by the universe for it. Like, how far do you think humans will go if they believed in immortality? How far do you think humans will go if they believed immortality was on the table? Real shit. What do you think they would sacrifice? And I think a lot of people will sacrifice a lot, way more than they soul. Because if they can't sacrifice, they can't sell their soul, they're gonna sacrifice the next, the closest thing to them. And people will do it. Boy, and back on topic. Listen, this town itself, bad. The town is suspicious, all right? Listen, they got food popping up, how can I say out of nowhere, like DoorDash from the spirit realm, all right? Crops growing with no sunlight, animals appearing like they, how can I say, respawned in a video game, functioning water systems with no source, all right? Electricity that comes from nowhere. That's not nature, all right? That's programming. That's design. That's somebody is running a simulation and forgot to hide the glitches. But tell me I'm tripping, y'all. All right? If a place provides everything you need, is it a blessing or is it a trap? I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, though, right? But anyways, and here's where, my brain starts doing, how can I say, gymnastics. What if the people in the town are possessed by enemies, right? What if the curse didn't just affect the land, but the souls? Because the way some characters switch emotions, the way, they see things others can't, the way they, they're drawn to certain places is giving you're not alone in that body. And then there's, the man in yellow in this, in the show, the man in yellow and the little boy in white. Are they the same person? Are they two versions of the same entity? Are they time split? Are they spiritual projections? What if the people in this town aren't people at all? You see where I'm coming from? Once again, these are just theories, all right? And I'm comparing it to our real life, all right? it's only going to get deeper. So if you're, if you're still watching, man, I appreciate the support, man. And that means that, listen, that's something that I am saying. How can I say that how can I say you can relate to something that I'm saying, right? That you're understanding what I'm saying. And you, how can I say you are not a part of the problem. You are the support. But back onto this topic. Back onto this topic. All right. Speaking on this town, right? We're about to touch on, onto the family, a family called the Matthews, right? Which have a crash. The son ends up in a coma, and suddenly, the whole show feels like we might be inside his head. What if, the town is his subconscious? What if, the monsters are his fears? What if the story walkers are the memories trying to guide him? Because the way the show plays, with time, memory, and reality, it feels like a dream you can't wake up from. Have you ever had a dream so real you question which world was the real one? The one that you're, wake up to, or the one you went to sleep in? And I don't know if people understand about stuff like that shit. I'm still learning about that because, I've had so many people around me tell me, that dreams tell you something, right? And it's crazy that sometimes a lot of us, right, including myself, have had dreams, right? And it so happens that days later, what you dreamed about so happened to, be a reality. So is that you see in the future? You see where I'm coming from? On some deja vu type shit for real. But hey, maybe I'm tripping. But back onto this, right? That's how, it kind of feels. There's so many, once again, so many theories to this, these shows. But it kind of, how can I say, it hits home, right? It hits our reality, whether we like it or not. But let's not ignore the possibility that this is a government experiment. You see where I'm coming from, like many people say. Because imagine this. You're driving one day, minding your business, and you cross into a town that's been, sprayed, gassed, or hit with some kind of frequency. And when you wake up, you're not, in your reality anymore. You're in theirs, right? You're in their controlled environment, a fake town, a simulation, how can I say, psychological test. Just like Resident Evil, all right? Or Manifest, or the movie Dome. All right, all those shows that pretend, to be fiction, but feel like somebody's confession letter. If the government created a fake town to test people, would we even know? And that's a major question. Like, when you look at Resident Evil, Dome, and stuff like that, right? They make you think, like, what if, right? Because they talk about it a lot, especially when you do your research on science, history, and stuff like that. Like, what if, what they're showing us through Mad Max, Resident Evil, Doom, or however you want to call the damn show, is a possibility. What if people, up there have figured out a way to, how can I say, replicate our whole community, right? And kidnap us in the middle of the night and isolate us in a community that looks similar, all right, to ours, and make us think that, we're in our community and we won't even find out. Listen, it gets wild. I be telling you, listen, I'm glad I still got an imagination. All right. But like I said, let's not ignore that, the possibility that this is a government experiment. All right. Imagine, imagine entering a city and disappearing from your reality completely. No trace, no body, no explanation. All right. You're just gone. And now, you're stuck in a nightmare that resets every single night with monsters that study you. All right. A town that manipulates you. All right. And rules that don't allow physics. That don't even follow physics. All right. That's not supernatural. All right. That's controlled chaos. That's a lab experiment with emotional consequences. Let's see how humans react when we break their reality. And it's crazy because in one part of the show, one of the monsters tell, I forgot who was it. Was it the sheriff or was it one of the husbands? Like, you said that this town couldn't break you. Are we breaking you now? And I think it was the sheriff, right? Why would the monster say something like that? So yeah, these are all the theories until the show ends. But let's be honest, all right? From is too smart. too layered, too symbolic to be, just a show, whether it's biblical reenactment, government experiment. How can I say government experimentation, spiritual warfare, or a combo? All right. Or how can I say a coma dream reality? Something about it feels like a warning, a message, a mirror. And I'm not going to lie. All right. I love every second of it because it keeps my mind going. It keeps me, questioning. It keeps me connecting the dots that, they don't think that we even notice out here in our reality. Right? We're not. Let's get out of Hollywood for 1 second. In our reality. Once again, like I said, on part one of this live, right, a few days ago, I did 2 lives actually. And I was speaking about conspiracy theories. I was speaking about the show From, and I was speaking about the show Institute. You see where like it should be wild. Should be wild. All right. Like I want y'all to bear with me, all right? Because like I said, these are all just thoughts, right? They're in my mind, and I'm just getting them off my chest and into the mic. All right. So, like I said, we're touching on 2 shows, all right, and comparing it to our reality, the things that we actually are going through and what's happening. All right, y'all. So let's talk about, the episode that I spoke about earlier about, the monsters. How can I say, trying to tell one of the people from the town to say, you said you couldn't, this town couldn't break you, right? And are we breaking you now? Something like that, right? And my whole point about that is, how could the monsters have known that unless they're watching the people? And if they're watching the people, how are they watching the people, right? Because it's crazy, right? Like, these monsters did something they don't normally do. They didn't just watch, make the sheriff, right? How can I say, watch? How can I say, they didn't just kill the sheriff, right? No, I'm saying that wrong. They didn't just kill that day, all right? They tied up the sheriff, right? And made him watch while he killed someone he cared about. That wasn't violence. That was psychological experiment. That was let's see how far we can push him. That was a test. That was let's test his limits. All right. And the way they did it, it felt like somebody or something is watching them like lab rats. Like, why would monsters suddenly start acting like scientists instead of killers? You see my point? Like, they're supposed to be monsters, right? And that's what gets me, because if the monsters are testing people, then who told them to do that? Who programmed, that behavior? Who benefits from watching humans break? It's given somebody behind the curtain and studying, how can I say, reactions. It's given, let's see what happens when we take away hope. It's given, this is a controlled environment, not a cursed one. And honestly, it feels like the creators are trying to show us that they think, I think the creators are trying to show us what they think would happen if humans tried to, play God. Like, what happens when the creation starts acting smarter than the creator? Yeah, I don't think ain't nobody talking. But listen, we gotta be real, right? Because a lot of people don't understand, right? They don't understand what they read in the Bible. They read the words, but they don't understand the patterns, right? They don't understand the warnings. They don't understand the consequences. And I'm not talking about the creators of the show, all right? I love how they took pieces from different books, different stories, different spiritual traditions, and, stitched them into, this one chaotic masterpiece. But when you step back and look at it, right, it's a reflection of what people in the real world are trying to do. Why do humans keep trying to rewrite stories that were never theirs to control? And if you understand what I'm saying, you understand. Because, in real life, you got people trying to play God every day, experimenting on communities, manipulating environments, testing reactions, studying trauma like it's a science project. And if someone out there really wanted to create the 74th book, all right, a new chapter of humanity, they wouldn't start with one person. They start with a whole town, a whole population, a whole controlled environment where they can watch every reaction, every breakdown, every moment of hope and despair. Like, if someone tried to rewrite a new book, a book of humanity, will we even, realize we were the characters in that book? Because people say, the Bible The Bible's not talking about us. It's talking about his story. All right. We got Purple Heart Podcast in the building. Shout out, and blessings to Purple Heart Podcast, yo. Man, welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. But yeah, man, like I said, listen, I be in my head. I love reading a lot too. So once again, that's why, I threw the Ethiopian Bible in there, because a lot of people, when they speak on it, it gets them mad when I be like, oh, well, I see it a different way, but I understand the way you see it. But like I said, all right, in real life, we got a lot of people out here trying to play God. Right. And that's why I say these, these are theories, but they're not random theories. They're theories rooted in patterns we've seen in history, patterns we've seen in experiments, all right, patterns we've seen in spiritual texts. And the show From, taps into all of that. It's like diving into a short story written by someone with a long imagination. And trust me, it's a long dive. All right. The deeper you go, the more you realize the show is not just entertainment, it's a mirror. Why does fiction always feel like it's telling the truth in disguise? And what's crazy is, right, the sheriff scene proves it, because that wasn't just horror. That was, a test of loyalty, grief, endurance, and emotional collapse. That was someone saying, let's see what happens when we break the protector. All right, that's not supernatural. That's psychological warfare, and I'm going to keep saying that. All right, that's what happens when someone wants to see how far a human soul can stretch before it snaps. What's more dangerous, a monster that kills you or a monster that studies you? And I feel as though it's more, a monster that studies you. I'm going to ask it like this, all right? And maybe a lot of people would understand where I'm coming from. What do you think is more dangerous, envy or hate? And me, in my personal opinion, I feel as though that envy is more dangerous. You want to know why? Because envy comes from those that are closer. All right. Hate can come from afar and from a distance. I mean, from near and from a distance. All right. But envy is from those that are closest to you. All right. All right. Envy observes, it studies, and then it strikes when you least expect it. And the crazy part about it comes from the one that you think. All right. That, how can I say, that you least expect, that is going to hurt you, that you think is going to be there for you, that's going to rock out for you. Nah, man, not everybody that rides for you. I mean, not everybody that rides with you is for you. Real shit. And that's how the world is. And that's the best way that I could put that comparison, right? Like, the wildest part about all this is the show does it so smoothly that people miss the symbolism. They miss the message. They miss the warning because they are too busy watching the monsters instead of watching the patterns. But me, I love history. I love digging. I love connecting dots. And when you look, at the show From through the lens of history, spiritually, and human experimentation, baby, it hits different. Like, what patterns do you see, in shows like this that remind you of real life? Like, all right, let's put it like this. All right, let's take a quick little intermission, right? Let's take a quick little break. Okay, so now that we've dragged, drawn through the, curse town, the monsters, the test, the good, the God playing, how can I say, the God playing energy and the psychological warfare, let's switch gears, all right? Because, if From is the spiritual biblical reality, bending side of the rabbit hole, then the Institute is the scientific MK Ultra mind control side, and trust me. All right, we're about to dive into that next. Like, before we dive into the Institute, let me say this. Y'all ever sit back and wonder if the government has the capacity, to border off a whole city or town without the community even noticing? Like, really think about it. Like, I want y'all to really, really think about this. Like, we live in a world where they can build underground bases, satellites, and surveillance systems, right? We don't even know that. Some of us, I'm gonna put it like this, some of us know, some people don't even know that these things, how can I say, exist, right? Hmm. So once again, all right, have y'all ever sat back and wondered if the government has the capacity to border off a whole city or town without the community even noticing. Like, I really want y'all to think about it. We live in a world where they can build, and they have built, underground bases, right? Satellites and surveillance systems. We don't even know. I mean, well, I'm going to stop saying a lot of people don't even know they exist. So, what makes us think, right? What makes us think they couldn't, fence off a town and run experiments? People always assume they notice, but would you? Do you even notice how many checkpoints are in your own city? But would you? Would you really know if you were kidnapped in the middle of the night, sedated, and placed inside a controlled bubble that looks exactly like your city? Would you notice that? Like in Resident Evil, like in the show, in the show Institute. Imagine waking up in a place that looks like home. Same streets, same houses, same stores, but something feels off. The energy is wrong. The skies look different. The people act strange. But because everything looks familiar, your brain fills in the blanks. That's how psychological environments work, right? They don't need to change everything, just enough to keep you confused, but compliant. Hmm. And if they've replicated your city, right? If they've replicated your city down to the cracks in the sidewalk, would you even notice? Would you notice it? What's the smallest detail that would make you realize something was wrong? If you was to wake up one morning, but everything looked familiar, but there are certain differences. And let's say someone wanted to travel. How would they keep up, the illusion? Easy, right? You try to leave and suddenly the road loops, the GPS glitches, the highway never ends, or you hit a detour that wasn't there, right? A detour that wasn't there yesterday. That's exactly how, they did it in the show From, right? That's exactly how From works. People think they're traveling, but they're just, circling the same nightmare. And if the government or private entity wanted to, to test human behavior under pressure, isolation, or fear, a closed loop town or city would be the perfect lab, right? Resident Evil taught us that. If you kept driving and the road never changed, would you think you're lost or trapped? I want y'all to, let us shorty know what y'all think. I said what I said is in the building. Blessings, blessings. Big shout out to I said what I said. I want y'all to think about what I just said. For real. All right. Because I'm gonna show y'all a few minutes of two videos. One is gonna talk about the Ethiopian body. Two, it's gonna talk about the government experiments. All right, from the MK Ultra, the experiments they do on kids, telekinesis, telepath, mind reading, mind control, all that shit. And it's crazy, right? Before they started testing kids, they were testing soldiers. All right. I keep trying to tell y'all, I love my history. I just have to watch how I talk here on YouTube because these mofos, they love to clap channels. All right. They love to clap channels. So give me 1 second. All right. Let me gather my thoughts. Let me get these videos together. I think I got one already up here, but I got to get the other one on. Give me a second.
Religiously, understand the seven principles of hell. You'll understand the seven demons within you. You'll understand that whole concept. It's a whole metaphysical concept. We ain't go over that, but anyway, so from
All right, y'all. Now that I got the video in the background, let's get back on topic. All right. And getting back on topic, I want to tell y'all something, right? This is where all this makes my mind, go left, right? What if this didn't start recently? What if all this started, during the Y2K? Everybody was panicking about computers crashing, but what if something else happened? Something nobody noticed because the world was distracted, or what if it happened when the pandemic happened? Like when the world was shut down, streets are empty, and nobody questioned anything because fear was, the main language, right? Fear was the main language. That that would have been the perfect time to isolate a town, move people, or run tests without anyone noticing. Right? What ifs? These are all conspiracy theories, right? Like, what global event do you think would have been the perfect cover for something like this? All right, to pull off, an MK Ultra, or get people, experiment on people to see their reactions. Shit, they do it every day, right? Like, listen, and I'm not saying, this is what happened, right? I'm just studying different theories because when you watch shows like From, it makes you question how much of your reality is natural and how much is manufactured, right? Like, I'm gonna put this as an example. I don't know how many, and I say this a lot, right? I don't know how many of you notice, right? Like, the difference in Mother Nature's rain and man-made rain, right? Like, when you walk outside, you could tell when is the rain being manipulated by them, right? The government, and when Mother Nature is doing its work. Why? Because when Mother Nature is doing her work, right? The rain outside doesn't smell. The streets outside don't smell like it's a whole big pool. It don't smell like nothing but chlorine. It smells. Oh, it smells different. It smells like if you was like in the rainforest, or you're near like a river or lake or something like that. It's like the difference in the air. You could tell the smells. All right. Y'all ever notice them little planes that go by and they spray these little chemicals? The difference, like in the pandemic, how the fog wasn't really, real fog. Like, I mean, I could put, I can go about this in so many ways, but so once again, these are just theories, and I have to watch what I say on my channel. All right, like, we assume we notice if something was off, but humans adapt they adapt fast. All right, too fast. And if someone replicated your environment perfectly, your brain would accept it before your spirit even had time to protest. Do you trust your sense, or do you trust, your, how can I say, your intuition more? And I feel as though I trust both my intuition and my sense. Like, I want y'all to think about it. Like, if someone wanted to run a long time, like a long term experiment, they wouldn't pick one person. They pick a whole community, all right, a whole ecosystem, a whole town, all right, like a whole town where they could observe, right? They could observe relationships, trauma, survival, instincts, hope, despair, all the things that make humans human, right? And they watch how people break, how they'll bond, how they fight, how they'll cling to hope. That's exactly, what From feels like, right? A controlled environment designed to study the soul. What part of human behavior do you think they, be most interested in studying? Whew. But I know that when it comes to conversations like this, people, have a tendency, I'm gonna walk away. Like, it's crazy. The scariest part of all this is if you, wake up in a fake town, a simulation, a bubble, you wouldn't know. Not right away, because the human mind fills the blanks. All right, it protects you from panic. It tells you this is normal, even when it's not. All right, and this is why shows like this hit hard, because they make you question the invisible lines around you, right, around your life. They make you wonder, what's real and what's manufactured. What would be, how can I say, your first clue, right, that you weren't in your real world anymore? If something like that was to happen to you in real life, right? Like, now that we've dragged y'all through, the possibility of fake towns, government experiments, psychological, how can I say, bubbles, all right, and swapped realities, let's move on, because From is the spiritual, biblical reality been inside of this rabbit hole. All right, then the Institute is the scientific MK Ultra mind control side. And trust me, the show takes the conversation to a whole different level. Real shit. Like, but before we get into that, right? Before we get into what is that? Okay, here we go. Before we get into speaking about the Institute, all right? The show From, like I said, it has a lot of the Bible. All right, it even speaks about the 73 books. All right. Diving down the rabbit holes, all right, the clues that the show was given and stuff like that. It landed me on a book that, I had translated to me before. right? And I had to read it. But this time, there's somebody actually speaking on it. I don't know how many people have read the Ethiopian Bible, all right? But I don't get tired of saying it, all right? The first Bible was way different from all these other Bibles that we have read. Completely different. But people say, hey, you crazy, you tripping. Guess what? I really don't care what people think about me when it comes to me. You know, how can I say, putting the pieces of these, how can I say, chapters together, connecting them like a puzzle, right? Because it's my opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
You ever been told a story so many times that you stopped questioning it? A story so familiar, so deeply ingrained that you assumed it must be true. For centuries, we have been told that Eve, the mother of all living, was created from Adam's rib,
Fact.
a single bone plucked from his chest, fashioned by the hand of God into the first woman.
And I spoke about this earlier. If you've been watching, you would have noticed when I said it earlier.
You've heard it in Sunday school. You've heard it from pulpits. You've seen it in paintings and children's Bibles. But what if I told you it was never about a rib at all? What if the translators got it wrong? What if tradition twisted the story? What if hidden in the ancient Hebrew is a truth so profound, so liberating, that once you hear it, you will never be able to go back to the old way of thinking? Stay with me, because today we are going to peel back the layers of mistranslation, tradition, and patriarchy. We are going back not to the English Bible, not to the Latin Vulgate, not even to the Greek Septuagint, but to the original Hebrew, to the language Moses wrote under divine inspiration. And what we will find there will change everything you thought you knew about the creation of woman. This is not just a Bible study. This is a revelation. This is about identity. This is about restoring what was lost. And when we're done, you will see that Eve was not a fragment. She was not an afterthought. She was not a spare rib. She was built with purpose, crafted with dignity, and designed as an equal partner in the image of God. And if you believe this word has the power to set somebody free, I want you to like this video, subscribe to this channel, and drop a 77 inches the comments. 7 is God's number of completion. And when you type 77, you're declaring double completion, double restoration, double revelation.
Let's get to the
step into the Garden of Eden. Have you ever questioned the story you've heard your entire life?
Yes.
The tale that Eve was made from Adam's rib?
Yes.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes.
We've heard it from pulpits, Sunday school classrooms, and bedtime Bible stories. But what if I told you that might not be what the Bible says at all?
What does
Genesis 2:21-22 states, "And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof."
That's what the English version says. What does the original version say? Which I knew I wasn't tripping when I said it. It's like people be thinking I'm tripping when I say, yo, they speak on Zeus in the Bible. No, they don't. Yes, they do.
"And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman." Now here's where things get interesting. The word translated as rib in English isn't rib at all. The original Hebrew uses the word shelah, and this word appears more than 40 times throughout the Old Testament.
And the word shelah means side. So either, they wanted to be extra, and because they read the word side, oh, well, he must have, took the rib. What if he decided to split one human into two? What if in the beginning, he made one whole sculpture? The personality was male and female somehow, right? When you really think about it, and he divided, he split that at one point and made the woman. And that's why he had to sew her up. It makes kind of sense on why, every baby is born, right? And they have, what is crazy, right? Did he make the man first or did he make the woman? Because, no, see? And even when you think that you've reached something, right? You've gotten an understanding of something, right? You still question it even more because there's something still missing. But let's get into this because I'm not going to play this whole video. All right, we're just going to play this little small portion so that people can understand where I'm coming from. Because like I said, the show From had me diving down rabbit holes. And the more I searched, videos like this kept surfacing. Videos like this kept popping up.
Testament. Strangely enough, in nearly every case, it doesn't mean rib, it means side. Let's break it down. In Exodus 25-12, when God instructs Moses to build the Ark of the Covenant, he commands that rings be placed on the sides of the Ark, not ribs. In 1 Kings 6-5, when the construction of Solomon's temple is described, chambers are built against the sides, racheal, of the temple. In Ezekiel 41-6, the prophet speaks of the side chambers of the sanctuary again, racheal. Over and over, this word means a structural side, a sacred half, a supporting wall, never a single bone. So how did we go from side to rib? The answer lies in ancient translations.
I don't know. I guess they was thinking about how can I say, a side rib? I don't know. Because I've been questioning the same thing. But when I say it, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even have a religion. There's a whole reason why I don't have a religion. Look how people are so, how can I say, how they're so, it feels like they're forced, to believe what's written on that one Bible, and they're not allowed to, look outside. But you know who I listen to? The ones that practice what they preach. They've gone further, into the, how can I say, they've gone further into it, right? They know that the English Bible is not the first version. They know about the 73 books. You see where I'm coming from? They know that they've taken parts of different scriptures and turned it into a Bible and say, here, read this. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Once again, I asked a question earlier, right? I got to think about it because I just forgot what it was. But why, oh, here we go. How did it go from, the side to a rib? Why did they want to make, people believe that, how can I say, a man is supposed to be above the woman when they're supposed to mirror each other, teach each other, reflect on each other, be there for each other.
Early Greek and Latin translators chose words that could mean either rib or side, and over time, the tradition of rib stuck especially in the West. But if we return to the Hebrew, a far more profound image emerges. God took one of Adam's sides. This wasn't the removal of a single rib, it was the division of Adam's very being.
Break it down
Eve
for
was
us.
not crafted from a leftover piece. She was not a spare part. She was a whole side, equal, essential, and divine in origin. This wasn't subtraction, it was multiplication. Not a fragment, but a full partner. And here's the shocking truth. racheal is never translated as rib anywhere else in Scripture. Only here. One exception. One mistranslation that reshaped our theology of gender, identity, and partnership for centuries. But when we return to the original text, the veil lifts and we see clearly. This story was never about anatomy. It was always about identity. Why would God split Adam into two? To answer that, we step back to the first proclamation of humanity's identity. So God created man in his own image. Male and female created he them. Pause there. In the creation sequence, Eve hasn't appeared by name, yet Scripture already declares humanity as male and female. How can that be? The text hints at a mystery. The first human was fashioned as a unity containing a duality, a single being bearing both masculine and feminine within the image of God. This is not a modern invention. Jewish sages long ago read it this way. Genesis Rabbah 8:1 teaches that the first human was created with 2 faces, then divided one back for the man, one for the woman. The Talmud
And that's what I'm saying, like, that he have to split them into 2. How did it work? Did they, did it have both sexes? Like, did it have a penis and a vagina? Man, I'm being straight up forward with the questions. Like, shit, I ain't holding back. Like, I want to know, because listen, hermaphrodites exist in real life. They're just with one head, not 2, 1. So that God have to split 2-headed peoples. That's where, my head is kind of like, now the Ethiopian Bible got me fucking making splits up in, the Olympics over here. Like, I'm over here doing splits in midair. Like, I don't even know how I'm doing it. Flips and backflips. Like, real shit. I mean, 2-headed, I've heard of 2-headed dragons, but 2-headed people. But this is the most, how can I say it, the closest to a real answer that I think I'll ever get, for real. Because it makes more sense when you break it down. You see? Because you've seen conjoined twins be born, male and female. It's the crazy part. When before you're even born and you turn, they know if you're a boy or a girl, right? Everything looks like a clitoris. Like, if you're born feminine first. But you know what? We're not going to get into the scientific part of it. All right. I just wanted to put this out there. All right. No judging. No, how can I say bashing or none of that. It's just bringing awareness to certain things. All right. Like I said earlier, I feel as though that a lot of people don't, how can I say, understand what they read, or, they just, how can I say, want to follow a trend. Because this person said it's like this, then, they must obey what was told to them. I don't know.
echoes it. The primordial Adam was double-sided, then split. In other words, the division in Genesis 2 is not an afterthought. It is the unveiling of what God had already woven into the first human complementary realities designed to be revealed in communion. Now read Genesis 5:2 with fresh eyes. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. Their name, one name Adam, one origin, two expressions. The movement is deliberate, from unity to distinction, from singularity to partnership. Not that one might dominate, but that each might disclose, to the other and to the world, dimensions of the divine image no single body could carry alone. The split is not a wound, it is a commission, two faces turned toward God and then toward each other. What if, then, Eve was not an addition but a revelation? What if woman was already present in the mystery of the first
There you go.
waiting to be named and known?
There you go. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, he's asking the right questions because I'm saying the same thing. All right. I mean, they say there's 3 Eves. They name one Lilith. They name the second one Eve. I forget what the third one is. You see where I'm like, listen, oh, I know it goes deeper than this. I know. All right. But, I could only show y'all as time passes by. All right. When I get the chance, what I've seen, what I've heard. All right. But these are all theories until they're proven, true. But then once a theory has been proven true, does it still make it a theory? Woo, I'm going to keep saying that.
This is not subtraction, it is transformation. From one came two, so that together they might mirror the fullness of God's relational glory. Unity without confusion, difference without rivalry, mutuality without erasure.
I don't want to go too far, but I'm going to do it.
An image no single body could carry alone. The split is not a wound, it is a commission, two faces turned toward God and then toward each other. What if, then, Eve was not an addition but a revelation? What if woman was already present in the mystery of the first whole, waiting to be named and known? This is not subtraction, it is transformation. From one came two, so that together they might mirror the fullness of God's relational glory. unity without confusion, difference without rivalry, mutuality without erasure. In the beginning, God blessed the human family with a shared name and a shared calling, one being, divided into two, so the image of God could be seen in stereo, alive in love. Look carefully at Genesis 2:22. And the side which the Lord God had taken from the man, he built into a woman and brought her to the man. That verb matters. The Hebrew is bana, not a casual made, but built, constructed, established. This is architect language, the vocabulary of blueprints and foundations. The same word Scripture uses for building altars, cities, and Solomon's temple. When the text says God built the woman, it signals sacred intent. Eve is not improvised from leftover material. She is crafted by a design, assembled with wisdom, fitted to purpose.
So Eve didn't come from a man. They were made side by side. Or, like he said in the beginning, you see where I'm coming from? That's why I'm over here like, wait, a two-headed human? You see, like that right there keeps making me question. But when he went back, right, and started making sense, I'm like, all right, now you're making sense, all right? What if, like it says in the beginning, all right, they was going to create man, they created man to look as of God's image, right? But they never named man or woman in the beginning. They just said man. And we know there's man and we know there's one man, right? So he could be right. What if, later on it was because, the woman was hitting and all they talked about was the men. You see where I'm coming from? And then later on, the woman reclaimed themselves. Remember, Lilith left because she wanted to be Adam's equal, according to, certain, how can I say, certain theories from certain experts out here, that deal with the Bible and all that stuff, right? According to the first Eve, which was Lilith, left because she wanted to be Adam's equal, right? But let's take that to the side. Either way, right? Like that, like he's saying, right? It took a minute for the woman to be able to reclaim, that they was there, to even claim that they was there, show their appearances, be known. And if it's like that, if he made both of them, right, to mirror each other, because they first face God, then they face each other to mirror each other, to be there hand in hand with each other. So basically, they're supposed to build with each other. That's how it was meant to be, right? So why did they start changing it around and say, well, the woman came from a man, blah, blah? No, they was both made together the same day. It's just that the woman wasn't recognized until later. Why? I don't know why. Is they being, listen, I'm still questioning. And I'm going to continue to question. I don't care who is mad. Like, I know people got a religion and they, they're so deep held into their religion. But once again, I'm not here to judge or bash. Think about it. A lot of things in the Bible are fantastical. So this theory could be true. A lot of books are kept out of the Bible for whatever reason. Facts. I said what I said. Shout out to Facts. I said what I said, man. Make sure y'all go check out I said what I said, man. She's got a great channel, great content, man. And trust me, you will not get disappointed. Great conversations, yo. Real shit. She's speaking some facts right here. I don't know, but and she's right. And this is why I feel as though that this theory right here is the closest. It's like I can question some things, but I'm not questioning as much as I'm questioning the English Bible. All right. It may sound crazy to some, but there's a reason I don't have a religion, because I've seen how it restricts you to just that. All right. To believe into what you're being told. And once again, I'm not here to bash. I know how it sounds. I just don't know how to put it into the right words. All right. And I'm not breaking my head. I'm tired. All right. I outwork. I take care of my kids. I have boots on the ground. All right. Trying to get resources from my community, trying to, open up my business, trying to do so much. All right. So look, I'm not here to bash. All right. I'm just putting this out here the best way I can.
Follow the resonance. The temple was measured, aligned, adorned, each piece chosen, each chamber set to host the presence. That is the register of Bana. Eve, then, is not an accessory to man. She is temple architecture fashioned to bear weight, to shelter life, to manifest beauty and order. She arrives not as an add-on, but as the unveiling of a holy pattern. Humanity furnished in two, each completing what the other alone could not display.
Ooh, let me repeat that. The unveiling. You see where I'm coming from? The unveiling is like, ooh, I love how they did that. You know what? I think the best way I can express this to y'all is by me writing this down. And I'm going to put this into a poem. All right? Because through my poetry is how I best express what I hear, what I've been through, what I've seen.
It's not as an add-on to man. She is temple architecture fashioned to bear weight, to shelter life, to manifest beauty and order. She arrives not as an add-on, but as the unveiling of a holy pattern.
Because I want y'all, let me ask y'all a question, all right? And also, like, for real, ain't no disrespect. If it was just all men in the beginning, all right, how did they how can I say, if it was just men on the, in the beginning, how was they making babies? How was any of these men maintaining a baby in a womb that they never had? If it was nothing but a sausage party in the beginning, how did they create babies? If the woman was the one that was supposed to sustain the baby. Facts. I said what I said. And I'm not trying to be rude and disrespectful. It's just that that's how far my mind goes. That's how far I think. And so I'm a question. If the women were the ones that were supposed to bear the babies, how is it that in the beginning, if God only created men, right? And until he took the rib out of her, right? How were other men being created? So was the men somehow, some way getting with each other and creating babies? I mean, what does make sense is that in the beginning, right? He could have made a set of humans, right? I don't think they were two-headed, but maybe again I could be wrong. I mean, if two-headed dragons existed at one point, shit, maybe two-headed humans did. That's where, in our era we get the Hermaphrodites, right? We get, like in the over there, like in Asia and stuff like that, you got the man chicks, all right, women with dicks, all right, and not to be disrespectful, but it does exist. Right? Like you see that twins are born, all right? Two heads sometimes, one body. Like these stories make more sense than the stories that we're reading in the Bible. And it's crazy how the Bible, the English Bible, has two sides to every story, and people don't even catch on. And that's why I'm glad he's breaking it down like this. You see, like I've always said it as a kid, why is it that the first Bible makes more sense than the Bible that is being read to us, the Bible that, that we're questioning and they're telling us that we don't know, or we're crazy, shut up, mind our business, we don't know what we're talking about. Shit, that I hit a nerve that bad that you can't answer a simple question? It's not meant to hit a nerve. It's meant for me to get an answer and some logic. As a kid, I had so many questions. All right, and it's not my first time, tapping into the Ethiopian Bible. All right, and I've said it before, and I think the Word has talked about it, if I'm not mistaken. So listen, if y'all haven't, man, make sure y'all go check out the Word. Right, great conversations, great topics, and he breaks all this down. For real. But who has been there throughout throughout history? Women has been there for men, so that makes more logic, more sense. It makes more logic and more sense that he said he made man and woman side by side. They were created at the same time. It just so happens that women didn't get revealed until a little bit later. All right, and why they got revealed? To show people that they were the nurturers. They were the ones that bared the pain, gave birth. But I could be wrong on this. All right, I could be wrong on this theory. All right, this is, once again, these are just thoughts straight out my mind, and into my chest, out of my chest, and into the mic.
Humanity furnished in two, each completing what the other alone could not display. Proverbs 14:1 threads the same route into womanhood's vocation. The wise woman builds Barna, her house. Wisdom and strength are tied to building, to establishing spaces where life can flourish. The verb that frames Eve's creation frames her calling. She is a builder, a setter of beams, a planter of pillars. Hear it clearly. Woman
Facts.
is not an afterthought. She is structure and foundation, craft and covenant.
So once again, women are not pieces taken from a man. All right, we're not just, how can I say, throwaways. Nah, man, we was made side by side with men to build together, to mirror each other. But I guess people want to go with the story of, the rib. Oh, the women come from us, so they have to bow down to us. Shout out to SBK. All right, he bought he made a whole live about submission. All right, not so long ago, man. And shout out to him because I was able to, how can I say, close the chapter in the book that I'm going to publish soon. All right, Blossoms in the Moonlight, because it talked about relationships. It talked about all that. All right, and I'm glad he brought it out. I mean, he did that live, right? Because it's true. I love the different perspectives on it. All right, I've seen, the men that, I could tell with that live, the men that are here that are, how can I say, side by side with women, all right, willing to build. And then we got the men that, that think that, I'm the head of the household, all right? I do this, I do that. Well, the woman, she's got to follow me. Why can't we both lead? I thought we was both made to both lead. And push come to shove, all right, I'm the leader of my house while my man is out here leading in the streets. And I don't mean it like that. It sounds crazy. I need to stop talking poetic to people because they're gonna really think that my man is out here in the streets hustling or some shit. You know what? I need to start switching my words around. We're both leading. We're both leading. All right. I take care of the household. All right. He's out there working hard. And yes, I work. I just work from home. All right. We both talk to each other. All right. We let each other know things. All right. We don't hide nothing from each other. It's like, and when women hear this shit from me, oh, you got to stop putting that man on a pedestal. How do you know if he's not cheating? I'm sitting here like, damn, why are you deflecting so hard? Why you want me to be in my head? Like I'm already in his messages. Like, listen, man, I know it's in his messages because he lets me see. He shares his phone with me. Like every time I'm on his phone doing something, there's a message that pops up. Stupid would be the bitch that she texts if he's cheating, because she don't know that I'll be on his phone like that. See, it sounds crazy. My whole point is there's no secrets whatsoever. All right, there's like I can give him my phone freely. He can give me his phone freely. No secrets. He don't gotta lock it. Not everybody's like that, but that's how our bond is, how our relationship is. There's no need for secrets. But unfortunately, there's need for secret for some other people. And that's why their conscience is, all over the place. Mine's isn't. All right, I don't need to cheat. My other half hasn't given me a reason to cheat. You see where I'm coming from? But that's going off topic. All right, like as crazy as it sounds, right? I see my other half as somebody that I could build with. If not, I wouldn't be with him. All right, somebody I don't just care about him. I don't just love him. I feel as though that he is the person that I am going to be able to build with. And if I'm wrong, then time will tell me. Not another person that feel as though, like I feel as though that on the low they're hating because they wish that they was in the situation that I was in. They wish that we could switch places and I would be going through what they're going through and they be, coming up. But everybody is different. All right. But one thing I can sit here and tell you is that when it comes to relationships, all right, we were meant to build together, hand in hand. It wasn't man and woman and woman. It was man and woman. All right. We were supposed to be a reflection of God. We were supposed to be we are supposed to be architects. All right. Something that our ancestors has, passed on down, and not through no history books. All right. Through word of mouth, generation after generation. But that's a topic for another day.
A living testimony to God's intentional design. And Adam recognizes the holiness of the unveiling. His first recorded words rise in liturgy. This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. He does not reduce her or rank her. He receives her as his own essence, equal, corresponding, face to face. The first man's first confession is not hierarchy, but harmony, not possession, but praise. In God's hands, the side is built into a sanctuary, and when the woman stands before the man, the architecture is complete.
Huh.
Two living stones
like
fitted together, ready to house the presence of God. Something breaks in Genesis 3, and the sound echoes through history. Until that moment, the man and the woman stand side by side, matched, mirrored, whole. But when the serpent whispers, when desire outruns obedience, when both taste the fruit, their eyes open not to glory but to grief. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves coverings.
And the fruit was not an apple, guys, okay? I know a lot of people, but they bit the apple. Oh, Lord have mercy.
First sensation after sin is not enlightenment, but lack. For the first time, they feel incomplete. For the first time, they cover what was once unashamed. For the first time, they hide from God, from each other, from themselves. Then comes the fracture in Adam's voice. The man who sang, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh," now says, "The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate." Genesis 3:12. Did you hear it? The poetry of union collapses into the prose of blame. The gift becomes a grievance. Partnership curdles into accusation. Where there was side by side, there rises suspicion and distance. Sin does not merely sever heaven from earth. It inserts a wedge between man and woman, reshaping harmony into hierarchy. God names the consequence, not as a prescription, but as a diagnosis of damage. Your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. This is the pathology of a fallen world, not the pattern of Eden. Before the fall, no rule, no rivalry, only reciprocity. After the fall, desire bends, power hardens, and domination becomes the tragic norm. What God built as a sanctuary of equals is distorted into a staircase top over bottom. The image blurs, the dance becomes a struggle. The voice of the woman is pushed to the margins of the story, and too often, the sanctuary. This is the root of patriarchy's long shadow, the silencing, the sidelining, the suppression not born of God's design but of sin's distortion. Yet even here, grace glimmers. The God who questions does not abandon. The God who names the wound also promises a healer. The page of judgment already holds a seed of hope. The story bends toward restoration, and the last word will not be fracture, but mending. Enter Jesus, the second Adam, not merely to rescue souls from death, but to restore the blueprint of creation. The first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit. Where the first Adam yielded to blame and broke communion, the last Adam breathes life into what sin fractured. He does not return us to fig leaves and fear. He ushers us back to design. Watch how he moves in a world that erased women. He brings them to the center and calls them by name. In him, dignity is not granted as a favor.
The three Adams. But the three Adams is not what people really think.
It is recognized as original truth. Consider the
I want y'all to peep how he mentioned spirit and soul. What's missing?
scenes the Gospels preserve like holy film, John 4. Jesus sits at a well with a Samaritan woman, crossing ethnic, moral, and gender lines in one conversation. He reveals himself as Messiah, and she, once silenced by shame, becomes the first herald of good news in her city. Luke 10:39, Mary of Bethany takes the posture of a disciple at his feet, space usually reserved for men, and Jesus defends her right to learn, to listen, to lead with wisdom. John 8, a woman dragged into the dust, condemned by law and crowd, and Jesus refuses the spectacle of judgment. He lifts her from accusation to possibility. John 20. Before any apostle runs to an empty tomb, Jesus speaks to Mary Magdalene and entrusts her with the announcement that rewrites history. Go and tell my brothers that I am alive. Do you see the pattern? The second Adam gathers the sidelined, dignifies their voices, and restores the partnership Eden intended. This is why the apostolic witness can proclaim, without erasing difference, the end of domination. There is neither Jew nor Greek.
Real shit, yo.
There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female. For ye are all one in Christ Jesus. This is not the flattening of identity. It is the healing of the side, the rejoining of what was made to stand face to face. In Christ, the curse is reversed. Hierarchy is unmasked as a symptom of sin, not a statute of heaven. The last Adam does not lead us back to Genesis 3 with its blame and rule. He carries us home to Genesis 2, where image meets image, side stands beside side, and the presence of God dwells in holy unity. So, what does this revelation demand of us now?
So, I'm going to stop it right there. Could it be that in the beginning, God took Adam's side, which was Eve, because of the mix, the screw up that they did? You see where I'm coming from? And then gave her back. Because the second Adam, let her, how can I say, reclaimed her. He put her in the front lines and said, this is the woman of, how can I say that, of his woman and stuff like that. Like, it's hard. I'm trying to find the right words because I know how YouTube is. And the words in my head, I can't let them out right now. It's that, like, I can go about this in so many ways. But the whole point about this is, right, like when you go back and if you haven't watched the show From, right, let me see if I can find somebody that shows something, because I can't show this trailer. If I show the trailer, I see somebody get striked for showing the trailer. So give me a second. If y'all seen the show From, man, I suggest y'all go watch it. I mean, if y'all haven't seen the show From, my bad. Let me see. Is there a shorter one? I don't know what the hell my kids are listening to upstairs.
I moved your meeting, and your car will be here in 5.
Perfect. Look at this little beauty I found in the garden.
Nice snake, Chris.
Hey, whoa.
From is one of the survival horror shows everyone's been talking about since its 2022 debut on MGM+. Created by John Griffin, it features a combination of supernatural horror and human drama. Let me walk you down memory lane with comprehensive recaps starting with the premiere season. Season 1, the Matthews family, parents Jim and Tabitha, teenage daughter Julie, and young son Ethan, are on a cross-country RV trip when they encounter a fallen tree blocking the road. This forces them to detour into what appears to be a small town. Sheriff Boyd Stevens instructs them to follow the tree road through town, but no matter which direction they drive, they keep looping back to the same location. They crash into another car carrying passengers Toby and Jade, flipping.
I want y'all to pay attention to if you have been watching from the beginning, I want y'all to pay attention to everything that I said earlier. Remember it, all right? And listen to what he's saying.
their RV and seriously injuring Ethan. With nightfall approaching, townspeople rush to help. They bring Toby and Jade to town while Boyd and Dr. Christie stay with Jim and injured Ethan in the overturned RV. Deputy Kenny's car hits a spike strip, forcing Kenny, Tabitha, Julie, Father Cotry, Jade, and Boyd's estranged son, Ellis, to run for Colony House before dark. Kenny's group barely makes it to Colony House, where leader Donna lets them inside just as monsters arrive. As night falls, creatures surround the RV. Boyd and Donna share that intelligent, shape-shifting creatures that kill for pleasure are usually in the woods. Everyone arrived the same way, trapped by the fallen tree detour. Victor, a mysterious man who survived since childhood, holds the survival record. Boyd
I want to mind y'all. I want to tell y'all, right? Listen, these creatures are like resemble some type of vampire, right? But when you think about vampires, right, they're blood-sucking creatures, right? But when you actually think about the real vampire, right? I mean, the real vampire of the world, right? What's his name? Vladimir, whatever his name is. I forgot. Oh my God. Not so long ago, I was just talking about this. How that Dracula, there you go. Right? Dracula. He was but a human, right? In Europe, right? Owned castles and stuff like that, but did sacrifices, right? It's deep. We went into that rabbit hole, right? But vampires, like, to me, is not what they make us think in the movies. All right, for me, it would be like something like the real life Dracula. All right, for real. But here, all right, these creatures, if they were vampire, they would have blood in their system, but they don't. All right, and then when you think about this right here, all right, they do time traveling. All right, they talk about the 73 books in the Bible. It feels like somebody is trying to like recreate a story.
discovered protective talismans that create barriers when placed inside buildings. At the clinic, Sarah hears voices commanding her to kill Toby and open the door. She murders Toby and lets monsters into the clinic, who slaughter everyone, including Kenny's father. Morning comes, and Ethan spots a mysterious boy in white through Colony House's window. During choosing day, where newcomers pick residences, Father Cotry explains the town's only punishment, the box, where offenders get locked outside overnight with monsters. Drunk Frank faces this fate after his negligence killed his family. Julie chooses Colony House over her parents' preference. Frank dies horribly that night. Victor shows Ethan a faraway tree where objects thrown inside teleport randomly.
That's another thing.
Voices command Sarah to murder Ethan.
My bad. That's another thing. Teleportation. Government conspiracy, right or wrong. It's like this show is a combination of biblical theories and government conspiracy theories.
For everyone's freedom. When Nathan discovers his sister's monster connection and tries to stop her, Sarah accidentally slashes his throat during the struggle, killing her brother. Boyd develops hand tremors, early signs of Parkinson's disease, and plans a dangerous forest expedition. Father Cotry theorizes they're being tested by God, their suffering creating a 74th Bible book. The voices prove supernatural knowledge by mentioning a bag Cotry buried when he arrived. Jade experiences Civil War soldier hallucinations and finds strange symbols in trees. Kenny's mother shows him a notebook with similar drawings. At Colony House, resident Kevin develops Rama's anniversary celebration. Kevin opens a window for his...
You said there's a purple circle? I don't know. You can't see it's a purple square blocking you in the screen? For real? It looks normal over here because I'm looking at it on my phone. Hold on, let me... Yeah. There shouldn't be nothing blocking the screen. Try refreshing the screen. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that over there. Because I'm looking at both the vertical and the horizontal. I'm about to check the Twitch. Over here it looks fine. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But hold on. Let me press play just in case. I gotta refresh.
His monster friend. The creature kills him, then leaves the window open. Monsters swarm inside, killing many inhabitants. Ellis and Fatima survive by barricading themselves with a talisman. Victor leads Julie into the woods, following the boy in white, sending her through a faraway tree to a root cellar. A monster kills Father Cotry as survivors reach the sheriff's station. Flashbacks reveal Boyd's arrival with his wife Abby and son Ellis. Boyd discovered the protective talismans during an overnight forest experience. When Abby's mental health declined and she opened fire on townspeople, Boyd was forced to kill her to save Ellis's life. Boyd and Sarah venture deep into the woods, finding a tree with bottles containing paper scraps dated back to 1864. An unknown female voice warns Boyd that worse things than monsters lurk in the forest, using his dead wife's pet name before something attacks their tent. Meanwhile, Jim builds a radio tower and makes contact with someone who knows his name and warns that Tabitha shouldn't be digging. Tabitha's basement excavation collapses, trapping her underground where Victor reveals monsters sleep. Boyd and Sarah discover the mysterious light comes from a lighthouse. The boy in white instructs Sarah to push Boyd into a faraway tree, trapping him in a shaft. Season 1 ends with a bus arriving, bringing fresh victims to this nightmare town. Season 2, a bus arrives carrying over a dozen new residents, including Randall, Marielle, and Elgin. Townspeople rush to corral passengers and fortify buildings. When driver Bakhta tries to leave, Donna shoots out a tire, causing some passengers to flee. Jade explains symbol importance to Ethan while Jim, Tom, and 2 passengers attempt rescuing Tabitha from the collapsed basement. But the house caves in, trapping them. Victor and Tabitha explore underground tunnels, discovering a forest where they narrowly escape when creatures...
Yo, mind you, all this comes from a place, right? They're trapped in a place, right? They're supposed to be cursed. According to the show, it's supposed to be cursed, right? Because the parents of this town at one point decided to sacrifice their children, right, to be immortal. But what if, these people thought they did this and the government decided to, border up that town, right? And I don't know how they would do it, but I'm going to put it on some Resident Evil type John, simulation type John, right? Because, I'm going to put it like this. All right, I'm in Philadelphia, right? And I'm thinking I'm going to hit New York, right? And I'm driving down the street and boom, they put up a simulation. And I'm thinking I'm entering New York, but in reality, I'm entering their simulation. And now, I'm here living my days thinking that I'm in New York trapped. And when it's time for me to leave, I'm in a loophole, not knowing that, how can I say, it's a simulation. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm stuck in a maze or some shit like that. You see where I'm coming from? Like, if y'all understand where I'm trying to find the right words where YouTube won't clap a shorty, right? Real shit.
wake up. Boyd climbs out of the mine shaft with help from an unseen stranger, a ragged, emaciated man named Martin chained to a dungeon wall. Boyd refuses to kill Martin and tries freeing him instead. Martin warns that forest creatures are only the tip of the spear. A music box starts playing on its own. Martin suddenly grabs Boyd's arm, transferring worm-like parasites into him before dying. Boyd finds himself back in the forest. Meanwhile, Christy tries reconnecting with her girlfriend Marielle, one of the bus passengers. At night, creatures hunt down anyone outside. Donna forces most bus passengers to shelter at the diner while monsters kill Tom, trapped under the collapsed house, as Jim watches helplessly. Boyd emerges from the forest and reunites with Victor and Tabitha in an old trailer. Ellis confronts Boyd about losing Sarah during his forest expedition. The new passengers are taken to Colony House. Kenny and Ellis discover Kelly, one of the passengers, staked to a tree with a rod from their traps. Christy examines Kelly and tells her she won't survive. Tabitha sees strange children while preparing to move with the Liu family. Ethan works on a sculpture puzzle resembling the stone pile Tabitha saw collapse in the tunnels. Kenny discovers Sarah hiding in the church basement. In flashback, we see the Liu family's arrival. Kenny takes Boyd to Sarah at the church, where Boyd explains Sarah's unique connection to the town. Julie and Ethan visit Colony House, where Julie sees Elgin staring into the distance. Christy and Boyd discuss his progressing Parkinson's disease and recent forest injuries. Jim tells Tabitha about the mysterious radio voice and his suspicions they're being watched. Sarah tells Kenny...
And that's a fact, right? Like, who communicated with him to the radio? There wasn't no signal before, and we know that in real life they could jam your signals at any given time. They could jam your signals and you cannot communicate in or out, right? Like, look, listen, this shit, if you really pay attention, it exposes a lot. All right. And for me, what if these people ran into a little town that's under a simulation, under government testing, on some Resident Evil type shit without we could say the little type vampire Jones that come out at night could be the zombies. All right. And the loophole is because, they can't get out of the simulation. And if they travel, they think they're traveling, right? It's because the simulation is making them think they're traveling into another world, because they could, change the simulation at any given time to make it look like you're entering a whole nother place. But if they do that, how do they do that without us even noticing the changes? Right? How can they experiment? I mean, they've done it before, right? What was it, that show that Jim Carrey did? I said it before. The Truman Show. shows it. All right. It's Resident Evil talks about it. Oh my God, there's a few things, right? There's been a few whistleblowers, right? That have spoken certain things, and we don't know about them no more. They have spoken on MK Ultra experiments. I think I did a live one day, and it talks about, and I'm still trying to figure out how the hell did the government? I think it's called Sunny something. I forgot what it was called. It was a show called Sunny something, right? And it turns out, right, when you do your history about this show that we were watching on TV, we literally were watching a show, not knowing that this show was actually an experiment, all right, ran by the government. I mean, it's hard to break down because I can't remember it right now. I just thought about it, talking about all this, and it's like, right. It turns out, I'm gonna put it like this. It turns out that the government was doing a whole experiment in this town. All right. And they were working kind of like the MK Ultra thing, right? They were working on these kids, and that's gonna be our next topic after this little trailer I'm showing y'all. We're about to talk into the Institute. And that's how we're ending our live, talking about the Institute, me showing y'all the trailer of the Institute, and we're gonna go into some conspiracy theories, that have been, thrown at the government. All right. Because this shit is crazy.
Kenny about opening the clinic door, leading Kenny to confront Boyd and quit as deputy. Randall spends his first night in the bus. Jade hallucinates Christopher holding a book with bleeding symbols. Jim and Tabitha confront Boyd and Sarah at the church. Ethan locks himself in his room after hearing family discussions about Sarah. Victor shows Jade the car graveyard and tells him about Christopher, another resident obsessed with symbols before disappearing. Tabitha is confronted by chanting children. Food shortages worsen as Dale argues bus passengers shouldn't receive equal rations.
And if you watch this show, I want y'all to know, right? These people, they're so-called monsters, right? Nobody can name what type of monster they are. They kind of look like vampires, but if they were vampires, right? Why, according to the people that have encountered them, say they feel warm like humans? But if they felt warm like humans, why was it when they did an autopsy on one of them, right? There was no blood flowing through, these monsters' system.
During one heated argument, Dale stabs Ellis. Elgin drives Ellis to the clinic with Fatima at night. Boyd makes a desperate sacrifice, venturing out deliberately to expose himself to monsters. The creatures bite him, allowing Boyd to transfer his parasitic worms into the smiley creature, killing it instantly. Boyd's infected blood saves Ellis through emergency transfusion. Fatima asks Christy for a pregnancy test. Kenny admits they should have believed Boyd about his forest journey. Christy performs an autopsy on the dead monster, discovering its body contains only dried bile with no normal organs. They extract the strange bile for study. Jim theorizes they're trapped in an elaborate experiment, suggesting certain residents might be planted actors. Randall becomes unstable, tying Donna to a tree to test Jim's theories. Elgin tries remembering important dream details, drawing a bath where he hears the music box and appears held underwater by a monstrous kimono.
He gave me an ad. Ooh, this one. I gotta put the premium pin on.
Wearing woman. Kenny dreams about a ringing phone. The voice chants, "They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free," followed by cicada-like creatures emerging from a cooking pot. Boyd and Kenny discover the cicadas killed Reggie's wife in her sleep while she repeated the same phrase. He organizes residents to stay awake, knowing cicadas attack during sleep. The haunting ballerina music box starts playing over the radio, putting Julie, Marielle, and Randall into death-like comas. Boyd finds himself back in the dungeon, seeing victims chained and tortured. Despite visions of his dead wife Abby warning against fighting the entity, Boyd destroys the music box, awakening all three from their comas. Jade ventures into underground tunnels, discovering 7 emaciated ghost children chanting Ankui while staring at a ceiling opening matching his recurring symbol. Victor.
It's crazy how them kids was chanting, remember, we got my OG in the building, Ronin 22, Flying Galanino. Blessings, 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 man. Make sure y'all go check out my OG. All right. Great conversations, great topic. But let me give y'all a warning. All right. Before y'all enter his house, be ready. Be ready. He's raw. He's uncut. He loves roasting. And he's like one of the uncles at the barbecue that had one too many. And his roasting can get a little left. And if you're not ready for that, I suggest you, listen, find a door. Make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you and the good Lord split you. But man, shout out to my OG. He said he's back. He's back. Where? He's back overseas. Oh, okay. damn, I have to pop up and get out the bushes in your lives one of these days. Like, because I be listening to the conversations, yo. Man, I gotta get out the bushes one of these days and pop up in your chat. All right, man. But shout out to my OG, man. Let's get back on topic before I get distracted. Man, OG, we over here talking about conspiracy theories, man. And I know you talk about that a lot, yo. Shout out to my OG, man. I love me some of 22 Ronin. All right.
Takes Tabitha to a tree, transporting her to a lighthouse tower. At the top, the boy in white apologizes, saying, "This is the only way," before pushing her out the window. Tabitha wakes up in a hospital in the outside world, found unconscious on a trail. Season 3. Once awake in a Camden, Maine hospital with no memory of her escape, Tabitha sneaks out confused and finds an address on Victor's lunchbox, leading her to Henry Kavanaugh, Victor's father, who has spent 40 years searching for his lost son. Henry shows Tabitha paintings by Victor's mother Miranda depicting the township perfectly, claiming Miranda was chosen to free the children in the tower. Back in the township, Jim and Kenny search for the lighthouse where Tabitha disappeared, discovering a previously unknown settlement where they camp overnight. At Colony House, Donna discovers all remaining crops have mysteriously rotted, leaving only farm animals for food. With dwindling resources, several townspeople, including Randall, attempt stealing the animals, but Boyd talks them down. That night, creatures orchestrate their cruelest plan yet, releasing the animals from their pens to lure residents outside. While Jade and Victor save smaller animals, Boyd and Tian Chen escort a cow back to the barn. After Boyd places a talisman, creatures already hiding inside handcuff him and force him to watch as they slowly torture Tian Chen to death. Jade enters the barn, finding Tian Chen's mutilated corpse and Boyd mumbling hysterically while handcuffed. Jim and Kenny return with fresh vegetables from the settlement, but Kenny learns of his mother's devastating death. Fatima faces pregnancy complications, seeking medical help where Marielle discovers severe malnutrition. Unable to stomach normal food, Fatima impulsively eats rotten vegetables that...
Mind you, we're talking about a town that has light that comes from nowhere. The same thing with the water, all right? The crops come from the woods, from unexpected places, and so do the animals. All right, they pop up out of nowhere, like if someone just, bloop, 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 made them appear out of nowhere, for real. A woman that couldn't get pregnant in the real world, all right? She doesn't have, how can I say, the proper organs to get pregnant. She couldn't get pregnant in the real world. There was no way in hell that she can get pregnant. But in this world, she can get pregnant. And the only thing that her body can sustain is rotten fruit or blood. Make it make sense. Don't it kind of sound like she's possessed?
Mysteriously satisfy her hunger. In the outside world, Henry reveals Miranda's paintings and mentions she claimed to be chosen to free the children in the tower, making Tabitha believe she was chosen too. After Tian Chen's funeral, Boyd asks Ellis to help capture creatures for study. At home, Jim hears the phone ringing with a voice claiming to be his dead son, Thomas. Jim communicates with the threatening voice that taunts him about his children's safety, causing erratic behavior. Kenny...
But, OG, vampires are cold, right? And they got blood in their, in their body. These creatures look like vampires. All right. They suck on your blood. But when they did the autopsy on these creatures, there's no blood. When these creatures came across, they encountered certain humans in the town. Before they took their lives, the humans that did touch them said, "You feel warm." Vampires don't feel warm. I thought the same thing. I was like, these motherfuckers are vampires. Before I started diving down rabbit holes. But then there that one episode that exposed, like, damn, like, if they're not vampires, what the fuck are they?
He leads Jade, Christy, and Dale to the settlement for food gathering. Jade becomes paranoid from hallucinations and attempts running back to town despite approaching darkness. During their escape attempt, Christy's leg gets caught in a bear trap until the group frees her. Tabitha attempts deciphering Miranda's paintings while Henry shows her a replica bottle tree.
Here's how it works.
You gonna hit
Go
you
to
in the commercial
and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high quality
tree in his backyard. When they drive to the original bottle tree location where Miranda first hallucinated, an oncoming vehicle hits them. Tabitha awakens in an ambulance with unconscious Henry, but a fallen tree blocks their path. In the township, Ethan communicates with the voice claiming Tabitha needs rescuing. The ambulance arrives where creatures lay a trap, killing the drivers. Police officer Acosta, assigned to the ambulance, gets chased to Colony House where she accidentally shoots resident Nikki. Jim and Tabitha reunite, reaching Colony House with Henry's help, but they're forced to abandon Randall when creatures surround him. Despite Marielle's attempts, Nikki dies from the gunshot, and Fatima impulsively consumes her blood when alone. After torturing Randall, creatures leave him alive outside Colony House. The next morning, Kenny's group returns while Christy recovers at the clinic alongside Randall. At a town meeting, townspeople led by Dale turn against Boyd, demanding access to the bottle tree for escape. When Dale ignores warnings and enters the bottle tree, he gets teleported into the township's empty pool where he dies horribly. Medical examinations reveal Fatima isn't actually pregnant despite her growing belly. Victor and Henry explore underground tunnels, finding Jasper, the ventriloquist doll, belonging to former resident Christopher. But they awaken creatures and flee quickly. Jade discovers a second bottle tree containing identical mysterious numbers. Fatima's cravings intensify and she loses control at the greenhouse, fatally stabbing Tilly. Boyd takes Fatima to an empty cabin while covering up Tilly's death. Elgin, following instructions from Polaroid photos produced by his camera, secretly leads Fatima to a hidden cellar and traps her behind a concealed door. Boyd and Ellis search desperately for Fatima while Elgin feeds her his blood, causing rapid pregnancy progression. Sarah explains the voices claim Fatima has little time left. Under torture by Boyd and Sarah, Elgin reveals Fatima's location. The kimono woman helps Fatima give birth before disappearing with the amniotic sac. Boyd witnesses the smiley creature's rebirth, learning these monsters gained immortality by sacrificing their own children. Jim, Tabitha, and Jade discover the bottle tree numbers represent musical notes. Playing this melody summons ghostly children who reveal Tabitha was Miranda and Jade was Christopher in past lives.
So they talk about reincarnation. All right. And my OG, man, listen, I think you're right. Demons. That's why I kept saying, like, listen, if this was a government experiment, right? And the government was to be able to trap a town, a city, whatever, all right, and put up a simulation like in Resident Evil, right? And, make people live, their lives like a loophole, right? They can't leave because it's like a maze. They're trying to escape a place they can't, escape unless, I guess they learn a lesson or something. But if it was them, right, doing some type of experiment like that, all right, it would be biblical. It would be like somebody trying to play God, trying to reconstruct. No, not even reconstruct, trying to create the 74th book that, they speak about the book, they you hear so many people speak about what if, they're hiding a 74th book. Because, the Bible, consists of the 73 books, right? Different scriptures, different tablets, right? I can keep going down, but, I want to jump into the next show real quick, right? So, yeah, I feel as though what these creatures are, they're not vampires, even though they look like vampires. They may resemble vampires, but when they do the autopsy, it's human organs, but all discombobulated, right? All they have is nothing but, how can I say, bile in their system, right? Inside the organs at that. But there's no blood flowing through their veins. There's no blood inside their body. There's no water. There's nothing. You see where I'm coming from? So that's why I said, right, when it comes to this, right, when it comes to the show, are we in the mind of the family that had the crash in the first episode, the little young boy, and he's telling the story, he's telling a story in his head, or that this, couple run into, a town that's being simulated and tested by the government and experimenting, biblical times. Because if you got to look at the show, all right, it shows different parts of history and stuff like that too. If you really pay attention and peep, right? Facts. I have a feeling they do, because people, how people say, "Oh, the Simpsons are predicting." I don't think the Simpsons are predicting. I think the Simpsons are telling us what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and what are you going to do about it? You see where I'm coming from? It's not a prediction. This is what the fuck we're doing, and we're doing it in front of your faces now, and we don't care. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, Real shit. So I agree with I said what I said for real, for real. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Listen, now before, right, on part one of this live, right, I told y'all I was gonna watch The Institute by R.L. Stein and see if it really goes hand in hand with, the show From, like everybody keeps saying. And I'm not gonna lie, the more I watched, the more I started, squinting at the screen, like, hold on now. Why do the man in yellow and Victor's dad from the show From look like they took a lunch how can I say a lunch break and walked into the set? I'm not saying they're in the same universe. I'm also how can I say, but I'm not also saying they're not, because the way these characters pop up across shows is giving me multiverse. It's giving me same demons, different outfit, right? Why do certain characters feel like they follow us from show to show? But I'm not going to sit here and say, I don't think that is the way that people say that. People think that Victor's dad is the scientist in the show The Institute. And I think that the man in yellow, right, is the, how can I say, the head of security in the show The Institute, right? And at one point, a lot of people, had the theory that, what if the Institute is showing us, right? What if the Institute is showing us, what the government is doing with the MK Ultra and all that, and that's how the little town, right, From came about. These people were watching. I feel as though these people, listen, I feel as though the creators of From the show, right, were sitting here and they had, like, I don't know, they loved R.L. Stein just like me, all right? Like, they was obsessed with fucking Goosebumps, and they sat here and they perfected a Goosebumps, right, for us adults to try to give us the fear of our lives, for real, for real. Like, it's like we're walking into an R.L. Stein universe. Like, if we're walking into an It series or, the Dark Tower and stuff like that. The only difference is that, they're not talking about kids' shines. But when you think about a kid's shine, right, in these shows, it's really the kid's innocence, the kid's purity, right? When you watch the show The Institute, right, in this John, they kidnapping kids from the age of 10 to age, 21. But the youngest is 10. So let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about the Institute itself, because to me, that show exposes, how can I say, the secret projects the government hides behind the label conspiracy theory, right? They love to make us feel like, they love to make us, how can I say, feel crazy for asking questions. How can I say, for asking questions, right? But baby, listen. The truth is, right, the truth don't need permission to exist. And the way the show is set up is basically saying, all right, y'all are guinea pigs, right? In your communities are the labs. They experiment with our food, our water, our animals. So why wouldn't they experiment with us? Why do people trust the word conspiracy more, right, than their own instinct? And I'm not sure why people do that, but they do it. All right. And just like in From, you got people in the Institute trying to play God. All right. But how can I put it? This time, right? This time, it's not monsters, all right? It's doctors, scientists, military, CIA, feds, all the people society tells us to trust. And that's the part, that hits me. Because when you look at history, every time something shady happens, right? It wasn't monsters doing it. It was people in uniform, people with titles, people with access, people who believe, all right? People who believed they had the right to control other humans. How can I say? Why do the most dangerous experiments always come from people with power? But I could be tripping, right? And here's where I'm about to ruffle some feathers, right? A lot of people think presidents know everything. But through my research, I don't think they do. Hear me out. Some things, all right, some things are kept from them, all right? Some things are buried so deep that even Even the person in the Oval Office can't dig it up. But local politicians, oh, they know. They know because they're, how can I say, the ones controlling the resources. They're the ones approving the zoning. They're the ones signing off the community programs. Nobody asked for. Why do we trust people, closest to power instead of people closest to the community? All right. Like, these are projections. I think they're projects. I want y'all to think about it, right? We put local politicians in charge of our water, our food distribution, right? Our schools, our hospitals, our land, and people don't question them because they smile at, how can I say, parades and show up at, ribbon cuttings, right? But behind the scenes, they're the first ones to sell out. They're the first ones to sign the deal. They're the first ones to say yes to, they're the first ones to say yes to something that they don't fully understand, because if the president, found out about certain experiments, they'll be forced to shut it down. But local officials, all right, they can't, how can I say, they can keep it quiet. Like, who do you think is more, who do you think has more power? The face of the system or the hands of the system? I feel as though local is more power, but the crazy part is people haven't paid attention for years, right? I tell people our local, our voice matters more local, all right, not federal. We need to get, I'm gonna find a way to see this. All right, Malcolm X gave us a blueprint that nobody's paid attention. The only thing that's paid attention to is by any means necessary. All right, but if you find a way to infiltrate, you know what? I feel as though this is a conversation that I could talk to people, but not online. But I'm gonna still say it anyway. Sorry. If you can find a way to infiltrate, get the right people in, infiltrate. Don't I got a phone? Is it this? Let me see. Let me see. That's not it. Wait a minute. Is it on the other one? I think it is. Let me see. Let's see. Could it be this one? It's probably the other book too at that. Because I know I just finished a few books. It's called By Any Means Necessary. All right, because I had to turn around. Listen, I had to flip Malcolm's words. All right, I had to give him some. I had to give it some poetic justice. All right, so I want y'all to see through this poem. All right, what I'm trying to say, and I think a lot of people will understand me through the poem. Yep, so it's going to be the other book. Yes, I do have all these books. I love to write. I love to write. Eh. I got to look for a poem that's called By Any Means Necessary. It's crazy I can't find it right now. Ain't that crazy? I can't find the damn poem. It's gonna be hard. So I guess I'm gonna leave that one for later because I have it. I just can't find it. I know the name of the poem. I know how I started, but I need to read the whole drawing. Yeah. It's in one of these. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find the book that I wrote it in. I didn't even peep if anybody was writing. It does. I'm gonna have to find the book, and I can't see which one is in. And boy, I got like 300 poems. Lord have mercy. Like Jesus. It's around here. I think this is the right book. God damn, there's 100 on this one. Fail type out. All right, I'm not breaking my head. Yeah, I gotta find it. I got too many books. Do I have it already on a video? I probably do. I already probably got that done on a video. So if I already got it on the video, I'm looking for a poem called "By Any Means Necessary." Right? Because it's like I be trying to tell people, right? When I think Malcolm X, I don't just think by any means necessary, right? He traveled the world and noticed a lot of things, exposed a lot of things, all right? And one thing that he told us, right, is that, we have to find a way to infiltrate, all right? And I mean that in a way, I just have to find a way to say it. That's why I put the poem is best. If I could find the poem, I can get away with it, all right? Like, I have to find that poem because there's a reason I wrote it in the poem, all right? Like I got this one right here that says the silent fight, right? And it says, in the halls of power, battles are waged. Words are weapon, opinions engaged. Politics is war without bloodshed, but the wounds it leaves can't be easily shed. On the battlefield, soldiers stand tall, fighting for causes, risking it all. War is politics with bloodshed, leaving scars that may never be fed. Leaders strategize, make their moves in a game where many lose. Politics is a silent fight where victories come with a different light. In war, there's no room for compromise, only winners and losers in disguise. Blood spilled on the ground tells the tale of politics with a deadly scale. Good night, good night. I said what I said. Blessings, blessings. I appreciate the support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting a shorty. Because we're about to dive into this show, all right? And I want y'all to understand how much the government, could do, and we think they can't. Yeah, this John is messing with me, so I'm gonna have to look for the goddamn poem in a minute. But right now, let's get back on topic, all right? We was talking about the institute, all right? And with everything I said, I want y'all to think about it, right? We put local politicians in charge of our water, our food, our distribution, our schools, our hospitals, our land, and people don't question it, right? They don't question them because, you know, they believe what people say. They believe what these, so-called leaders we put in charge say. All right. And that's why the Institute feels so real, because it shows how easy it is, to take the kids, isolate them, test them, manipulate them, and call it research. It shows how people, empower, justify cruelty by calling it science. It shows how communities get targeted because they're vulnerable, overlooked, or underfunded. And that's not fiction. That's history repeating itself. All right. With, how can I say, better lightning. Who was it that said for the people, by the people? All right. I know it was somebody that said it. For the people, by the people. All right. Something shall not perish from this earth at all. All right. I made a poem out of that, and it's called the People's Creed, and it goes like this: Government for the people, we stand tall. By the people, we answer the call. For the people, united we fall. Shall not perish from this earth at all. Power to the citizens, that's our creed, right? Together we rise, fulfill our need. In unity and justice we succeed. The government of the people is what we heed. That's what we've been told, right? No Trinity or corruption in our land, but yet what is happening? Both Trinity and corruption. All right. With liberty and justice hand in hand, we fight for what's right. Take a stand. For the people, by the people is our brand, right? That's what we've been told, right? But yet why are our politicians doing what they do? Democracy thrives in every heart. Our voices rise to tear apart any threat, that's tearing us apart. Government of the people shall never depart. But yet, why is it that we're seeing the complete opposite? All right. And once again, that's why this show feels so, real. Like, why does every fictional experiment look like something that already happened in real life? And the wildest part is the show doesn't even try to hide the message. It's basically saying, y'all think this is entertainment, but this is a blueprint of how, people get taken, how communities get controlled, how secrets get buried, how power gets abused. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's why I say these type of shows aren't just stories. I feel as though like they're warnings. And I'm not talking about predictions. They're not predicting no goddamn future. They're telling us what the fuck the government is doing in our faces. All right, excuse my French, but goddamn, it's like unless you let that F word out, people don't really understand what you mean and where you're coming from. Like, what warning do you think the Institute, right, or shows like the Institute or shows like From is trying to give us? So yeah, maybe From and the Institute aren't the same universe, or maybe they are. Maybe they're two sides of the same truth. One spiritual, one scientific. One about curses, one about control. One about monsters, one about men. But both of them are about people trying to, play God. And every time humans try to play God, they create hell instead. And tell me I'm lying on that part. Like, do you think these shows are separate stories or two chapters of one? How can I say? Two chapters of the same warning. I think it's a little bit of both. All right. Like, see, when it comes to the Institute, this is where, the rabbit hole gets disrespectful. Because you got doctors and scientists in the show trying to figure out how to, win a war without sending without sending armies, without losing soldiers, without risking their own people. And how they do it is by experimenting on kids, children. They're, children. Like they're trying to see which one can move things with their mind, which ones can read thoughts, which ones can tap into the future like as a TV channel. And the wild part is they don't even talk about the future, seeing kids that much, and the season that they're on. They're only on one season. All right. They hint at it just a little bit, but they don't dive in it. Maybe season 2 will expose that part. But why do you think the most powerful abilities are always the ones they hide the most? Do y'all believe that, they've been able to create, how can I say, that perfect soldier they've been trying to create for years? And I believe they have. I think they found a way to try to create the perfect human Superman. Wait. The theme of Hollywood is always evil. Facts. Believe it or not, there are certain people that believe they can, harness the power of God. Facts. I've heard so many people say that, but they can't prove it. And back on the topic real quick, right? All of these, all this is happening. Both shows is what's crazy. It happens in the woods, away from, from where people, are, how can I say, away from where people are constantly roaming the streets, entering stores. It's like in a hidden little section in the woods that nobody really enters, and when they do, they get taken away by security. It kind of reminds me, right? Because when we go down diving rabbit holes in the history of Pennsylvania, there's a video I want to show y'all about places in Philadelphia that you cannot enter, and it gets you to start thinking, why can't we enter these certain places, right? I've talked about it before, but when we get to that, we'll get to that. All right. But once again, all this is happening in the woods, not a big city, not in a government building, not in a lab with glass walls. No, in the woods, hidden remote, off the grid. Only, the military and a few local officers know about it. That's how secret it is. That's how deep it goes. And that's what makes it feel real, because real experiments don't happen in public. All right. Real experiments happen where nobody can hear, the screaming. Why do the darkest secrets always hide in the quietest places? Real shit. And the way they kidnap these kids is sick. They don't just take them. They unalive the parents and they make it look like a break-in, or they make it seem like the missing kid did something to their family. They rewrite the whole story before the police even show up. Kind of remind y'all of something? Don't it happen in real life? Listen, they could put out a news report about something that happened, and if it has to do with somebody important, they'll make it seem like it's this when it's reality that. All right, I hope y'all understand what I mean by that. All right. These people take kids from ages 10 to 21, the most vulnerable, the most moldable, the most emotionally unstable years, and they break them with drugs, with abuse, with isolation, all right, with manipulation. And when you do your research, when it comes to these type of how can I say, projects, right? Want to go back? Let's use the institutions for example, right? Mental institutions, all right. They used to do these type of things to kids and adults, all right. Electroshock therapy. Oh my God, electroshock therapy is one of them. Abuse. How can I say? What is that thing called? Mind control. All right, here we go. Hypnosis. There you go. My bad. I was trying to find the word. All right, and that's what they do on this show. Like, how many real world cases do you think were, explained away the same exact way like in this show? All right, and the kids, the kids, baby, they look exhausted. They look drained. They look like they came, straight out of The Hills Have Eyes, or the background dancers from Michael Jackson's Thriller. Pale, tired, sunken eye, no sleep, no joy, just trauma, walking around in a hoodie, yo. And the adults running, the place don't even flinch. They don't see kids. They see weapons. They see tools. They see assets. In a minute, I'm going to show y'all a little video. All right. I'm going to show y'all a little video of the show, and then we're going to dive down. I think it's 25 classified government projects done on humans. All right. I just want to get all this out of my chest and out the way. Listen, What happens to society when children stop being children and start being resources? And the scariest part is that they're not just training these kids to move objects and read minds, right? They're training them to tap into important people around the world, politicians, CEOs, military leaders, right? Scientists. They're basically, creating psychic spies, mind control agents, like human surveillance systems, and the kids don't even know, the full truth. They're too drugged, too tired, too broken to understand that, what's being done to them. Like, if someone could access your thoughts, would you even know it? Would you even know that it is happening? Like, and this is where the show stops being fiction and starts looking like a documentary. Because history already told us about MK Ultra, about mind control experiments, about drugging people without consent, about using children in secret programs. So when the institute shows it on screen, it doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like, how can I say, a reenactment, a reminder, a warning. Like, why do people call it fiction when it matches real story? Like, not just real stories, but real history too. Like, it matches it too closely. Mr. O says zombies. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the zombie apocalypse to happen, but I don't think it's gonna happen. You know what I think real life zombies are? The people that are in Kensington. And listen, let's talk about the adults in charge in the show. All right. The doctors, the scientists, the military. They're not evil for fun. All right. They're evil for purpose. They want power. They want control. They want to win wars without risking their own. And that's the part that connects back to From. Because in both shows, you see people trying to play God, trying to rewrite the rules, trying to manipulate life. They're trying to manipulate life, death, time, and human mind. Like, what do you think is more dangerous, spiritual manipulation or scientific manipulation? Crazy, right? It's wild. Like, so yeah, the Institute is wild, it's dark, it's disturbing, but it's also honest. It shows what happens when power goes, unchecked, when science loses morality, when children become experiments, and when the government decides the ends justifies, the means. And if you think of, this is just a show, baby, history already proved otherwise. Do you think the Institute is a warning, that it is warning us, about the past or preparing us for the future? And I feel as though that it's both. Shows like this are not just preparing us for the future, they're warning us. I mean, how can I say not? They're warning us about the past and preparing us about the future. Let me put it like this. All right. But maybe I could be crazy. I'm one of them people that we used to call crazy back in the days, which kind of seem like they're saying now. And they're not crazy and tripping or retarded. But anyways, now, if y'all remember, right, those that have been watching me closely, right, in the first live, part 1, right, we reviewed that news clip, the one where, the government finally admitted they sprayed a whole community. And that's why, they got sick. And listen, when I saw that, I said, yo, see, this is why people don't trust nothing. Because when you confess to something decades later, the folks already suffered. It makes people wonder what else was done that nobody, talked about yet. And they always say, oh, we stopped doing that, after MK Ultra. But they said that like we're supposed to just, believe it. Why do confessions always come after the damage is already done? We know the answer to that, but I still gotta ask it. All right. Like, devils are losing their power and acting desperate. Facts. Racism and Satanism, the Masons, etc., are the Illuminati. A lot of experiments ran on vets and poor people. Yo, listen, all this started off with the soldiers. Soldiers were the experiments before they started thinking about the kids. And why they started doing, started experimenting on the kids, because the kids were more innocent, lesser deaths. Kids were easier to break too, if you really think about it. Way easier to mold, way easier to control. But hey, I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about, all right? I'm just letting y'all know, just in case something happens. I was schizophrenic, all right? All of y'all. Listen, I'm schizophrenic, all right? Push come to shove, I'm schizophrenic. If they run through that door, I'm schizo. Shit. But, man, if y'all watch me, all right, listen. It's crazy how the government finally, admitted, that they sprayed a whole community and that's why these people got sick. All right. And when I saw that, like, I said that this is why, how can I say a lot of people can't trust nobody or nothing when it comes to the government at all. At all. All right. Like, because let's be honest, when a system gets caught doing something, they don't stop because it's wrong. They stop because they get exposed. And even then, they don't stop everything. They just stop doing it in ways that can be traced. So when people say, oh, they ended those projects, I'm like, did they end them? Or did they just resume them? Did they stop or did they move them? Did they shut down or did they upgrade it? Do you think a system ever truly stops something that gives it power? It's like in the show From, all right? The town, how can I say, the town feeds off the people's hope, all right? It feeds off their emotions and reality, their sadness, their faith, all right? It finds a way to, give them so much hope, and then at the end, it finds a way to shatter that same hope. You see, I mean, it's crazy. It's hard to explain. Drones too, spying for decades before you can buy one. Real shit. But people don't want to hear that. When we talk about topics like this, people walk away. And you know what's crazy? When you think about it and you look around, then, you look at the water, the food, the way, certain communities get hit harder than others, the way some neighborhoods get ignored until it's too late. And people wonder why folks ask questions. It's not paranoia, it's patterns, it's history. Right? It's the fact that every time, something big happens, the same community suffer first and recover last. So when people say, oh, they wouldn't do that, I'm like, baby, they did. We literally watched the clip. All right. Why do some communities always end up carrying the heaviest consequences? All right. And then, the pandemic happened. And listen, I'm not here to tell people what to believe, but I will say this. The moment, that moment showed us how fast the world can change. All right. How fast information can shift and how fast people, can be told one thing today and something different tomorrow. It made people question everything, not because they want chaos, but because they want clarity. And when clarity is missing, questions fill the space. What did the pandemic teach you? All right. What did the pandemic teach you about, trust in information? Listen, let's look at it like this. When you look at it in another perspective, you hear people talk about cures, right? HIV, cancer, all these diseases that have taken so many lives, and people say they have the cure but won't release it. Now, I can't say that that's true, but I can say this. When people see billions of dollars being made off treatments, not cures, it makes them wonder. It makes them, ask why progress moves slow when the profit moves fast. It makes them question who benefits from sickness and who benefits from healing. One thing I can tell you is they got the cure, but they're not going to tell you. Did y'all hear that? Oh, like, why does it feel like some problems stay unsolved? Because they're profit. And because it is like that. Like, that's why, and that's why, shows like From and the Institute hit so hard. Because they tap into real fears, real history, real patterns. They take the things people whisper about and turn them into stories on screen. And even though they're fiction, they make people think, all right? They make people ask questions. They make people look at the world sideways like, hold on, what if? And that's the power of storytelling. It opens doors in the mind that real life tries to keep shut. Why do fictional stories sometimes feel more honest than real world explanations? So when we watched that clip the last time, all right, the one where they admitted to spraying that whole community, it wasn't about fear. It wasn't about, how can I say, hiding. It was about awareness. It was about understanding why people question things. It was about seeing how truth comes out in pieces, not paragraphs. And that's why I say, don't let nobody shame you for asking questions. Asking questions is how you protect yourself. Asking questions is how you learn. Asking questions is how you stay, awake in a world that believes, no, not believes, in a world that benefits when you're asleep. All right. When was the last time, all right, asking a question saved you from something? So before we end the live today, all right, we're going to take a look at this video. All right. I got two videos. I'm going to show y'all a little trailer. All right. Not to, scare anybody, but to think, to reflect, to understand why shows like From and the Institute hit so deep, because they're not just entertainment. They're reminders, they're mirrors, they're warnings wrapped in, how can I say, fiction. All right. And whether you believe every theory or none of them, the point is to stay aware, to stay curious, and to, how can I say, stay grounded in truth. Like, are you watching the world, or are you letting the world watch you? Is that a confusing question? Are you watching the world, or are you letting the world watch you? All right. So with me saying that, all right, let's get into this. OG Billy. Let's get into this real quick. All right. Show y'all a trailer of the Institute. I gotta find one where somebody's reacting to it so I don't get a copyright strike. No. Yeah, why you gotta be 24 minutes? No. Oh my God. I see why people listen. Everybody's comparing the Institute and From, but I see the differences in both. No. See, I'm trying to find one that kind of tells the story. Not breaking down the episodes, but it looks like I'm gonna have to show a trailer, and I don't want to. Let's see. This one. There we go.
There are things going on that you would not believe.
Have we been kidnapped?
I call it recruited.
Sometimes you win.
Got Mr. Oak.
We're gonna bring this whole place down.
Wait, the link is dropped.
What is up,
I have
everybody?
to pin it.
Jeremy Eisenfire here. And
I'll drop
welcome
it
to the
again.
channel. From Season 4 is well into production now, as we have recently gotten confirmation direct from Harold Perrineau
Are you about
himself
to compare these
stating that
shows?
Season 4 is filming. But we also have a new mystery that is coming to MGM Plus as well. A mystery that was ripped directly from the mind of Stephen King and is being brought to life by From director Jack Bender, whose upcoming new show, The Institute.
That's why The Institute, it kind of like resembles a lot of Stephen King movies. I'm telling you, these creators looked up to Stephen King.
The newest supernatural thriller from MGM Plus. The Institute tells the story of Luke Ellis, a 12-year-old with incredible intelligence and minor telekinesis abilities, who gets kidnapped by the sinister organization, The Institute, where he and fellow children like him with similar supernatural abilities are subjected to cruel and unusual experiments in an attempt to exploit their powers. In order to survive, Luke, along with others from the program, must find a way to band together to escape and expose the Institute's nefarious agenda before it's too late. The Institute often abducts children they suspect of having psychic or supernatural abilities in hopes of unlocking their true potential.
But you know what's the crazy part? I don't know if he's going to say it, but I'm going to say it. They find out that these kids got these abilities by looking at their test scores and their grades from their schools. I want you to think about that.
After being abducted from his Minneapolis home, Luke wakes up in a room identical to his own, except for one small difference. This one has no windows. And it's not long before Luke starts encountering other similar children with special abilities as well, each of which have been brought there against their will. The Institute itself is run by Miss Sigsbee, played by Mary Louise Parker, who rules the Institute with an iron fist and shows no remorse for her treatment of the children.
A woman,
she is
right?
prone to anger, has a strong dislike for children, and is incredibly devoted to the Institute's agenda, and believes that no method of brutality is too far when exploiting the children's power to achieve their ends.
That's crazy, right? A woman that dislikes children and doesn't have a problem, with, how can I say it, using unethical forms of abuse on these kids.
And will undoubtedly be the main antagonist of the series.
It's my responsibility to see that that work gets done, so it will get done.
The story also follows Tim Jameson, played by Ben Barnes, a former Florida police officer that is in search of a quiet new life, who ends up getting swept up in the drama and ends up being one of the main allies for Luke and the other children trying to escape and expose the Institute. Tim's story will ultimately become intertwined with Luke's after a chance encounter brings the two of them together, after which Tim becomes devoted to helping Luke and the other children. Not only is Tim a decorated former police officer, but we also come to find out that he is trying to escape a troubled past as well, and ends up settling in Dupre, South Carolina, as he takes a job as a night knocker, which is essentially a patrolman without the authority to arrest people, where he eventually crossed paths with Luke, as the two of them, along with other escaped children from the Institute, form an unlikely alliance to expose the Institute's nefarious deeds. And seeing as a lot of the mysteries and the themes of the Institute are very prevalent in From as well, and considering that both of these stories are very similar in tone and in aesthetic, part of me is starting to wonder, is MGM Plus setting up a shared universe? Now, normally two similar shows...
Listen, I wouldn't put it past it. Like, is these creators are they trying to start their own, like, how can I say, Dark Tower series universe?
Shows on the same network wouldn't be too much to look closely at. But given the fact that Stephen King is already a massive fan of the hit series From and is very close friends with director Jack Bender, and seeing as Jack Bender is also heading up this new show, The Institute, one has to wonder if there is going to be some kind of connection there. After all, what we know about The Institute and what we know about From thus far definitely points to a possibility that these two could easily be set within the same universe, as each deal with supernatural phenomenon within the confines of their stories. And if MGM were planning on setting up some kind of shared universe, then who better to head up this new show than the director of From himself, Jack Bender?
That is wild, though. But when you really think about it, man, how far would a government go, I mean, if it started off with soldiers and then later on they found out it's better, with the kids. Yo, it's crazy. Soldiers went through a lot. Right? They really, really went through a lot in the past, yo. I'm not going to sit here and lie. The experimentations and all that. MK Ultra started with them. Like, it's crazy. But I wouldn't put it past on that theory. I mean, I was already thinking about it, but I wasn't even sure. But I was already saying, goddamn, that the creators of these shows really looked up to R.L. Stein, and it seems like they do. It's crazy that, like I said, in both shows, you got, towns where you got people trying to how can I say, play God. On one is more like the biblical type of way, the other one is more the scientific type of way. It's like two sides of a coin. You see where I'm coming from? As crazy as it sounds. Blessings. We got Atmosphere Guy in the building. Shout out to Atmosphere Guy, yo. But let's continue to watch a little more, all right? Because we're going to get into the conspiracy theories that the government has done. It's crazy how these creators, just threw all that in there. I don't know if they was, high off of some Mary Jane or some shrooms when they did this, but they was geniuses how they put these two shows, all right, together. The show From and the show The Institute, right?
And then, of course, there's also the Robert Joy Victor connection.
Boom. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I want, listen, because y'all haven't really seen the shows, so I don't really want to give out too much. But in the show From, there's somebody named Victor, and his dad is actually the scientist that experiments on the kids on the show The Institute, right? It's one hell of a coincidence that the kids on the show From look like they've been through radiation poisoning, right? Like the kids on the show The Institute, right, are looking like when they're doing these experiments on them. They're feeding them oatmeal, giving them Kool-Aid. Y'all know the stories about the radiation oatmeal and the Kool-Aid from back then, right? Well, if you do, let's continue, because I gotta watch my mouth.
Another connection between The Institute and From is actor Robert Joy, who will be portraying characters in both. As on the upcoming series The Institute, Robert Joy is set to play Hendrix, the head of security for the Institute. And while at first glance these two characters seem to be different entirely, could there potentially be a little bit more there beneath the surface? Now, of course, this is where we venture a little bit more into tinfoil hat theory territory, but I thought it could be interesting to explore nonetheless. When taking a look at the possibility that Robert...
All right, listen. For my normals, I gotta ask y'all a question. Every time we dive down, how can I say, rabbit holes, and we come across some type of, how can I say, experiment done by the government or something, should I make my own little personal, how can I say, tinfoil hat? I think I am. Every time we do a live like this, I'm going to put on a tinfoil hat. Ouch. Damn, why did I do that? I forgot I had the headphones on. I'm going to put on my own little tinfoil hat, all right, when we diving down rabbit holes, for real. Boy, because my imagination, and I don't think it's just the imagination, I know I'm connecting these dots, but let's not put the shine on me. Let's put the shine on the TV show.
Robert Joy's characters on The Institute and From could be one and the same. We first have to point out their names, as his character is named Henry on From and Hendrix on The Institute. Could Henry be a shortened version of Hendrix in this instance? Based on the trailer for The Institute, Robert Joy's character Hendrix appears to be much younger than his character in From, indicating two potential different timelines, with The Institute being a prequel of sorts to From. Is there a possibility?
Well, dude, I mean, The Institute came out in 2025 and From came out in 2022. So, I mean, yes, he's going to look a little older over here. And let's not forget the makeup, too.
That Victor's dad in a previous life once worked for this institute under the name Hendrix? And is it possible that Victor and maybe even Eloise were once members of this institute, as they both appear to possess similar extrasensory abilities, Eloise in particular? Could Victor and his father's past be a little bit more nefarious than we originally realized? Could some of the guilt that Victor's dad is currently carrying be linked to his past, in which he committed both his son and his daughter to the Institute? And if so, could that potentially explain not only part of why Victor is so traumatized, but...
Oh, I didn't even think about it like that, yo. Because I've seen both. I've seen all 3 seasons of From, and I've seen the first season of The Institute. All right, I'm waiting for April, because both these shows in April on Amazon Prime, all right, Institute should have season 2 coming out, and From should have season 4 coming out. All right, I'm waiting for both these shows to come out in April, all right? But it's crazy how both these shows got me diving down rabbit holes, for real. All right? But it's what they're saying hits, the reality in our world. I'm not talking about the Hollywood. We know what they do. This shit is deep, all right? This is deep. And I'm talking to myself, so listen. On the show From is a time where the parents of the town sacrifice, that the parents sacrifice their kids for immortality, right? And over here, the scientists, the CEOs, the people that manage the company don't care about who they sacrifice when they sacrifice it. If I'm not mistaken, I think the maid in the institute, I think her one of her kids got sacrificed, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder if I see why a lot of people are starting to connect. I ain't hear this theory before. His theory makes a little more sense than the others, because that would make sense.
But some of his lost memories as well. Could we be seeing residual side effects to some of the experiments that Victor was subjected to as a child before he got trapped in From, with his time at the Institute simply being something that he has yet to remember? And could these experiments be the catalyst to all of his suppressed memories? And could this potentially explain on a subconscious level why Victor doesn't like thinking about his time before getting trapped in Fromville? Is this his mind's way of protecting himself from the truth, that he and his sister were once inducted into this place by his own father? And could Victor and Eloise's mother, Miranda, potentially have been the one to break them out of the Institute, which could potentially also explain why Miranda, Victor, and Eloise were on their own in the car when they got trapped in Fromville? Could they have been fleeing from Victor's father when they got stuck? And could this also explain why Miranda was so invested in saving the Ankui children?
That makes sense. And then the word Ankui means remember. Then they got these kids like this here. That's why I said, what if From is the biblical version of the Institute, and the Institute is more of the MK Ultra version? You see where I'm coming from?
Because she saw something similar happen to her own children? Or could it just simply be that MGM was so impressed with Robert Joy's portrayal of Victor's father that they wanted him cast in this new series as well? And it is indeed two different universes. A shared universe such as this could add an extra layer of intrigue to both the Institute and to From itself. Yet, as far as we know up until this point, there has been no official connection announced between these two series, other than Jack Bender being a director and executive producer on both. Although it could entirely be possible that MGM is hesitant to connect the Institute to From until they know the Institute is going to be a hit, as it could just as easily end up flopping. But if nothing else, I know personally, as a massive From fan, it's going to be pretty interesting to watch the Institute when it premieres on July 13th and see if we can notice any subtle connections that could potentially...
Oh, this video. Dude, this already... 8 months ago, that's why. I'm like, dude, July passed. July came and left. We're like, wait a minute. We all the way in March. You talking about July. July about to come back around the corner.
Point to a shared universe between the two. And regardless if it ends up being a shared universe or not, I definitely get the feeling that the Institute is going to have a lot of similarities in tone and in theme to From, and will likely have a similar audience base, which could be exactly what MGM Plus is hoping for. That fans of From will also be interested in the Institute, yet both will remain separate universes. But definitely know your thoughts and theories down below. Do you think it's possible that From...
If it's the same creator, I have a feeling that, yes, this could be, a parallel universe like it and the Dark Tower and all that. It could be, and then they're fans of R.L. Stine, right? But I love the fact how they, they put these shows together. All right, they put these theories together. They listen, they killed it. All right, they killed it. But let me show y'all this. All right. We're about to dive into these rabbit holes. I gotta lose some weight. I've gained some weight. You can see it. I gotta lose that weight. I'm getting there. I lost 2 pounds. I need to really focus. Consistency is the key. All right. Now we've talked about conspiracy theories. All right. Now let's talk. Let's watch this little video. All right. Real quick. Because I told y'all earlier, this is the video we're going to end our live with. Hold on. I got to get on the Prime channel because I can't stand the ads.
The government has...
All right, let's dive down these rabbit holes. All right, react to these videos. And that's crazy. Let me ask y'all before I press play. Would y'all put it past the government doing something like that, isolating a whole city or a whole town, you know, with a simulation and finding ways to keep them high off of drugs and stuff like that while, you know, messing with their minds, trying to manipulate and control them, you know, trying to find a new way to MK Ultra people. I'm just asking.
The government has been conducting secret experiments for decades. And what we now know about them sounds like something straight out of a spy thriller. Mind control programs, invisibility technology, weather manipulation, and weapons that defy physics. For
I was talking about it earlier.
Anyone who suggested these things existed was called a conspiracy theorist. Then, the documents were declassified.
Facts.
What you're about to hear isn't speculation or rumor. These are real programs confirmed by official government records that were hidden from the public for years, sometimes decades. Some will make you question what else might still be classified.
A lot.
Others will make you question what reality even means anymore. I'm Mike with List 25, and these are 25 declassified government projects that sound like science fiction. By number 5, you'll wonder what they're still hiding. 25. Project MK Ultra, the CIA's mind control program.
The most famous one.
Between 1953 and 1973, the CIA conducted experiments on unwitting American citizens in an attempt to develop mind control techniques. Project MK Ultra involved LSD dosing, psychological torture, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation, often on subjects who had no idea they were being experimented on.
Which they talk about on the TV series, all right? The Institute. And then when you watch the show From, right, in certain parts, right, in certain episodes, the people in the town feel like they've been drugged. Like if they're high off a, you know, LSD drug or some shit like that. But ain't none of them take a drug. There's times where they feel like they're, you know, out of their own bodies. But they're in their own body. How do you explain that?
Often on subjects who had no idea they were being experimented on. The program was so expansive that it operated across 80 institutions, including universities and hospitals. When Congress finally investigated in 1977, CIA Director Richard Helms had already ordered the destruction of most MK Ultra files. What survived revealed only a fraction of what occurred. Victims included prisoners, mental patients, and ordinary citizens who were drugged without consent, some of whom died or suffered permanent psychological damage. Mind control was just the beginning. At number 19, we'll reveal a program designed to literally see the future.
It was just the beginning, right? But when you think about it, they say, right, they said, oh, that we're going to stop these programs, that we're going to end the mental institutions, you know, mental wards and all that, right? In order to stop all these experiments and all this abuse, right? But did they really stop it? Or did they just upgrade and find a different way?
24. Operation Paperclip, importing Nazi scientists. After World War II, the United States secretly recruited over 1,600 Nazi scientists, engineers, and technicians through Operation Paperclip. Many had been members of the Nazi Party, and some had committed war crimes. Their expertise was considered too valuable to lose to the Soviet Union. Werner von Braun, who developed the rockets that would eventually take Americans to the moon, was one of them. He had been an SS officer who used slave labor from concentration camps to build V-2 rockets. His war crimes were covered up, his records were sanitized, and he became an American hero. The program remained classified until 1998. 23. The Stargate Project, Psychic Spies. From 1978 to 1995, the U.S. military and CIA spent...
I love how the Institute, no, listen, the Institute and the show From are taking parts of history, okay, and putting it into a show. All right, they ain't predicting what's going to happen. They're warning us, telling us this is what's been happening and what is, all right, what they're going to do. They don't really shut these things down. They upgrade these drones. And guess what? The president doesn't always find out until it's too late.
$20 million in investigating remote viewing, the alleged ability to psychically perceive distant locations. The program was called Stargate, and it wasn't a joke. Trained psychics were used to attempt to locate hostages, identify secret facilities, and gather intel on Soviet weapons. The most shocking part? Some results were reportedly accurate enough to be operationally useful. While the program was eventually shut down for inconsistent results, the CIA has acknowledged that certain viewers produced information they couldn't explain through conventional means. The full results remain partially classified. 22. Project Shamrock, monitoring all international communications. Beginning in 1945 and lasting until 1975, Project Shamrock gave the NSA access to every single international telegram entering or leaving the United States. Companies like Western Union, ITT, and RCA Global handed over copies of all communications, without warrants, without oversight, and in complete violation of privacy laws.
Kind of like in the show From, when Jim tried to build a satellite to try to communicate to the outside world, but the entity didn't let him do it. They prevented him from doing it.
At its peak, the program intercepted 150,000 messages per month. When it was finally exposed by the Church Committee in 1975, it was described as, quote, probably the largest government interception program affecting Americans ever undertaken. It was the precursor to the modern surveillance apparatus that wouldn't be revealed until Edward Snowden's leaks in 2013. 21. Operation Acoustic Kitty, the Spy Cat.
I didn't hear about this
in the
one.
60s.
Wait a minute. Operation Acoustic Kitty?
CIA spent $20 million attempting to turn a cat into a living surveillance device.
Oh, shit.
Operation Acoustic Kitty involved surgically implanting a microphone in a cat's ear canal, a radio transmitter at the base of its skull, and a thin antenna woven into its fur.
What?
The idea was that the cat could eavesdrop on Soviet conversations without arousing suspicion.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did I just look at this picture right? Hold up, wait a minute. Do they have a freaking cat looking through a scope? I'm done. Yo, I mean, I've heard of some shit, but this one?
Was that the cat could eavesdrop on Soviet conversations without arousing suspicion. The first field test was a disaster. The cat was reportedly hit by a taxi almost immediately after being released near the Soviet embassy in Washington.
What the
The project was abandoned and it remained classified until 2001. Sometimes
that's fucked up. They out here experimenting on kitty cats, and because one guy ran over by a car, they said, fuck it. It ain't worth our time. So how many cats do y'all have out here roaming with little microchips in their head? Because y'all abandoned the damn program. Or did y'all really? I don't want to adopt a cat no more.
the truth is stranger than fiction. A spy cat sounds ridiculous, but wait until you hear about the dolphins. That's at number 16. 20.
Dolphins?
Operation Midnight Climax. CIA-run brothels. As part of MK Ultra, the CIA operated secret brothels in San Francisco and New York, where unwitting subjects were dosed with LSD and other drugs.
Now, this I believe I've heard about
mirrors. The program called Operation.
All right, now I believe this one. I just didn't know that it's a part of MK Ultra. I just didn't know it was called Operation Dolphin.
Operation Midnight Climax.
Oh no, okay, Operation Midnight Climax. I was gonna say Operation Dolphin.
Prostitutes to lure subjects were dosed with LSD and other drugs while agents watched through one-way mirrors. The program, called Operation Midnight Climax, used prostitutes to lure men into safe houses where their reactions to various substances could be observed. The operation ran from 1954 to 1966, entirely without consent or legal oversight.
Dude, man, they went from freaking prostitute to escorts. Dude, all they did was upgrade.
Test subjects had no idea they were being drugged. The prostitutes were paid by the CIA, and the agents involved were reportedly given free rein to experiment with any substance they wished.
Damn, man. Cardi B, you working for the government. Cause you was you working for the government? Cause you was out here drugging men. Was you robbing their money, or was you out here infiltrating? Was you one of them prostitutes they had out here drugging the men with LSD, trying to get information? I think you lied to us, Cardi. Let me stop before she tries to sue me, cause I literally ain't got it. All right, I know Tasha K fucking around, but shit, I ain't got it. You can't sue me. Fuck that. This just the theory. I'm just wondering, like, did you?
Some subjects suffered lasting psychological trauma. The true number of victims is unknown. 19. Project Scanate. Remote viewing military targets. Before Stargate, there was Scanate, the original remote viewing program that began in 1972. Unlike later iterations that had mixed results, Scanate produced some genuinely unexplainable successes. In one test, psychic Ingo Swann was given only coordinates, no other information, and accurately described a secret NSA facility that even most government officials didn't know existed. The coordinates led to a classified site in West Virginia. Swann described the facility's purpose, its layout, and even code words used internally, information that was verified as accurate and had never been publicly disclosed. The incident was documented in official CIA files that were later declassified. No conventional explanation was ever provided. 18. Operation Mockingbird,
the full story.
The CIA's media control.
I've heard about this one.
From the 50s through the 70s, the CIA systematically infiltrated major American news organizations through Operation Mockingbird. The program recruited journalists, editors, and media executives to plant stories, suppress unfavorable coverage, and shape public perception on behalf of the agency. At its height, Mockingbird had influence over 25 major newspapers and wire agencies. Journalists were paid to publish CIA-approved content as legitimate news. The program was partially exposed in 1975.
Man, and that ain't changed either. All they did was upgrade. Like, for real, like, it ain't changed. I mean, listen, they still put out false news, right? They still put out their false news. All right? The media don't give out the full story, right? That either twist or take away.
But the full extent of media infiltration has never been publicly disclosed. Some researchers believe similar programs continue today under different names. 17. Project Artichoke, creating involuntary assassins. Before MK Ultra, there was Artichoke, a program specifically designed to determine whether someone could be programmed to assassinate a target and have no memory of doing so. The project ran for
that's kind of like in the Institute, all right? They use these kids, right, their powers and stuff like that, to see if these kids can get in the heads of other people and in other places, right? And try to control them. Like, for example, they'll have this kid under this whole machine looking like he got a VR set in his head, right? And through that VR set, I guess they got like a drone, or I guess they used the cameras. I don't know. But the kids are able to see these people, right? And once they're able to see the people through the screen, they're able to get inside their heads. And once they're inside their heads, you see where I'm coming from? Like, for example, they'll use a doctor to make a house call, right? And then they'll use the same doctor, and the doctor would inject some type of poison into, the patient that they went to go visit. And it could be somebody important, a CEO, a millionaire, somebody. And boom. Now, the person that goes to jail, wasn't really there to try, his intentions wasn't to try to unalive somebody, but because of what the, mind controlling is doing, they did it. So now the government is free, hands clean, and the blame is on someone else. Crazy, right?
To assassinate a target and have no memory of doing so.
Blessings.
The project ran from 1951 to 1953 and used hypnosis, forced drug addiction, and psychological torture to attempt to create Manchurian Candidate-style killers. Declassified documents reveal that subjects were asked under hypnosis whether they would be willing to kill the president. The program also investigated whether memories could be entirely erased after an operation, leaving the assassin with no knowledge of what they had done. Whether any subjects were actually deployed in operations remains classified. 16. The Navy Marine Mammal Program, Dolphin Soldiers. Since 1960, the U.S. Navy has trained dolphins and sea lions for military operations. The Navy Marine Mammal Program isn't just about research. These animals have been deployed in actual combat zones. Dolphins have guarded nuclear submarines, located underwater mines, and allegedly been trained to kill enemy divers. The program's offensive capabilities are still classified, but declassified documents confirm that dolphins were equipped to deliver packages to underwater targets. Former trainers have alleged the packages included explosives and dart devices. The program remains active today, with dolphins deployed as recently as the Iraq War. Military animals are one thing, but wait until you hear about the weather control program. That's at number 11. 15. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, Medical Betrayal. From 1932 to 1972, the U.S. Public Health Service conducted an experiment on 400 black men with syphilis in Tuskegee, Alabama. The men were told they were receiving free treatment, but they were actually left untreated so researchers could study the disease's progression.
Man-made diseases, man. I keep saying it. Listen, they got the cures, all right, to all this stuff, but they say, they don't. They do. All right. Dr. Sabi wasn't lying on a lot of the stuff that, he was saying. All right. I gotta find the proper words to say this. All right, because it's like, listen, a lot of the natural herbs, a lot of the fruits and stuff like that combined together, all right, making teas and stuff like that, all right, you can find ways to heal certain things. Just like with a kid with autism. If you stop, stuffing red dye 40 down their throat and all these other ingredients that they got in certain things, right, you're able to sit here and basically say, hey, I cured my child with autism.
Even after penicillin became the standard cure, treatment was deliberately withheld. The study only ended when a whistleblower leaked information to the press in 1972.
But did
By
it
then, 28 men had died directly of syphilis. 100 had died of related complications. 40 spouses had been infected, and 19 children had been born with congenital syphilis.
Damn.
The government didn't officially apologize until 1997. 14. Operation Northwoods, planned false flag attacks. In 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff proposed Operation Northwoods, a plan to commit terrorist attacks against American citizens and blame them on Cuba to justify military intervention.
Sound familiar? Wasn't they doing that recently? Doing something like that recently? Let me rephrase that. Wasn't they doing something similar like that recently? Oh, this is happening over here. And then you had listen, I'm going to put it like this. You had a lot of people on social media saying this, saying that. And when in reality, it wasn't even like that. It kind of sounds like something that just recently happened.
Operations included hijacking planes, sinking boats, and orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities. The plan called for the CIA to commit genuine acts of terrorism against Americans, create fake casualty lists, and stage show funerals for the victims.
Didn't they include that when the pandemic happened? Y'all remember the riots and all that? All the people in the community are destroyed. But then when you look deeper into it, it wasn't really the people in the community. It was people within the government. Did I say too much? Let's press play.
President Kennedy rejected the proposal, and chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Lyman Lemnitzer, was removed from his position shortly after. The documents were declassified in 1997, confirming what had been dismissed as conspiracy theory for decades. 13. Project Blue Book, UFO cover-up.
This one we covered not so long ago. Listen, just a year and a half ago, we was diving down all these rabbit holes, right? The robots, the UFOs, everything. It got to the point where I learned how to, how can I say, talk around the jab. without having to use a disclaimer.
1952 to 1969, the U.S. Air Force investigated over 12,600 UFO sightings through Project Blue Book. The official conclusion was that most sightings could be explained as misidentifications or natural phenomena. But declassified.
Dude, if you watch the movie War of the Worlds by Ice Cube, it exposes what y'all have been doing, all right? We know these goddamn UFOs ain't nothing but goddamn drones, all right? We know that when we get invaded, it ain't gonna be no goddamn aliens. It's gonna be a whole bunch of motherfucking robots that y'all throw at us, all right? Being run by SD cards and USBs and shit like that, all right? Trying to, how can I say, erase the data in the world. Listen, a lot of us wasn't far off when we was, trying to connect the dots a little while ago, all right? Talking about these conspiracy theories, all right? Like, when you look at it, right, like, people, well, I don't think a lot of people even know that Microsoft, right, discovered, that your blood, your DNA carries memory, and that could make USBs, right, and stuff like that, right, off of human blood. It was crazy, right? They exposed a little more of that when Ice Cube put the movie out there, War of the Worlds. And I'm talking about War of the Worlds, right? The remake of the one from Tom Cruise. And the Tom Cruise was a remake from another movie from back in the days. Don't give me the lie, because I don't even know who the actors were. But y'all get my point.
Classified documents tell a different story. Internal memos reveal that incredible sightings by military pilots were deliberately downplayed for public consumption. The program's stated goal was to reduce public interest in UFOs, not to genuinely investigate them. Over 700 cases were classified as unexplained, even after investigation. What the Air Force actually knew, or believed, about these sightings remains partially classified. 12.
Partially.
The Manhattan Project. Building the bomb in secret. At its peak, the Manhattan Project employed over 125,000 people across multiple facilities in the United States. Most had no idea what they were building. The project to develop the atomic bomb was so secret that even Vice President Harry Truman didn't know about it until after FDR died and he became president.
And that's why I say some presidents don't know about everything. Some may be clued in, but in reality, I don't think the presidents be knowing. I be thinking it's more local, the ones in charge of the resources, the ones signing off the, the zoning permits and all that shit. Them. Right. And why is it so possible for them to do this? Because for years, and I ain't the only one saying it, people are worried about federal and not focused on local. Our voice matters, but it matters more local than federal. Right? We are the government. We put the people in the electoral chairs, and those people end up putting the president in office. You see why I constantly say, our vote doesn't really matter when it comes to federal. It really matters local. But then sometimes I even wonder, like, does voting even matter? And at the end of the day, people are so divided to the point that even if the war ended, right? Even if the, air cleared out, we still have, I'm not going to say we, a lot of people have debris in their eyes. They wouldn't, how can I say, tell the truth from affection.
Workers at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, processed uranium without knowing its purpose. Scientists compartmentalized their work so that only a handful understood the complete picture.
They still do.
The project cost $2 billion, which is equivalent to $28 billion today, and was hidden entirely from Congress, funded through classified budget lines. When the bomb was finally used on Hiroshima, most workers learned what they built from the news. 11. Operation Popeye. Weaponized weather. From 1967 to 1972, the U.S. military conducted cloud seeding operations over Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia to extend the monsoon season and disrupt enemy supply lines. Operation Popeye seeded clouds with silver iodide and lead iodide, increasing rainfall by an estimated 30%.
Lesser.
The operation successfully turned roads to mud and caused Lane 72. Public outrage led to the Environmental Modification Convention of 1978, banning weather warfare. But the technology proved weather could be weaponized, and other nations took note.
And they still do it too. Listen, what's crazy, right? They admitted in 2025. That was the news clip we reacted to in the last live. All right, that we talked about conspiracy theories. Literally, I think it was the live before this one, if I'm not mistaken. All right, and I think I said it earlier too, if I'm not mistaken. All right, when you walk outside, sometimes, right, when it's really thundering and it's raining, can you tell the difference when it's man-made weather or when it's Mother Nature actually doing its thing? I can. Because when it's Mother Nature doing this thing, it actually smells like you like in the woods, the forest, right? Like you're around like a little lake or river or something like that, right? And when it's man-made, when it's raining out there, it smells like you're surrounded by nothing but pools. The rain that's coming down smells like nothing but chlorine. But I could be tripping, but then again, what does it say about the other people that, see, feel, and think the same thing I'm saying? Are they crazy too?
Note. If weather control sounds advanced, wait until you hear what they were doing with electromagnetic weapons. That's
I remember
6.
this.
10. Project Monarch, the trauma-based mind control program. Project Monarch is allegedly a successor to MK Ultra that used trauma-based techniques to create dissociative identity disorder in subjects.
Oh, it makes you think. They've diagnosed a lot of people with schizophrenia, and they said for a minute it was, genetic. Then it turns out that it wasn't genetic, right? And you know how I know this? All right, because there was a psychologist, and I was there in a room when, she was talking to my brother, and she was explaining certain things, especially how my brother got schizophrenia. All right, they say it's genetic, but really, is it? Right? Because, and the same thing goes for my dad. As crazy as it sounds, they say he was schizophrenic. But listen, my brother had trauma to the head at a very young age. The first trauma he received to the head was protecting me from my abuser. He got in the middle of it, tried to prevent that man from doing what he was, doing to me. And, he ended up hitting my brother. All right. I'm gonna put it like this. He hit him with the belt buckle in his head. Boom, sliced that jaw. They had to put like 4 or 5 stitches. And I'm not gonna say stitches, they were staples. All right. Like, I hate going back into memory lane for real, because sometimes some memories ain't nothing but pain. All right. Like, he had to get like 5 staples in his head almost, I think it was. All right. And he was like 4 or 5 years old. All right. The second time it was because he was trying to prevent the same thing. And I remember that he hit my brother, and I think as hard as he hit him, my brother had tripped over and hit his head on the on the bathroom thing where you put the soap set and stuff like that, and it was ceramic. And he picked him up and then hit him against the wall. He hit the other little sidebar there and cracked his whole skull open up on the top. And I know that I remember the psychologist telling my brother, and we was a little older. We were like teens. When she was looking at his records and reading everything and listening to the stories, right? She said that it seems like, he's got schizophrenia, but it doesn't seem to be, genetic. Reason why that before the hits to the head, my brother was normal. After the hits to the head, he was schizophrenic. Then it makes you think. Kind of like the same situation when I'm listening to the stories about my dad. At one point he was normal, then, was told he was schizophrenic. But how many blows to the head did he receive? A lot of people come home from the army hearing voices, this and that. They get diagnosed with bipolar. How can I say? What is it? It's like bipolar and depression at the same time. All right. They get diagnosed with schizophrenia. They get diagnosed with so many things, but it makes you think, right? At one point, they went and inject women when they were pregnant, giving them no type of, medication or nothing. But throughout the years, history has changed, and they tell women, it's okay to take this injection while you're pregnant. It's okay now. Now it's to the point where they say, well, you could take this ibuprofen or this Tylenol You know, because we've made Tylenol now and ibuprofen that is safe for kids. But at one point, you couldn't take none of that. But let's get back to this. Because maybe I could be tripping about the stuff that I'm saying. I don't know, man. I'm just a crazy shorty from Philly, all right? Born in Ponce, Puerto Rico, representing her, all right? That's all I am.
Allowing handlers to program alternate personalities for specific tasks. While officially denied by the government, multiple alleged victims have come forward with consistent accounts.
My condolences to your brother, yo. My condolences, man, because I know that's a hurt piece. Man, when you losing your partner in crime, man, that's a hurt piece. Because me and him, we was tighter than tight. All right. I was his backbone. All right. And he was my spine.
Multiple alleged victims have come forward with consistent accounts. What makes Monarch difficult to dismiss is that the techniques it allegedly used, extreme trauma, creating dissociative states, are established psychiatric phenomena.
I ain't gonna lie. When he said Monarch, I thought he was gonna talk about Godzilla and Godzilla and King Kong. I didn't know that they had a project called Monarch attached to MK Ultra, and that makes sense. They talk about, they don't talk about it. They kind of show this, all right, and they kind of talk about it because they show it to you, right, in the way they got the script, right, in the way they playing the script, the actors and stuff like that. They show all this in a show, all right. This is kind of mentioned there in a way.
The program supposedly targeted children, using abuse to fragment personalities that could then be individually programmed.
Let me rewind this.
No abuse techniques denied by the government. Multiple alleged victims have come, while allowing handlers to program alternate personalities for specific tasks. While officially denied the techniques is allegedly a successor to MK Ultra that used trauma-based techniques to create dissociative identity disorder in subjects, allowing handlers to program alternate personalities for specific tasks. While officially denied by the government, multiple alleged victims have come forward with consistent accounts. What makes Monarch difficult to dismiss is that the techniques it allegedly used, extreme trauma, creating dissociative states, are established psychiatric phenomena. The program supposedly targeted children, using abuse to fragment personalities that could then be individually programmed.
Like the show.
No documents have been declassified confirming Monarch specifically, but MK Ultra documents reference children as test subjects. The techniques described by alleged victims align with known research from that era. 9. Operation LAC, spraying cities with bacteria. In the 50s and 60s, the U.S. military conducted biological weapons tests on its own citizens without their knowledge or consent.
Resident Evil?
Operation LAC, large area coverage, released supposedly harmless bacteria over cities including San Francisco, Minneapolis, and St. Louis to study how biological weapons.
Listen, the government just confessed 2025, all right? To understand what I'm saying, cash the lab that I did before this one.
Weapons would disperse. In San Francisco, the Navy sprayed Serratia marcescens bacteria from a ship offshore. 11 people were hospitalized with rare infections, and 1 man died. The military initially claimed the bacteria was harmless, but later research showed it could cause infections in immunocompromised individuals. The full extent of these tests wasn't revealed until Senate hearings in 1977. 8. COINTELPRO, the FBI's war on civil rights.
Oh, shit.
From 1956 to 1971, the FBI conducted a systematic campaign to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize domestic political organizations it deemed subversive. COINTELPRO targeted civil rights leaders, anti-war activists, feminist organizations, and anyone the Bureau considered a threat to the status quo. Tactics included illegal surveillance, planting false stories in the media, sending anonymous letters to create paranoia and division, and encouraging violence between groups.
How they managed to infiltrate Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
FBI sent Martin Luther King Jr. a letter suggesting he take his own life. The program was only exposed when activists broke into an FBI office and leaked documents to the press. 7. The Philadelphia experiment, invisibility research. According to declassified Navy documents and witness accounts, the USS Eldridge was subjected to an experiment in 1943 attempting to render it invisible to radar and possibly to the naked eye. The alleged Philadelphia experiment reportedly went terribly wrong, with the ship briefly disappearing and crew members being fused with the vessel's structure. While officially dismissed as a hoax, the Navy did conduct extensive degaussing experiments to make ships invisible to magnetic mines around that time. Witnesses claim to have...
Man, that makes you even think about when that bombing happened here in Philadelphia. All right, and they try to cover it up saying it was a mistake. Was it a mistake or was y'all trying to do some shit?
Seen the ship vanish from Philadelphia and reappear in Norfolk, Virginia before returning, badly damaged with traumatized crew. The truth remains buried under layers of classification and denial. 6. Project Pandora.
We've all heard about this one.
From the 60s through the 70s, Project Pandora researched the behavioral effects of microwave radiation after the Soviets were caught beaming microwaves at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. The Moscow signal had been irradiating American diplomats for years, causing health problems that were initially covered up.
And what did y'all do? Y'all took over the project and experimented some more.
Pandora's research confirmed that microwave radiation could affect brain function, alter moods, and even induce sounds perceived as voices in subjects' heads, the Frey effect. The full findings remain classified, but the research laid groundwork for what we now call directed energy weapons.
Makes you think about schizophrenia, don't it? Don't it make you think to go searching a little deeper about the mental illness we call schizophrenia today?
Technology that has been allegedly used in the recent Havana syndrome incidents affecting U.S. diplomats. If microwave weapons sound like science fiction, wait until you hear about the time the government tried to build a flying saucer. That's at number 3.
What the fuck?
5.
They tried?
Operation Gladio, NATO's secret armies. From the end of World War II through at least the 90s, NATO operated secret stay-behind armies throughout Western Europe. These clandestine forces were meant to conduct guerrilla warfare in case of Soviet invasion. But in several countries, they were allegedly used to conduct terrorist attacks and blame them on communist groups. In Italy, Gladio operatives have been linked to bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations throughout the years of lead. When the program was exposed in 1990, it was confirmed to have existed in virtually every NATO country.
Damn.
The full extent of its operations, and what it might have evolved into, remains classified in most participating nations. 4. Project Starfish Prime, nuclear explosions in space. On July 9, 1962, the U.S. detonated a 1.4 megaton nuclear weapon 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean. Project Starfish Prime was designed to study the effects of high-altitude nuclear explosions, and the results were far more dramatic than anticipated. The electromagnetic pulse knocked out streetlights and telephone service in Hawaii, 900 miles away. It created an artificial radiation belt that disabled several satellites. The aurora from the blast was visible for 3,000 miles. The test was part of a series that would eventually lead to the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, as both superpowers realized they were about to permanently damage the space environment. 3. Project 1794, the Flying Saucer. In the 50s, the U.S. Air Force secretly contracted with a Canadian company to build an actual flying saucer. Project 1794 aimed to create a supersonic disc-shaped aircraft that could take off vertically and reach speeds of Mach 3 at altitudes above 100,000 feet. The project was eventually declassified in 2012, revealing detailed plans and a working prototype. The saucer proved to be highly unstable and could barely hover 3 feet off the ground, but the project raises a question. If the government was willing to spend millions developing disc-shaped craft in secret, how much of the UFO phenomenon might have been test flights of classified aircraft? 2. Operation Northwood's predecessors, a pattern of deception. Operation Northwoods wasn't the first time the government considered manufacturing crises to justify military action. Declassified documents reveal a pattern stretching back decades. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, which justified the Vietnam War, was later revealed to be based on events that never actually occurred as reported. the incubator baby testimony that helped justify the Gulf War was fabricated.
Ooh.
These aren't conspiracy theories.
Now that's my first time hearing that. That's why. So everything they said about the war was fabricated. What's the reality of it if it was fabricated?
They're documented history. That pattern suggests that what was proposed in Northwoods wasn't an anomaly, but part of an ongoing approach to foreign policy. What similar operations might have succeeded without ever being exposed? 1. What's still classified? The known unknowns. Here's the most unsettling truth of all. Everything on this list was classified for decades before we learned about it. Mind control programs, false flag proposals, weather weapons, psychics were officially denied or dismissed as paranoid fantasy before documents proved they were real. The U.S. government currently has over 50.
So once again, a conspiracy theory to me, right? Once proven to be true, it's not a conspiracy theory no more.
Documents proved they were real. The U.S. government currently has over 50 million classified documents, with more added every day. The average classification period is 25 years, but many documents remain sealed indefinitely. If programs this disturbing have been revealed, what programs are still hidden? What experiments are happening right now that won't be declassified until we're
boom? And that's where we're going to leave that video at. That's the end of that video. But that's the whole point of this live. People still think that because they've said at certain points in time, oh, well, this is not allowed no more. They think they've actually stopped experimenting on us. They still experiment on animals. What makes you think that they stopped experimenting on us? All right. And shows like the ones we was talking about today make you think about these things. Blessings. How you doing, Mr. Oates?
What's going on, Dimple?
Chilling. What's up with you? I ain't seen you in a while. You say you was on some other ish.
Yeah. Somebody got my. Never mind. I ain't gonna say nothing about it right now. That's taken away from the content right now. I appreciate you even running this type of. You got to be careful, lady.
These? Why? I didn't say that bad about them. These are just theories.
No. They don't see when I'm saying be careful, because the moment that you hold on, let me turn this damn fan down. The moment that people, because there's supposed to be more people seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as soon as they start looking over in this direction, that's why I'm saying be careful, because I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, did she just point that out?
Yeah. I opened the whole can of worms. When
you down there in them rabbit holes, I want you to make sure you take a pistol with you, please.
I be having fun diving down these Jones. Listen, I was meant to be a detective, all right? I always wanted to be an Olivia Benson. I respected and I admired, Olivia Benson from the show. I always say, we need a real life Olivia Benson.
Not Olivia. Oh my goodness, not Olivia. I know what you're talking about too.
Law and Order. Listen, I grew up in Law and Order.
Yeah.
It was my shit. Law and Order had me diving down rabbit holes too, trying to learn the laws, your rights, all this shit.
Exactly. And that's when you see you do the watching. Then when you start doing the reading, it's like, wait a minute, hold on, something ain't adding up here.
It's a whole different world when you start diving down.
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate that.
I want to start a Patreon, but man, I don't even have enough subscribers on this John to even start a Patreon. See, when
I would, I don't know, figure out. I would, because you are.
I just get tired of this. Sometimes I get in the mood where, like, when I watch these shows, they put me in my bag, and it's like, fuck it, I just got to speak on it. I got to get all this shit out my chest and speak.
Exactly. Now that's just like you said. When you get in your bag,
all this shit is happening,
and then you feel like when you feel like writing. See, that's the kicker. That writing. When you start writing, that means you thinking.
Facts.
You getting all that out. It's like something in like, wait a minute, something don't, yeah, this ain't making sense right here. So let me go back and revisit this or study this. Or I'm telling you, I've been here before, and people's like, oh no, you just paranoid. I'm like, paranoid. Oh, you're not seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
No.
No, they
Some
don't.
people ain't able to receive certain things. That's what it is.
No,
But see,
they
it's
don't.
everything from the Bible to the science. I mean, if you don't question it, then you're not learning.
No, if you just take it for face value, then you just, like you said, you're not learning. You're just, you're blind. You're just accepting what somebody else told you, and you riding with it. No, don't do that. That got me in trouble in school. Like when I was even in middle school, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Like what? No, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Like we was talking about the Bible earlier. And I actually asked my mama that one time. Like, wait a minute, hold on, mama. I said, if it was just, if man was first, I'm like, how did we multiply? How did we, and the only person or only being that is capable of giving birth is a woman. So I'm like, where was the woman at? And my mom, oh, she was just like, oh my God, boy, you is too much.
No, but it's the facts. I used to question the same thing, right? But and then when you look at it, right, like the original Bible, which is the Ethiopian Bible, and I used to question, and ask because I used to read a lot when I was little. All right, back then it wasn't Google, it was Yahoo, all right, or Ask Jeeves. That was your engine search, all right. It wasn't Google. So I used to, like ask Jeeves questions. I used to go to Yahoo and try to search this and search that. And one day when I was young, I came across the Ethiopian Bible. And I had asked Jeeves translate the John for me. And as I'm reading this John, I started questioning the English Bible. And people was like, you tripping, you're only 6 years old. Why you don't know what you're talking about? That's not. I'm like, but these are two different Bibles. Why this one is older than this one? Well, why is this one saying this one? And then when you look up at the definition, Shallah, I think it is, right? If I'm not saying it wrong, it means side. It doesn't mean a rib. You see where I'm coming from? Then when you really actually read the actual Genesis and all that in the original Bible, it's telling you that, God created, a man to look as them, right? He never said man or one man, right? He said man. You see where I'm coming from? As the years went by, is when they got separated. You see where I'm coming from? And I don't know if it was because they wasn't, how can I say, admiring the women they were supposed to do it. But as you can see, the first Adam didn't do it. The second Adam, showed the woman. You see where I'm coming from? And it seems like the phrase that the second Adam, people used it as, no, the woman is supposed, the men used it as the woman is supposed to be beneath me. When in reality, men and women are supposed to be, side by side, mirroring each other. Because in the beginning, right, they both looked at God, then they look at each other.
Right.
We're supposed to build with each other, not divide and then try to conquer. That's why in a lot of the older stories, when you hear people like break down certain, the three Adams and the three Eves, right? You hear them mention a Lilith, then you hear them mention Eve as the second, woman, and then you hear the third Eve, which I forget her name. She's supposed to be a whole complete demon. But you get my whole point when it comes to that. You start understanding why these side stories start getting created, because y'all are taking, the stories from these scripts and these books from ancient time and twisting it up, adding and taking away from it, and turning it into like entertainment. Then
it's the remix. It's the remix. No, that's why I was saying. That's why I told you when I first came up here, I was like, oh, please be careful, because you're making people think too much, and it's just they might not be tripping right now because there's not that many people over here, but I guarantee you, the moment that the crowd gets larger, something is gonna happen because they already came over. I done seen them come over here for you. The trolls, the idiots. I done seen them come over here for you. Like, wait a minute. Like, where they come from?
People all in their feelings.
Yeah, they all in their they'll be back. Trust me. The more you keep spitting out this knowledge, or the more you keep sharing this knowledge and this wisdom, they gonna be like, somebody get over there, stop her.
Man, if I could play my Pink right now, I would play it. But if I play Pink, they'll shut the whole live down. This is a copyright, but it won't copyright me. They'll flag me.
Wait a minute. You said you're Pink?
Yeah, Pink. You know, I love listening to Pink. She's a artist.
I made the Pink, but she used to have pink hair.
Yeah, she has this one song where she says, you know, there's not enough, you know, tape in this world to censor me, and there's not enough rope in this world to tie me down. Basically saying, you know, we need to just speak our minds. For real. Like, being censored is a way of them saying, you got to be silenced. I don't want what you're saying to get out because it's facts. Now we can't control, you know, the masses.
Right. Goodness.
So I know exactly what it is, but I ain't scared of that. Like I tell people, man, I'm really about what I'm saying. Like I really want to be able to take these kids off the streets, but I know I can't really do it like that. So I have to focus on the ones that are willing to, you know, go into these programs that are willing to teach them about leadership and, you know, how can I say becoming entrepreneurs and bosses and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about these programs the government be promoting so much. No, I'm talking about the ones that are picking themselves up with their own money, refusing the government funds.
Right.
And what they're doing is they're helping kids. They're helping them work, trying to start little businesses and careers, trying to get them little jobs from the ages of 13 and up. And I was like, that's what we need more of. Like we had Big Brother programs at one point, and it all got taken away. Y'all don't sit and think about why. I'm not going to say why, because what I'm going to say will get me straight. I know where Mr. O's is coming from. That's why I was like, I know what to talk about now, what not to. I've learned. I didn't get a channel snatched from me for no reason. I've been talking about this for 2 years on this channel. And at one point I had a video that, you know, had 12,000 views. And that's on the members only. So if that video had 12,000 views at one point, it's probably up now.
Yeah, I say keep. I ain't gonna tell you to stop doing what you're doing. I'm just like, be careful, cause I was like, oh my goodness.
On that one, I will take heed because I know how my mouth is. But it's like I get tired of holding all this and like, no, like I know there's got to be someone. You know, I'm gonna put it like Kevin Gates says, someone as slow as me.
Right, I got you.
See where I'm coming from? People that I can actually have a conversation with about it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's like you gotta even sometimes I recommend start popping off early in the morning. Sometimes I would like with that early morning cup of coffee.
I used to, but I've been caught up. Like right now, once I laid out, I gotta get up early as shit, get them ready for school. I had to take my son to an appointment after I take my daughter to school. My bad. Like I said, that all messed up. But
right.
The whole point. Then I gotta come home, work with dinner, clean up. Then I gotta sit down, at least give my writing a little bit of time. You see where I'm coming from? It be my schedule. That's why I'm called the pop-up queen.
Do you ever let me ask, do you ever like write? I know you write your poetry, but I'm saying, do you ever think about like when you up early in the morning, you ever write out like yeah. let's know what I'm talking about as far as like, let's say when you watch any of these videos, do you ever write out like what's on your brain, not in poetry mode, but just write it out like the questions or the dialogue that you want to have?
Yeah, that's how we was able to do this. I take notes. That's how I do notes.
Oh, yeah.
I have books, like that's why I couldn't find the poem earlier. Like if you look at my 2 tables that I got here, they're filled with nothing but notebooks. Everybody to come in, I'm like, man, I just like writing, so my books are gonna be around.
Right. I seen you.
Bookshelves full with encyclopedias and stories and shit like that. Like I like reading.
Right.
Like if the grid was to come down and the TV, I wouldn't be able to watch my favorite shows because I love watching horror shit. I wouldn't be able to watch my show.
I never even heard of them. Them two shows that you was talking about, I had never even heard of them. I'm like, oh my God, you hipping us to this too? This
Them shows on Amazon Prime. I be telling people, I watch only but a few apps because I don't like commercials. I got hooked onto Amazon Prime and I got hooked on Netflix. Those are my two apps I love going to. Sometimes, I be in my Tubi bag because you can watch shows for free, movies for free for days.
Well, I gotta watch that. What you say, The Institute and From.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
Like really thinking. It's on Amazon Prime.
I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna definitely check them out. Because you see that it's like there's only certain type of minds that can create that type of dialogue, for lack of a better word. It's like, wait a minute, like who is creating this shit? It's almost like if you go back and you look at Star Trek, like who knew that they was gonna have flip phones on Star Trek?
Bridget.
Like who thought of that? The guns don't even look like guns, but that flip phone looked like a flip phone I had like 20 years ago.
But when you even that, right? When you talk about Star Trek, right? Let's take it back to the kids movies, the kids shows, right? Bring back Nickelodeon and Disney, right? Those shows was in the late 90s, early 2000s. Who would have thought that today we'll be having fucking goddamn iPhones the way that we have them? We're about to the point where they're going to have the phones and they're working on it. If you really do y'all research and stop just focusing on gossip and celebrity, right? If y'all do y'all research, listen, we've been in the Jetsons era. Y'all waiting for the Jetsons era to come. That shit been here. But anyways, if y'all do y'all research, right, like in Hannah Montana and iCarly and all that, they had the things called the pair phones, right? And we're looking at these Jones, and I'm like, yo, what was that other show? There's a Disney movie where Britney Spears' sister comes in and Raven Simone stars in it from That's So Raven, right? And these two girls live in like in outer space with their families, right? And they got the iPhones and the pair phones with the holograms coming out. And what do you think are the next phones that are coming out?
Watch them. See,
the holograms.
Everybody waiting to see. I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of people waiting to see cars flying before they believe the Jetsons. It's like them. I
mean, that's here too. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're already working on that.
Man, listen to me, riders. When I seen a driverless car, I just seen this like some months ago, dude. A driver, and there was nobody in the driver's seat. Pulled up the Buffalo Wild Wings. And I said, wait a minute, what the fuck? I had to go over and see it. Like, wait, I'm like, what? Nobody in the front of that car. What? I didn't see nobody. And dude I worked with was like, you tripping. I'm like, come on over here. I'm like, ain't nobody in that front seat, dude.
Mr. Listen, I believe you. You want to know why? I did a live not so long ago, right? And I was speaking about how Philadelphia, right, is working on becoming, one of the smart cities, right? And they're like, how is that going to happen? Philadelphia is really nothing but the hood. When you really look at it, Philly is nothing but the hood. Once you go to the outskirts of Philly, that's where you really start seeing the suburbs, right? And then further than that, that's when you start hitting other, other towns, other cities, where you start hitting other places in Pennsylvania. Now you're not in Philly no more. But South Philly, West Philly, North Philly, East Philadelphia, all these little parts right here in the city, right? Why y'all think we're in the city? We are the hood. We are the heart. The hood makes the heart. Philadelphia is considered the heart of Pennsylvania for a reason. All right. This is where it all started, not just because of that, but because when you look at it in the hoods, right, is where everything really happens. In the city is where everything goes down.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? People from the suburbs, people from the hood come together in the town hall, which is in the city, right, and fight and make their disputes. But where's town hall located at? Near nothing but freaking hoods, right? And I'm
Exactly.
sitting here and I'm telling them like, yo, they already started with New York and people don't know it. New York already got self-driven cars. You see where I'm coming from? Before they hit Philadelphia, they was going to hit New York. All right, we already know they was going to try with the 5 bureaus. Why? We already know the answer to that. Which one do you think is worse, Philadelphia or New York? Philly is getting like New York when it comes to crimes, violence, gangs, and all that. We was known for crews, but now we got gangs and we got mafia motherfuckers in here. Listen, let me shut up right now because that's where I need to shut up, like you told me. Anyways, listen, because I was gonna react to a news clip, about certain shit that happened somewhere. My baby pop's like, "Don't do it." He's like, "Please don't do it." And when he said that, I said, "All right." He's like, "I know you're gonna spit some shit, you're gonna say some shit, but now you're hitting the heart. You're hitting where you live at, where you lay your head at." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Just do it."
That's what I'm saying as far as when I was saying, like, be careful because they got, like, wait a minute, hold on. She getting a little too big for her britches. Somebody go over there and talk to her.
Blow big to my bridges was if I was really to speak on that story because I didn't know we had that here in Philly. Like, we're talking about mafia shit.
Right.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Like, I thought that shit was over and done with, is my point. Like, I thought, who was it? The Godfather of Harlem. What was his name? They did a whole show about him.
Who you talking about?
Bumpy Johnson.
Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah,
Bumpy,
I thought all that shit was done after him. I'm like, I didn't know that shit existed still here in Philly, New York. Like, I thought, what?
Nicky Barnes, all them cats.
Now, recently we had something that happened, and I'm sitting here like, I want to touch on this. And he's like, don't do it. You're like right here. He's like, just listen to me. I'm like, all right, I'm leaving it alone.
Right.
And I can't touch on it because I'm like, why is he saying that? I'm like, he's saying it for a reason, though.
Yeah, it's damn sure a reason because you can feel it. That when you hit too close to, they like no. How
all
dare
this shit
you?
is real though, is my point, Lo. It's like, dude, like, and that's why I'm saying, like, these shows do make you start thinking if you really pay attention. See, some people focus on the monsters, but like I said earlier, once I noticed that, what was going on with the monsters, it's like, this is like a repeated, history bullshit. All right. So it's like, I need to take it a little step, further. I'm sitting here and I'm observing. I watched each episode 2 times. I'm about to watch it a 3rd time before season 4 come out. Because when you look into it, it's like, oh shit, this shit is not just conspiracy theory type shit. This ain't just MK Ultra. This shit is biblical. And I'm like, imagine if you put the 2 together. And then I started thinking Resident Evil. And I'm saying, like, what if? Yeah. What if they do that shit? What if, like, what if we're already going through it and we don't even know it?
Yeah, you're right. That's the fucked up, the tricky part. Like we in the middle of it. We in the middle of it and ain't nobody paying attention.
It's like, is these shows a warning or is it telling us, oh no, it's already happening? Fuck the warning.
No, ain't no warning. We gave you a warning. Years ago, we gave you a warning with something else. You didn't pay attention to it. So now it's in the process of.
But see, when it comes to that, I don't blame us. We was kids. I blame the ones before us that were supposed to teach us. If that makes sense.
Well, no, I got you. It does make sense, but I want you to think about this too. You think about back when TV was first invented, or radio was first invented. People was just happy to have a radio or a TV.
Facts.
So they can hear, like, they can be entertained. So we can listen to the boxing match or listen to the president speak on the radio or see him on TV.
I did a live on that, and I think they mentioned it here on one of the projects. They was talking about the satellites and all that, right?
Yeah.
And I spoke on that, John. I dove down a deep rabbit hole when it came to that, right? And then we talked about how when they first started with the satellites, the walkie-talkies, the radios, the phone, then the cell phones, right? How people, were, the conspiracy theories about the spies. They mentioned all that shit here, right? In different ways, how they separated in different projects. It's just that when it's being told to us, it's all told to us like in a story. I don't know how to break it down to you, but you get where I'm coming from. Like some people do your own research, and you don't realize what's real until you really read it for yourself or start looking into it. Because some people will tell you the truth, while others are just, how can I say it, mind fucking you. I'm gonna say it like that. Truth. In reality, they're just fucking it up, making it worse. No, that's not the truth. That's just, something you made up in your mind because you came up with this conclusion. So you're left with a theory too. But just tell me what the reality is. Now, when I'm looking at my research, this is the reality. And what you were telling me is like a fucking story that's being told at a campfire.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
When you think, now I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday, and I said, you know what? I wish I would in telecommunications, like when I was a kid. I said, because I always used to wonder, like before they came out with answering machines, I was like, I wonder what happens if we ain't at home, how somebody can leave a message and let us know they called. Next thing you know, it was answer machines and what is that? Call waiting. Mm-hmm. 3-way calling, all of them. I was like, damn, you see how fast they did that? Then I remember being a teenager thinking, like, I wonder if I can play music on my answering machine. You know what I mean? If you call me or if you call the house, it could be a song playing, and I'll tell you, hey, we ain't home right now. Leave your name and number, let us know who this is, and we'll call you back as soon as we get. And next thing I know, it popped out. I was like, damn. But I wasn't thinking about it that consistently.
But see, it's like when you look at that, right, and you think about it, them questions lead to more questions, and when you start researching like I did, right, it explains to you why they did all this. And it's crazy how, right, even that was a whole experiment, right? They knew about the radiation, they knew about the effects and all that, but they wanted to spy on us so bad, and then they was blaming other countries, but you was doing it too. Y'all, listen, not just other countries are doing it, but y'all doing it too. Crazy part about it is that enough of these towers alone is creating radiation. They say that,
I know it's radiation, riders. When I first really started, because dudes, I had friends of mine that used to talk crazy about me because I wouldn't get a smartphone. I just was sticking with that flip phone. Okay, I plugged in a headset on one of them flip phones, and I could literally, like, I would have to change the ear that the earpiece was in because my ear was on fire. I'm like, man, what the hell?
But it's not just that, right? Like, if people couldn't tell when you was on a landline how the calls would, how can I say, cross each other, that right there was a sign. Just us kids didn't understand it. But I would think now that I'm older, why the adults didn't catch on?
No, exactly. I caught on when I'm talking on the phone, and this back in the day when we just had landlines, I'm talking on the phone and I can hear somebody else's conversation.
The interference.
Yeah, I could hear. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, who is that? I'm like, is that somebody?
Shit.
I used to be like, what? Is it next door?
Then guess what they came up with?
No.
We all know what they came up with. They came up with the computer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. We got the computer. Now we got, all right, because people blame everything on the internet. I'm like, the internet was there. We know why it's there. I mean, it explains it on the projects, especially earlier if you were paying attention when they were talking about surveillance. Right. But anyways, that's the topic, for another day. I'm not going to get deep into that until I find the right words to speak on surveillance. But anyways, right. That came, right. Then here comes the social media.
Oh,
see, there's a big difference between social media and the internet. Now, when you look at social media, right, back then they used to have, what y'all call them? The chat rooms through the phones.
Yeah,
the chat. Yeah. So now they're not listening through the phones, right? Now we got social media. We got chats. We got emails, DMs. I mean, not emails. We got DMs and inboxes, right? Email's been out for a minute. That was another way. I'm gonna shut the fuck up anyways. Y'all get my point. But everything just upgrades is my whole point. Emails was the older version, all right, of the inboxes and the DMs. That came after the phones. But there was a reason the email got invented too. All right. I mean, the internet is the source that helps it all, yes. But the issue doesn't lie there. The issue lies in these apps, these social media platforms. There's the upgrade. All right. Because now on every laptop, right? In the beginning, they didn't have cameras. We used to have to buy a camera separate and attach to that shit. Think, right? Then, you know, the microphones used to have to buy them separate, then attach to them. Now our computers and our laptops all have that attached to it.
They come with cameras and microphone. They already built in.
We already knew, right? But by these, you know, anonymous mofos, right? Because I gotta say it like that. I'm gonna put it like whistleblowers, right? They've already exposed a lot of stuff, right? What they do with that, like my camera hasn't turned red, while it's all for nothing, all right? And I went in, you know, how can I say hit on stuff that I know that would get my computer hacked. But either way, I know that hacking is not the only way they could do it. They could just, you know, flip a button. My thing is when they do it, does it happen the same way that a hacker does it? Does your little red camera come on, or do they know a way of doing it without the camera coming on? But you know what? Once again, that's a topic for another day. But y'all get my whole point with me saying that. All right? Right? Come on, let's make it make sense. So we so worried, oh my God, other countries are spying on us. But why are we not? They're doing the same thing to us in our own country. Well, why don't you leave America if you think this is happening? What's the difference? We leave over here to go over there. We still surveillanced everywhere. Like, wait a minute. Let's make it make sense.
Everywhere.
Like, I don't know if people think with logic or what, but it's the reality.
Everywhere. Every time the last TV I had, well, this one done it too. It was like a 55-inch. I remember shutting the TV off, going to sleep. Next thing I know, it's like 2, 3 in the morning, and the damn TV come on by itself.
Hey, it had a timer. I'm dead.
I said, wait a minute, what the? It was like, yeah, running update, testing. What? I ain't set nothing for no update. I'm like, what is this about? Man, I got up and unplugged the TV. Like, no, you won't do that to me.
Oh, you had a smart TV.
Yeah, I was just like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, what? How did this happen? And it stunned
the
me.
ones that you had the TV that you could connect the computer to it and stuff like that.
Say what?
I said you had one of them updated TVs that you could connect like the computer and stuff like that. You could turn.
But I didn't have nothing connected to it but the PlayStation.
He said, but the PlayStation, there you go. They hacked you through your PlayStation.
I'm like, how this come on? Like, it woke me up. It woke me up out my sleep. I'm like, what is the TV doing on? I know I cut this TV off.
Oh, snap. Listen, man, you got to get you Amazon Prime because Ice Cube came and he made out the remake of War of the Worlds, and he goes deeper into this genre. All right.
You talking about the movie War of the Worlds?
Yes. Fuck Tom Cruise. Right?
Ice
Cube did his thing, and I know why he did it in a low budget form. That movie couldn't hit movie theaters.
Yeah, this shit getting spooky. And I'm gonna tell you, no, I ain't gonna say getting spooky. It's gotten spooky. This AI shit, this is something else.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and then once you learn that Microsoft discovered how to make USBs and all that using human DNA, come on, I mean, and go do your own research. I recently did a whole live about this. Like, people don't even realize that your blood, your DNA carries data in billions of data, which is perfect to microchips, USB drives, and all that.
This shit is this shit is off the hook right now. Man.
It's out there already. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm only speaking on things that's already been, how can I say, declassified? Things that we're able to speak on now. If it was declassified, I sure as hell wouldn't be. If it was classified, I sure as hell wouldn't even bring it up. But guess what? It's already out there. News channels speaking about it. Content creators speaking about it. See where I'm coming from? But not enough. and not the right ones, because there's some that are taking this and they're joking and playing around. I'm like, I get it. There's a difference. Like, all right, we started a conversation and now you're just joking about life, but now you're taking this and making it seem like what you're saying is bullshit. Like, if you're contradicting yourself, I don't know if that makes sense. I want to break it down without making it seem like, because I'm not, it's not my intentions, all right, because I'm not bringing or bashing anybody down. But it's like when I say to certain people, all right, you say you're Christian and you're Catholic, I don't believe that you are unless you practice what you preach.
Right.
So as crazy as that sounds, facts, that's the reality. I'm tired of hearing people, oh, I'm a Christian, but you can't even understand the Bible you're reading.
Exactly. You don't understand none of it, other than what you're looking at the surface. You're not looking into the meanings or the word.
Like, yeah, you can't even look at it at another perspective. It's like, no, what your master told you is what goes. I'm looking at people like, I'm not. That's why I said, like, see, my mouth gets me in trouble, but it's the reality of it.
No, man. See, that's you shouldn't be in trouble. I ain't gonna say it gets you in trouble, but it gets you in trouble with the, how can I say, should I say the perpetrator?
Yeah, because that's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, it gets you in trouble with the perpetrator. The perpetrator, the one that's pulling all these strings, or I ain't gonna say the one, but
that's a fact. No, you're not lying, because it's like, listen, it's like, I'm gonna say it like this. People want to paint this, how can I, oh, God is just this, how can I say this perfect? How can I put it? God is a God that doesn't get mad, doesn't have temper tantrums, doesn't do this. But when you look at the Bible, I'm sitting here like, damn, every time you got him pissed off, y'all pay some harsh consequences. You see where I'm coming from? It's like, you can't say, oh, he was wrong, or no, he was never wrong. Well, my thing is, it seemed like he made a few mistakes according to the English Bible. But then when you look at the Ethiopian Bible, which is the original Bible, right? It contradicts the English Bible completely. And I'm like, yo, this story over here makes a little more sense than the story over here. But when you say that to somebody, oh, you don't speak on my religion. I'm like, I'm not speaking on your religion.
They haven't. That's because they haven't read any other Bible other than the New International Version or the King James Version. That's it. They don't know that it was. I think the King James Version, I think that was written like in the 1600s. Do you know how late in history that was?
The Ethiopian Bible was written before any of these. Empress, we got Empress Lonnie One Love in the building. Blessings, Wilsons. Welcome to Valley, baby. Oh, good night at the same time. Good night.
She went to sleep. Oh, she might. Oh, okay.
Taking her ass back to sleep, she said.
I ain't even know shit. Who else was? I know Answer went live a little while ago, but
that's live because I was here trying to dive down rabbit holes.
Yeah, you gotta. I want you, but yeah, when you gotta, let me know when you're going down Well, I can tell by the title usually when you're going down in rabbit holes, so I know to bring a shotgun.
But yeah, man, I just really wanted to bring that out today. I'm gonna do a part 3, but before I do a part 3, I want to dive down another, part of the history of Pennsylvania and our ancestors. So, I just wanted to push that out there a little bit. This show had me in my thinking bag. All right. Now, y'all know I'm going to do a part 3, especially when, season 4 comes out from and season 2 comes out from the Institute on Amazon Prime. So it might be around that time. So y'all know April, y'all going to hear me talk about this again. Do you believe in conspiracy theories?
Got you.
Because it can be fun. Like, we just have to learn how to work around it, read and see what can we talk about on YouTube. Like The Answer does in a way, but he kind of overdoes it. Like, dude, just let it out. Bring some shit up. You got to read on what you can't say and what you can say. You see where I'm coming from? And make sure you have a disclaimer. That's why I got my little disclaimer down there. And then I got my little disclaimer right here. See? Like, I try to, like, even though, sometimes you still have to dispute them, but with the right disclaimer, this world is crazy. I would say. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. You just gotta find the right disclaimers. That's it. That's why on all my lives, you see like 3 to 4 different types of disclaimers. And depending on the video that I have to fight YouTube with, I use the disclaimer. Because one of them is going to fight y'all back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as long as I'm not talking about medical shit, you see where I'm coming from? Like, what they do inside hospitals and stuff like that. Guess what, motherfuckers?
Right, all this shit out here.
Exactly. But this, I could touch on. I just have to watch my words. Because now, if I'm accusing them, that's a different story between me saying it's a conspiracy theory. And all this is just theories, like I've been saying from the beginning, nothing about thoughts in my head, conclusions that I'm putting together like a detective, all right? And my mind is just doing, how can I say, jumping jacks at the Olympics. That's all.
There you go with Olivia again.
Good shit. Like, man, we don't start making this shit fun again. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, I get why it comes out so deep, like, because sometimes I'll be talking to myself, but if I'm talking with somebody else like me and you doing right now, see how we can make certain shit funny, throw a joke in there, that's different. But since I'm talking to myself, guess what, YouTube, if you want, like, listen, do what you gotta do. That's it. If I can fight you back, I fight you back. If I can't fight you, then I shut the fuck up and sit in the corner like a dog and put my head down. Real shit.
Sabbath. Well, get that keep doing what the fuck you're doing. Because I've been over here tripping. I've been stuck. Like, wait a minute.
You was like the show had me. Like, if you got Amazon Prime, all right, make sure you check out the shows.
I did. I'm not. I ain't even been messing with Amazon. I'm gonna have to go back and get that. I had Amazon Prime for a minute and then I let it go. I do the
same things. I be switching up from apps. That's why I say you see me stick the most with Amazon, Netflix. Sometimes I let go of one of them, Netflix or Amazon. Sometimes it be Netflix. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. And I go to like HBO Max, like if there's a movie that I want to watch. Right. And then I drop HBO Max and go back to Netflix. And then I'll drop Netflix and go and try Peacock. Like, if not, when Peacock don't got what I'm interested in no more, I say, fuck you, I'm going back to Netflix. Because it's like a way of budgeting. If you have all the apps at once, you go broke. Think about it.
Oh, for sure.
Like, people don't think about that part. Like, I ain't got time to do that shit. Right now, like I tell people, I'm trying to focus on starting a business right in my own home, which is going to be the beginning of me proving that these young bulls do, want to start their own little, how can I say, careers and businesses. So I got to fix my home up. And as I'm fixing my home up, I'm going to fix my porch, which I'm going to make my office where I'm going to put the little printers and stuff because it makes more sense. I don't want no kids in my house. So I turn my porch into a whole business. It's a closed porch and it's big as shit. It ain't little. It's big enough for me to put machines and they can come in here, fuck with the computer, make logos, make t-shirts, make caps, while I make food outside and sell that shit, and we make money, they make their profit, I make my profit, put my money into the jar that, that way I can get a community center open, which is my focus. Thinking smart, sacrificing, having fun and doing what I want to do to, you know, doing what is needed.
Right. Now, damn sure
People
ain't
say
mad
that,
at you.
yeah, people say these young bulls can't work. A lot of them are trying to work, but they get rejected. Especially here in Philly, I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, yo, a lot of y'all accept them at 15 and 16. Oh, da 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 da. I'm like, you know what? Y'all making fucking excuses, and that's because that I don't know what the ones on top are doing. The ones that are supposed to be in charge of these franchises and these little establishments and shit. But half the people ain't even fucking working. While these little young bulls do want to work, and then when they get rejected, job after job, the Rita's Water Ice. These young bulls do not want to work for, you know, that little bit of money at Rita's Water Ice. They want to make some money weekly. They don't care if it's for 4 hours and they have to work 8 hours on the weekend. They're tired. They're tired of, you know, everything is not like back in the days. You're not buying all this candy for $1 at the corner store. And sodas are not a quarter no more. Chips ain't a quarter no more. Like, we gotta make it make sense. Like, these kids are tired. Some of these kids, like, realize we're in the hood. You got parents out here pretending that they rich, owning 2 to 3 cars, broke every month, paying bills, paying rent. They don't own a house, but they own a few cars. And the kids over here worried about, you know, oh, they're gonna lose their house. I'm trying to help my mom. Yeah, we got some of those. And people don't want to see that part. They focused on the ones that are selling drugs. But how about the ones that are not selling drugs, but see now, because they're getting rejected everywhere, they look at selling drugs as their only option. Or, you know, beating somebody up and stealing their money just so they can get some extra money in their pocket and they don't got to bother no adults. I mean, if you listen to the stories, you can hear what these kids are trying to say. But they don't want to catch it before it happens because, remember, we need mental health in our community. But that's why I'm saying that I'm out here supporting the community, the organizations that are coming out from their own pocket, doing fundraisers and doing little things, hustles and stuff like that, and they're bringing the kids along, teaching them. Whereas in others, do you actually see them bring the kids along and they're teaching them, okay, listen, this is what you could do to make some money. This is what we're going to do around here. We're going to walk around. We're going to put into the community instead of taking from the community. Nobody want to talk about those organizations. No. That's my whole point. That's why I was like, if I don't talk about these hard topics, the ones that they censor us on, how am I going to reach the ones that need to be reached? How are we going to reach them if we're censored and too scared to speak up?
You're not going to reach them if you don't talk about it.
Your mic got muffled.
Right. Damn.
Yeah. That's how it's going to be. Man, I gotta find out when is Beautiful One gonna do that contest, Jones. I don't know what happened. The last time she did a live, I was there for a little bit, but I had to go and do something. Then when I was trying to see to catch the replay, it was gone. Then I started hearing people say that she loved YouTube. So I don't know.
If I remember correctly, she said April 25th.
Oh, I have to change my giveaway then. I'm gonna change my giveaway to.
That's why I remember you were saying that's when you was gonna do your giveaway. But I remember it was somebody who I want to say it might have been Lonnie that was on that same live, and because Lonnie was saying, I think her birthday is in July 25th. I think her mom's is I can't remember. I know she gave 2 dates that was like the 25th of those months. I think it was July and August. But she said, yeah, I'm gonna remember August or April 25th. So I'm pretty sure that was the date.
All right, because they told me to enter it. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. If I do, I don't know if I do, because I'm trying to do the poetry behind the beats, but it's like I do better with just reading poetry. See, like I was working on this drawing, but see, this takes time, and if I could have somebody that can, how can I say, guide me through this, I think I could perfect the poetry behind the beats. Look,
just keep doing what you're doing as far as the poetry is concerned. That's one of the main points I was trying to. I commented on it.
But see, you pay attention, like I think it was Nate the Great, the Word. It was a few people. Yaya too. It also said it. I'm putting a few poems together, and it's crazy because when I sit and I think and I listen to certain beats, right? Sometimes I can sit here and I can, how can I say, do it straight off the noggin, right? Just come up with something and put it behind the beat. But sometimes, the beats help. And I'm reading my poetry and I'm putting poems together like they told me. And I'm like, oh shit, this shit actually works. I did not know that I could put, certain poems together and fill in the whole beat. So I worked on this one, right? I'm gonna use this to end the live in a minute, but I'm about to play it real quick. Listen to this.
Each step you take, each hurdle faced, in your flaws, there is grace. You're not failing in this race. Your humanity is a precious trace. So let not doubt your spirit's mother, for in being human lies no bother. Your worth exceeds all other. Embrace it now, my dear brother and sister. Remember this when times are rough. Your effort matters, that's enough. In being human, you'll find love and stuff. Keep going on when the going gets tough. I've carried things I never knew. Been through hell and made it home. Through the storm and fire I've grown. Now the darkness won't hold me. I faced demons that no one could see. Fought battles no one else could be. I've crossed oceans where I've been alone. Now I stand with fire in my bones. They think they know, but they don't see. The fire in me is burning free. I've been through it all, stood my ground. Now I'm ready to break the sound. I faced my fears, I paid my dues. Now the world can't break me, it's my cue. I walk the lines, face the flames. Now I stand with fire in my name. In a world where flames fade, don't bow down to unjust ways. Rise up with strength and grace. Match the energy, run the race. Stay true to who you are. Let your light shine like a star. Stand tall, don't be swayed. Stay real, stay strong, don't be afraid. Life's not about seeking approval, it's about staying true to your soul. Don't let others dim your light. Keep shining bright, keep up the fight. Don't beg for fairness, it's a losing game. Match the energy, rise above the pain. Life is tough, but you're tougher than you know. Stay real, stay strong, let your true colors show. It is what it is, accept and move on. Don't let others dictate where you belong. Stop being a doormat for those who don't care. Stand tall, be brave, show them you won't bear. Walk with confidence, don't let them see you weak. Your worth is not defined by those who speak. Keep your head high amidst the stormy weather. Stay true to yourself now and forever. No more letting people walk over your soul. Take back your power and gain control. Life's about resilience and staying true to you. Stand strong in your light. Let your spirit break through. In the silence, a good heart breaks. Holding on anger for love's sake. Forgiving endlessly, staying calm and true. But one day the storm breaks through. The most dangerous anger hitting deep inside. From a soul that always tried to abide. Overflowing with pain and regret. A heart once gentle, now filled with unrest. The flames of fury ignite and roar. From a heart that couldn't bear anymore. Forgiveness worn thin, patience worn out. The good heart's rage unleashed with a shout. Through the ashes of anger, grace will rise. Healing wounds and mending ties. For even in fury, love can be found in a good heart's battleground. You thought I was weak, but now you see I've got a strong heart and fear spirit free. No more playing games, no more pretending. I'm standing tall, no longer bending. You think I changed? No, I just stopped playing nice. While getting disrespected, I started treating people exactly how they treat me. I'm not the same, I won't pretend. I'm just reflecting what I've been through in the end. You tried to break me, but you failed. I've grown stronger, my spirit unveiled. No more following, no more leading. I'm chasing my path, my road unspreading. A heart of gold, a spirit strong, but even the righteous can only take so long. Pushed to the edge, emotions crack. When getting the shadows, it's hard to go back. Patience worn thin, forgiveness strain. The burden of kindness can be sustained. Silent tears fall, it's so in pain. Don't test their limits, don't play that game. They'll try to mend what's been torn apart, but scars run deep in a wounded heart. Pray for redemption, hope for grace, before it's too late to save their fate. So heed this warning, choose your words with care. Don't push a good person beyond repair. For when they break and all is lost, regret will come at a heavy cost. Kindness given, kindness received. Disrespect shown, friendship deceived. Boundaries set, lines drawn clear. In this dance of respect we steer. Respect me, I respect you. Ignore me, I'll ignore you. Cross me, I'll cut you off. Simple as that, no room for bluff. Mutual understanding is key in this world where we all seek to be free. Treat others as you wish to be treated, or face the consequences when bridges are defeated. Respect is a two-way street where trust and honor meet. Choose your actions wisely each day, for in the end respect will pave the way. In life's experiment, trials will come. Don't lament the challenges, be strong. Embrace the struggle, let resilience be your guide. Don't complain about the pain, say try me with pride. Like a test in the lab, facing adversity is key. Adapt and evolve, let your spirit run free. Through the hardship and strive, let determination shine. Don't say why me, instead say try me in every line. The formula for success includes perseverance and grit. When faced with obstacles, don't throw a fit. Harness your inner strength, rise above and fray. Say try me to every challenge that comes your way. Life's equations may seem complex and unclear, but with a positive mindset, there's nothing to fear. Embrace the journey, learn and grow from each test. Don't complain about the pain, say try me at your best.
And that was just a little food for thought. But see, I've been in the lab trying to put some shit together.
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
So
keep doing that, and what I told you before, as far as like if you all the things that you I think last time you was talking about like paying attention to your tone.
Yeah, I gotta control my breathing and all that. I know that.
No, all that's gonna work itself out. That's gonna come with repetition. So you might not. It might. You might not. It might. How can I put it? It might come off a certain way or come out a certain way.
It doesn't come out exactly, how I picture it in my head, but it comes out. That's the crazy part. Because at first I didn't want to do it because I didn't think I could pull it off. I'm like, man, that shit ain't gonna work. But then I learned that, certain poems, I can actually put together behind a beat. Like the beat helps me. It's crazy, like how sometimes I could just sit here and spit something straight out the noggin, but it depends on the beat that I'm listening to. It's like somehow, some way, it's like that beat is like, I don't know how to explain it, helping me write certain words down into the page. And as I'm listening to the beat, I'm saying certain words are just coming, they're forming, and then I'm able to write it onto the page. Freestyle is what they call it, shit, but I'm not good at it though.
That's gonna come. That's what I'm saying. That's gonna come with repetition, right? With repetition. Next thing you know, you're gonna be you just critiquing yourself right now.
Oh, I know. It takes time. Real shit.
Yeah, watch. Try it with a different, or I ain't gonna say a different beat, but try it with a how can I say it? Try it with one type of instrument. Let's say you try it with a piano or violin or cello or drums. Just try it with that initially. Like you might just have like the violin is playing and it just brings something out of you. You can always add
for some reason, no matter how I put it. Somebody had told me, because I've tried to do it different styles and try to singing. Ain't no way in hell. All right, I ain't coming on this John sounding like Alvin and the motherfucking Chipmunks. But for some reason, like somebody said, like, yo, you got a rap style. I was like, what? It's like, your form is rap style. So I be trying to find it, but it's like, I don't like the way I sound. It's kind of like when I write, I have fun and I have an imagination, but I'm not picturing my voice. I'm picturing someone else's voice on some real shit, not somebody that I know. It's like I'm making up this voice, but it's not mine. You see where I'm coming from? It's matching a beat, but the beat is not even mine. And then I try to make my own beats, and this shit is like, I don't got time for this. All right, like I don't even know how people do it.
Okay, well try. Well, hold on. If you're making up your own beats, try it without no beat and see if you can put a beat behind it. But that's why I said just try it with like one instrument. Even if it's just a piano or violin or drums, just try.
It's like this one, right? This John right here, for some reason, right? Her story inspired me to Sonia Massey, right? I know you've heard about that, right?
Women who?
Sonia Massey, the pot of water.
Women.
You didn't hear about the Sonia Massey story? The officer that unalived the woman, over a pot of boiling water? That John went viral.
Wait a minute. You talking about when they came in her house and she had called them?
She had called and she told them she didn't want them inside her house, and they still went inside her house. Wrong.
And that's when dude was talking about, the cop was talking about, he thought she was, or she acted like she was going to throw the water on him.
Yeah, and I don't think she really did it. I think she was really trying to defend herself.
Right.
But listen, right. When that story came out, it really touched me, right? And I was listening to this beat as I was trying to, do my live and stuff like that. Like I wasn't on live, right? I was trying to get the videos together to do, get ready for my live. And I'm listening to this beat and I came up with this, right? But it's like I said, it's like when I do it, it doesn't come out the way. But do I try? Yeah. Look, I've tried it different ways. I'm gonna have to get on the other app to show you.
Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget it. Sonia Massey, anywhere where fear runs deep, heavy trigger cops don't think, they just sleep. Over a pot of boiling water, such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees, I'm sorry she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dart. Sonia Mass pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonia Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of deceit, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonia's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonia stood tall. I rebuke you, in the name of Jesus she called. The officer's eye filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonia pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch, she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonia spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the heavy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonia Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cruel hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served, for Sonia's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonia's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost.
I've tried different beats. Let me see.
No, and you see what it sound like. Didn't you say somebody told you, or somebody said you should rap it out?
I have a rap style because they say I have a rap style for him.
A rap style, I can see that because but see you're speaking within the beat. You're fitting all that in between. You're not off with that, but I can tell you're doing poetry.
Yeah, because it's like they said, I'm doing it right. It's the controlling of my breathing. Because when you're doing it, you got to control your breathing. I don't control my breathing. So that's why I was like, if I could have somebody to guide me, all right, and I can control my breathing and they could explain to me how I have to do it within the beat, then I could do it. But y'all want to tell me this when I'm in my freaking 30s. Like, dude, I ain't grow up singing or, rapping or doing none of that. I grew up writing poetry. To me, it sounds better just reading it out. Like I like poetry nights where you could just grab your book and you don't got to sit here and break your head and, try to freestyle some shit. But I'm not gonna lie. See, look, listen. I tried it different ways. Listen to this one.
Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First man I ever put my shield down for. Look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord, please help me. The situation is really starting to annoy me. Tell me what we do now. Looking for something where there's nothing, I don't want to argue anymore. Living with the illusion that one day you'll love me the same way that I do, but I'm just a game to you. You're looking for vengeance in me while I'm dreaming of a future for us. I don't know what to do anymore. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Shoot, I don't even want to see you anymore. They say that from love we cannot escape, so why lie to each other? I don't even feel you anymore. I know they already tore your heart apart. I gave you my heart and you watched it bleed. They tore you into pieces. I just want you to know that that wasn't me.
And mind you, I wasn't reading a poem. This was a freestyle. What the fuck?
They hurt you and they messed you up. But tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe you love someone that you shouldn't have loved. You made a fatal decision. Tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe they played you. They didn't really love you. It was probably an adventure. Nothing more than just a game to them. They never really gave you a chance. I just really had to pay the consequences. Damn, I would have never thought we made it this far. I'm sitting here thinking, you thinking that you love me wanting to believe you. It all felt so real what we were living, even though in our hearts we didn't mean it. God, damn, we're in so deep. Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First person I ever put my shield down for, and look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord help me. This situation is really starting to annoy me.
So even with a freestyle, all right, I have another freestyle on some real shit. It's like, I don't know.
That's now see, that's better as far as the rapping goes. It was like when you said that sacrifice, it was like a point after that. It's like maybe 2.5 seconds after that. That's when you should have went like into your flow. But I can tell the difference between this one and the last song or the last poem. Yeah. But you said this was a freestyle, but I can tell the difference. You did good there. I mean, as far as like, it's like the transition to go from like what
that's where I gotta work. I gotta match that beat, and that's where I have a hard time in. And that's why they like, it's your breathing. I was like, well, if y'all teach me how to fuck control my breathing, because when you say control your breathing, like, do I hold my breath? See my point? But listen, this is another freestyle. I don't know why, but people like this one a little more than that one. But in this one, because it was a little more personal. For real. But that's another freestyle right here. It was behind the beat. Like, the beat inspired, but I can't match the beat. I'm not on time with it. Listen.
In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind, hoping to find escape from the horrors that kept haunting me. Chained to a bed, just imagine a nightmare with Freddy. Every night his claws would scrape against my fears. A twisted dance, waking, dripping in cold sweat and tears. But deep within, a flicker of strength found its way. I'm about to break free from this endless fray. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Through the darkness, I found the light of resilience, unlocking the power to break these chains of existence. No longer confined to the grip of my past, I'll sculpt a new reality that will forever last. I face the demons that once held me down. Now they tremble as I wear my battle crown. With every step I take on this path of liberation, I reclaim my power and rewrite this narration. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. Freddy may have haunted my nights before, but now I'm stronger than ever, knocking on his door. I'll stand tall and break these nightmares apart. No longer confined, I'll conquer my fears with heart. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison. Just imagine being chained to a bed. Just imagine nightmare with Freddy. We all have a story in our life that has caused us trauma. Scars tattooed in our skin that will never be forgotten. Memories that are partially forgiven. If we could only see that at times we're our own worst enemy. This is my story.
I be trying. I know what I gotta work on, but somebody got to
That's only thing I would tell you to do on as far as that one is the tone, not your breathing, because you put everything where it was supposed to go, or like fit it all fit in there. Just I would say, damn, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. It's just like you.
This is just something on the side to have fun with. Like I be experimenting and playing with this shit on some real shit.
You fit that in there. I think that when you said you felt like growing up, I felt like I was in prison.
You know, there was no auto tune behind that one. All the other ones, I have an auto tune behind it.
Auto tune?
Yeah, that one was my actual voice.
Okay, now that's that one right there.
You didn't hear the echo on that one, right? The other one sound like there's an echo and a repeat. This was the only one you hear the echo.
Well, one of them sound like you was on a motherfucking bullhorn.
Yeah, because it's that little auto tune thingy that's in the back to change like the voice to the pitch and all that stuff like that.
Right.
I've been messing with that John too to see how I could, because I don't know how to explain it. You know how they got this little thing, they perfect your little pitch and they don't sound crackle or nothing. You don't hear the background to your how can I say, where you're at, where you're sitting at, none of that. So yeah, it changes kind of a little bit. It's still my voice. It doesn't change it as much, but it changes the pitch a little bit.
Okay. No, I would that one was. I'm telling you, when you say growing up, I felt like I was in prison. It seemed like that's your hook. So that shouldn't be. I think you overlapped that at one. Like you came back in with your second verse or the next verse. You came back in and you kind of like before that the hook ended.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Sometimes I go. It's like how can I say is it called overwriting, right? Your sentences or something like that. You don't put your periods and your commas in the right place. You see where I'm coming from? That's what I do. And I don't just do it with that. I do it when I speak too. So it's like sometimes how can I say it? I'm rushing into it. So certain words come together. They all pile up. Same thing when I'm talking, right? I'll start off with one subject and I'll jump into the other one unless I take notes of what I'm talking about. If I don't take the notes, I don't write down the questions I want to ask, I'm going to be all over the place with the conspiracy theories. I'm going to be from the first one to the 100th one. And I'll confuse people sometimes like that. But those that understand actually understand and connect the dots. So it's like, happens with that. That's why it's like, when people be like, oh, I want you to do music, put it behind the beat. I was like, I don't mind doing it because it's fun. Right. And I don't like putting it out there because there's no shame in my game. But one thing I could sit here and tell you is it ain't my thing. I'm more as in, let's go to poetry night and let my voice be heard instead of having to, put this drum behind the beat and the beat was really overtaking the message in certain occasions.
I think your message is going. I think your message is going to come out because it's the words that you. I
get what you're saying, but right now, there's a lot of people out there that got positive music, and you know why they're so underrated? Because the words are positive, right? But people only pay attention to the beats, so it don't really get out there. Like I've heard people, I'm like, do you understand what they're saying? They're like, no, I just like the beat. I was like, if you only understood that they're giving a positive message in that whole rap song that you're listening to.
Right. That's what I used to be with, or I ain't gonna say I used to be, but a lot of people. Well, I got to include myself in that too. When I was younger and we was listening to rap, how you think we just continue playing the certain songs? It was the beat that got us. And then by the
Facts.
time you listen to the word, when you listen to the words, you like, he ain't saying shit.
It's like they caught Lil Wayne. You know, Lil Wayne is a legend, right? But you know that last album that he published, right? He fucked up. Certain people was reading and repeating what he was saying. I was like, yeah, the beat dope. But Lil Wayne is getting older, running out of lyrics, right? He's not sitting down as much as he used to with the dictionary in his hand like Eminem used to too.
No, listen to me. I think he is not. I think, and this is my own theory. I don't believe that he actually wrote a lot of his material, and this is the reason I say that. This is the reason I say that. I listened to Lil Wayne like when he first came out. I couldn't stand him. I'm like, what is this dude talking about? I'm like, this is nothing. Like he is
talking about a college student talking about the streets. Yeah, it wasn't gonna go together.
Like, he is saying nothing, and then it was like all of a sudden something clicked on, something turned on. His flow was different.
You know what turned on?
The Carter. That's when I got the Carter was the first album I'm like,
but you know why?
Somebody was writing. Somebody was writing.
No, because I feel as though, like, you know, he says sometimes the beats, right? It depends on the beat, even like you were saying earlier. Because if you peep my last lyrical poem, right, even though I'm not matching the beat, right, and I'm not controlling my breathing, the one where I'm talking about the system, us versus the system, a lot of people like that one. You see where I'm coming from? And that came out like that was me freestyling, trying to freestyle again behind that beat. But I love that fucking beat. And I don't know what is it about it, but this beat had me a little closer to what y'all wanted to. You see where I'm coming from? And it's not a lie. A lot of people say it. But Lil Wayne has said it too, is his beats. Lil Wayne has this rock style, right? He's really into that rock, that punk style and all that shit, right? If you notice, he's a fan of Tony Stark, right? And people haven't really spoke about Tony Stark. He says it a lot in his songs, right? You see where I'm coming from? He gets high while he's on his, you know, on his skateboard. I feel as though that what got him like that is his beats, depending on the beats that he's, you know, and I don't know if he made them or somebody else makes his beats. You see where I'm coming from? That's where I agree with you. That's not, I don't think all the beats are his. I feel as though someone makes these beats for him. And, you know, that's what motivates him, certain, you know, freestyles. And certain freestyles of his sound like real fucking stupid. But I think he gets high out his element and comes up with all this fucking crazy shit. Lil Wayne is not stupid. You see where I'm coming from? I want people to realize that motherfucker is a genius when it comes to words. So I believe that he does make a lot of his shit. Does he got a ghostwriter for certain shit? I don't know. I think he got a ghostwriter for this last album he made. Shit, or probably in the beginning, like you were saying, because I couldn't stand him either in his early music.
Yeah, I couldn't. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, it switched up. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like,
I feel as though it's like the flow, the beats too. Look at how his.
Like, hold on. He going. And the crazy part about it is listening to the Carter chopped and screwed. And I'm like, no, I got to hear. I'm like, I got to hear is the regular version. I got to hear because it was like, oh, I'm like, seemed like he going. Then I listened to the Carter. I'm like, damn. I'm like, man.
I'll tell you, he fucked up that last album, and I don't know, it's because, you know, he was trying to stop smoking weed and stop the mushrooms and all that. That's why I'm telling you, when he's high is when he's in his best. The boy's not stupid, but I feel as though he's doing something other than I feel as though Lil Wayne is doing other shit. He's really mixing up all these drugs. I feel as though he's drinking again. I don't know. They say he's not, but look how skinny he got. Unless he, you know, God forbid it, he got, you know, one of those diseases. Right.
Shit, look at how skinny, what's his name got?
Like he was skinny already, but he looked like he ET right now.
Right. That nigga looking sick. What's the one? The nigga from Philly, Riders.
Will Smith?
No, hell
Kevin Hart?
Kevin Hart. No, the rapper. Wait a minute, hold on. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Let me Meek Mill.
Oh, that nigga. Oh, we already know he does way more than just weed.
I'm like, what the fuck is he on? I'm like, nigga, did you? They must have shot you or something.
Yeah, Diddy fucked him up.
Yeah, he fucked up for real. He got the package.
Listen, he left with Diddy, came back looking like Diddy. He was dressing like Diddy and everything. People have been talking about Meek Mills for years. When I first noticed that shit, I told my baby pop was like, "No, it can't be in the beginning." He was like, "Nah, Meek, no." I was like, "Babe, come on, man. He's out here looking like he Diddy's son, dressing just like Puff." And then when he noticed it, he started looking at the video. He's like, "No." I was like, "Yeah." And no. Yeah. That nigga out there at the rodeo with Diddy.
Oh, wait, not the road. Oh.
Yeah, he's like that fucking bull. I forget his name. The one that's talking about bringing his horse back onto, the rodeo into town or whatever, however the song goes. All right, but it's not his song. All he did was remix the song with Hannah Montana's father. I forget his fucking name. Oh my god.
Billy Ray Cyrus?
Yeah, Billy Ray Cyrus. That was his song. Unless he took it from somebody else. But I remember that was his song.
What's the name of this? Wait a minute. Okay, what song you talking about?
Hold on one second. Let me see if I can.
I ain't even been. Damn, he remade the song with that dude. Damn. You ain't talking about
Oh yeah, see, I know I wasn't wrong. Old Town Road with Lil Nas X.
Don't even bring him up.
Yeah. Then he had Meek Mills out there at the Old Town Roadhouse. Come on, man. Like, Meek Mills came looking just like him, wearing the same type of outfits and everything. Fuck out of here. Like, we all peeped that shit in the beginning. Come on. Then they want to say, well, Nicki Minaj exposed them. Oh no, it was Diddy's bodyguard or whoever the bull was. I was like, look, listen, we all peeped the shit when he came back looking like fucking Diddy's stepson, looking like, what was that fucking movie from Austin? Yeah, Austin Powers. And what was the villain's guy? Dr. Evil's Me. Get the fuck out of here. That's what they looked like. Diddy was Dr. Evil and fucking Meek Mills was Me. So evil.
Oh wow! See, I'm glad I didn't even see that. And you said this nigga went to the road. Oh no, I'm done off that.
He went allegedly on vacation with Diddy. That's what it was. He was at the that white parties and all that stuff. Them pictures surfaced all through not MySpace, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. First, they came out on Twitter before it landed on Instagram and Facebook. Like, come on, man.
One thing for clout.
Like, come on. They showed him in the boat. They showed him in the beach. Not the beach, the fucking pool.
No, I've seen the picture.
Then he comes back to Philadelphia dressing just like Diddy. Come on, let's make it make sense. We all knew what happened. We all knew what happened to Justin Bieber, Usher, and all of them. Like when all that shit surfaced with Meek Mills in the very beginning, because come on, man, they took pictures days after the boy left with Diddy and posted that shit everywhere. They wanted that shit to come out.
Man, have we even heard anything from Meek Mill lately?
I don't think so. I haven't heard about him until now that you said so.
I remember seeing it.
He don't really get mentioned in Philly no more like that. Not like he used to.
I don't see him mentioned anywhere.
And if they do, he's not mentioned around me.
I'm like, where'd he go? Like, did this nigga just fall off the map, or what happened?
He around. What time is it?
It's insane. I've seen the video he made. What's the song? I don't know how old it is exactly. I had to look it up. The last song I seen him make with Rick Ross. He was looking sick. He was looking sick in that video. I think it's Shaq and Kobe. That's the name of it.
He been looking sick. Since he came to Philly from his vacation with Diddy at the rodeo.
So this nigga went with oh my goodness.
Well, come on, man. Everybody knew what happened. Then they want to say, well, he got abused. I was like, well, he knew what he was getting into. Y'all act like, listen, people be like, oh, you don't feel bad? No, I don't. I mean, it's fucked up, yes. But you don't tell me, why should I feel bad for somebody that knew what was going to happen? Oh, but he was in his early 20s. He still knew what the fuck happened to fucking Usher and Justin Bieber. And he still decided to go to his parties.
Man,
he still decided to engage in getting high in there, knowing what were the consequences afterwards. But the money was more important. You know, taking him out shopping at the mall was more important.
Right. You sitting there.
Let's make it make sense.
You got this grown ass man calling you daddy. Nigga, if you all this killer shit you be talking on your man, if you don't stop at Meek Mill, I'm trying to think of the whatever the album, what Dreams and Nightmares and
Dream Chasers. He ain't no dream. Yeah, he really was chasing dreams. There you go.
I said, man, what in the? I'm like, why is this dude this skinny, man? Why is this dude this skinny? He young. I'm sitting there
eating forbidden fruit. That's why eating forbidden fruit.
Yeah. Now what have we done?
I felt bad for Usher, right? I felt bad for him until I learned that he's the reason why Justin, you know, the shit that happened to Justin. So it's like once that happened, it's like, nah, now you're an adult. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You knew what was going to happen to him, and you still introduced him to him. You introduced him to Diddy, and you introduced him to Will Smith. Now, I'm not so sure about the Will Smith rumors, but hey, I wouldn't put it past it.
Hey, listen. I don't know. I know Will Smith done played in them circles before.
That's why I'm saying what I said.
He was probably playing in them circles before.
To sacrifice your own child, that's where I'm like, oh, I don't know. But it's like, I wouldn't put it past it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he played in them circles. That's how when they started touting him as like a phenomenal actor or whatever, you know what movie it came after? 6 Degrees of Separation. I ain't gonna forget it.
But you know, another kid too that went through it in the you know, over there in how can I say, Kid Island?
Huh?
The bull from Philly, the little young bull from here in Philly, the one that came out in the show Empire, Racheal Gray. He's another one that went through it.
On Empire, I believe that. That's
the young bull from Empire.
Wasn't he the son?
Yeah, the son, the youngest one. Hakeem, I think is what was his name in the show.
Yeah,
but his real name is Racheal Gray.
All right, I think I ain't even. Fox lost me a long time ago. When I seen what they was up to on Fox, I've been done with them.
Yeah, they canceled the show. Listen, I don't know. They say it was because of what happened with what's his name? I stay forgetting about it.
Terrence Howard.
No, not Terrence Howard. The other one that was supposed to be his son there, the one that was supposed to play the role, you know, from the Community. I be forgetting his name. You know, he did a whole scam talking about they robbed him and beat him up and all this shit.
Oh, the one when he in Chicago?
Something like that. It was when it was snowing a few years back. So I don't know. Yeah, they're saying that they canceled the show because of his lie and this and that, but I don't know. I have feelings that the show was really canceled because of what was happening with Racheal Gray behind the scenes.
Oh, wait.
I mean, because if you put two and together, that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Like, y'all canceled all the producers' shows. All of them. You didn't just cancel Empire. You canceled Star. And Star was good. Star was better than Empire. All right, that John was getting views and ratings, and everybody was like, "What the fuck happened? Why cancel all his shows?" And according to people, was because he was, being sold. All right, let's be raw and cut. He was being sold to the producer of the show. I forget what his name was. Let me see. What's his name? I'm about to find out right now. What is the name of the producer of the show Empire? Lee Daniels. There you go, and Danny Strong. But Lee Daniels, according to people, they saying that he introduced Racheal Gray to Will Smith and Puff Daddy.
Oh yeah,
and he had parts and shit. So these are just rumors.
Yes, Lee Daniels is he is a cool. Yeah, that was the one.
To me, it makes more sense that they would.
Yeah, that's the one.
It makes more sense that they would cancel all the shows. Mr. Shit. They didn't just cancel Empire; they canceled Star and I think another show that he had going. So y'all telling me y'all canceled all the shows because of the bull saying that how can I say committing a hoax? Let's put it like that. All right.
Yeah.
Over what was happening with Racheal Gray behind the scenes. I think it was because shit was being exposed about Racheal Gray, and y'all had to find a way to put a little band-aid before that shit got out. So y'all canceled his shows. You see where I'm coming from? Before the explosion came about.
Right. Yeah, but keep in mind, Lee Daniels made. See, I can. That's a whole nother rabbit. That's a rabbit hole. I go down there.
I've heard about them. I've heard about him. Monique has exposed a few celebrities have exposed.
Yeah. Lee Daniels is shit. Monique exposed him. Dame Dash exposed him. Dame didn't do it as much as Monique did. I got what Monique was saying. And then I seen the dude, but remember, all of a sudden he just jumped on the scene. It's sort of like, what's his name? But he's still going though. But he got his little accusations. Little stories out about him too. Tyler Perry.
Yep. I mean, that's a lot going on. But see, that's what people are focused on compared to what we was talking about earlier. I mean, I know just as much as they do about celebrity gossip, but that's not going to take away that I love history and I love diving down rabbit holes. So you gonna like people when they be like, "Oh, you know about this?" Yes. Oh, like my whole life I've heard, but your age ain't nothing but a number. All right, and like, listen, that only matters. Age matters when relationships come about. We shouldn't be having minors dating older people. All right, because that's when, how can I say the barriers crash? And it sounds crazy, and as crazy as it sounds, that's the reality. But when it comes to knowledge, age don't have how can I say knowledge and wisdom? It don't have a number.
Right.
Real shit. So that's why I'm like, nah, man, don't tell me that bullshit unless you're saying age don't have a number when it comes to relationships. That's when I want to hear that shit. Not when it comes to history, wisdom, or knowledge. Oh, you too young. Am I? Am I not too young to be having sex at 15 with a 35-year-old? People shut up when I ask that question.
Ooh, wee.
But I'm too young to have the knowledge that I have. They don't consider it wisdom. Real shit. My grandfather couldn't have taught me something. Having a conversation with you couldn't have taught me some wisdom. Real shit. Let people tell that shit. According to them, that's how it is, and you tell me I'm lying.
I feel you.
But hey, at 16, I'm old enough to know what sex about, and it's okay for me to have it with a 30-something-year-old. Whether I'm a woman or I'm a man, it don't make a fucking difference. But when you take it to their Bible, is a sin being committed? So why ain't motherfuckers being chained up or coffined up?
No, that's what I be. When I done had that conversation with somebody. Matter of fact, on this app before, man, they was talking about the legal age or the age of consent. I'm like, so if the age of consent, you said 16 here, 17 here. What if the legal age was 15? That make it okay for a grown ass man to what is you even doing over there fucking with this 15-year-old?
because enough of us ain't standing up and debating these politicians that we put in office, forgetting that we are the government that put these motherfuckers in the electoral share who end up putting the president, into office, which is why I say when it comes federal, our votes don't matter. But when it comes local, our voice matters along with our vote. Yeah, why I say that? Sometimes I even question that. But the reality is, right, that we change those policies. We're still, like, we had that conversation the last time, and you said, hey, Rachel is deeper. Remember you said that shit? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take it to the beginning. And instead of diving down rabbit holes, of our ancestors, history and all that, right? I went and dove down, I'm talking about our roots, right? Because that's what we was diving down before I decided to dive down the history of Pennsylvania, where everything started, where colonization really started, all right? Because before that, it was a little different. That's why, even though I was speaking about conspiracy theories, right? Even though, I was speaking about the show From, that show got me thinking not just about conspiracy theories, right? Not just about MK Ultra. This shit was biblical. All right. And that's why I said, could you picture, driving down the road one day, we might not even know. What if we going through it right now? What if sometimes we do go through it? What, they compare our world, our life, what we're going through right now to a simulation. You see where I'm coming from? What if we already are living Resident Evil? So many waiting for the Jetsons, not realizing we are the Jetsons era. In a combination with the Flintstones, all right? The poor are supposed to be the Flintstones catching up to the motherfucking Jetsons in charge. Y'all ain't see the picture yet? Like, maybe I'm tripping. But I love them cartoons. And even though they say that, they was teaching us racism and stuff like that, and I kind of get it. They was trying to teach kids racism, division, manipulation. It was manipulation, mind control through the TV. MK Ultra. You see where I'm coming from? Yeah. Like, people don't understand, like Tom and Jerry, racism in there. All these cartoons have racism, but the parents were still, let's watch them. They're funny. Yeah, they're funny until you realize and you get older and you question certain shit that was being said in these cartoons that were meant to be for kids. Right. Disney Channel. Like, come on, man. We're living under, how can I say, an old constitution. All right? We're living, how can I say, there's a word for it. Our foundation is stuck in the 1615 and 1700s. And we haven't realized that yet. We have been changing it little by little, but why? Because people are coming together and debating the politicians that they put into office and are able to change policies, but is that enough? No. Because we need more. And I'm not saying, everybody go out there and let's do this. But, it's like this. Have y'all ever heard that phrase? And I think Jennifer Lewis, if I'm not mistaken, said it best, right? Take away their funds before they take away your sons. But we're letting them take our funds and take away our sons. Right? Like I was saying earlier, the MK Ultra didn't start with the kids. It started with the soldiers, right? Grown adults, 18 and older, right? When they were recruiting them and doing all this shit, right? All these experiments started with them. Army, Navy, whatever you want to call it, right? It started with them. But since I guess they couldn't get to where they wanted, they wasn't getting the resources they wanted, right? Boom, here we go. Where can you get the best results at? Who can you mold the best? Kids between the ages of 10 to 21. And yes, I still included 21 because your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25.
Right.
So let's make it make sense. In the show, The Institute, they show it to you. Who are they kidnapping? Kids between the ages of 10 and 21. Right? At the end of the first season, they show you that they have different institutes in different cities and different locations, which I see why they're connecting the two shows together. And they're like, is this the beginning of a whole new universe, multiverse, like Marvel versus DC? And when you look at these shows, what are they replicating? What are they doing? They're taking shit from scriptures, parts of the Bible, parts of history, and making entertainment for us. They talk about gods. They talk about slavery. They talk about all this shit that has been throughout history, even what's happening now. Like, come on, man. Like, 2026 is supposed to be an upgrade of everything that they had back in the days. But when you look at it, everything's about money. Right, we dove down that rabbit hole when we was talking about the politicians and learning about the history of how colonization started, right? When we was talking about how back then the refrigerators and the stoves lasted longer and they were designed different. How is it that the Flintstones era had better technology than the Jetsons era? Sometimes I want to travel back in time and be like, shit, I want to use a stove like my grandma's grandmama had. And they be like, why you say that? I was like, yo, them Jones were sturdy and they had different compartments. You know that the refrigerators had compartments that came out, slid, rotated, and the freezers were big. I mean, and I'm saying, I was like, aren't we supposed to be, are we going backwards? Like, you see, like, my mind works different from a lot of people, and I'm not scared to say it. I just love history.
Right.
So it's kind of like, I be connecting dots. And it's like, this is why, I don't know, maybe this is why I can get along with older people than people my age and younger. I can't find people as slow as me. Keep trying to say that. They be like, you dissing yourself? Nah, y'all just don't get it. I can never have a conversation, right, in reality with someone my age or younger. It's rare. Do they exist? Yes, but it's rare. The answer, right, the word, yeah, I could really have these conversations. Now, the answer's a little scaredy cat. All right, he has to learn how to work around this YouTube thing so he can come on his show. Because I'm tired of him. Well, we'll talk about it later. No, dude, man, if you're going to bring up this topic, think about take some notes like I do. So that way you don't be all over the place and fuck yourself over like I've done. Take some notes. Come out that goddamn show and let's have these conversations.
Yeah.
Real shit. But then I get it too. It goes left. Look at how when sometimes he brings up the Bible and what he believes. You see where I'm coming from? That's why I was like, oh, I get it. I get it too. I've gotten it. It's been a while. Like Mr. O said, I haven't gotten a troll. But I get it too. Like, you can't give your opinion when it comes to the Bible because it goes left. Well, why should it go left? Because in reality, you don't know more than what I know.
Touche.
Real shit. I don't know more than what you know. We're all learning together. So I'm tired of the bullshit. Like, I told y'all, sometimes I get in my bag, like, and watching movies is my thing. And lately I've been, my little spare time, y'all see I don't go live every day like I used to. I don't see the point sometimes because people want to hit the link and do some dumb shit, or they want to be in the chat and say some dumb shit instead of keeping it on topic or giving their opinion on the topic.
Exactly. Sometimes they hit the link and don't even know what the topic is. They just want to start talking.
Real shit. So it's like, I get tired of it. They be like, drop the link, and then when you drop the link, it's like, oh, I'm like, I'm done talking. I'm off this joint. Like, what's the point? I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, I've heard people say they hit the link, and when they get up on the panel, they what we talking about? Like, you didn't even listen. You wasn't listening before you got up here.
No, they don't. They come in and they say they're listening, but sometimes there's that phrase too that says some people listen to receive while others listen to how can I say
respond.
Some listen to there you go, to respond. That's how it is.
I told Answer that before on we was on his live one time. I told him, I'm like, next person come up here and don't know what the topic is. I said, I vote that we roast them for 10 minutes straight. Just flat out, 10 minutes. Roast their ass. Just because they didn't even pay attention to what was going on. So you taking away from the topic. You want to just come up here and talk about what you want to talk about. Don't even kick them on the panel. Let's just dog their ass for 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and then kick them off. Just for coming up, that's disrespectful. That's real disrespectful. If you don't, if I don't, I'm not going. I don't think I'm doing that unless I don't think I interrupted nobody. I at least try to listen first.
No, you don't be doing that. It be people out here that, yo, boy, I'm telling you. Like, I've seen it on other panels too. I've talked about it. It's like they call themselves troll, and they're nothing more than hype men. You see where I'm coming from? Trying to hype up the dictators, but sometimes they come across panels where we're not here for content. You see where I'm coming from? We're here to really bring awareness. So if you put the label on, it's not my fault. You decided to join the circus for free. See, I said something. Opinion. I didn't say, hey, look, listen, grab a label, put this on the label, and mark yourself as is. Like, wait, what? I'm speaking in general. Like, I'm not even. Who are you? Like, I don't even know your life. Like, it's not my fault. I hit a nerve, and what I'm like, listen, I'm not your nanny. I'm not your mama. I'm not a priest. I can't exorcise demons. There you go. Like, off of you, for real, for real. Right? And I'm not a doctor. I don't heal wounds. Real shit. I'm a mother to my kids. I ain't your mama, so I'm not nurturing you. Get the fuck out of my face with that shit.
Right.
I be dead serious with that. It's like people be expecting, like, all right, what you just said didn't fit, it didn't fit my narrative. It wasn't meant to fit your narrative. And your opinion is not meant to fit mine's either. That's why I like to listen to different opinions. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even see it like this, or I didn't even think about it like this. Because I could have been caught up in my own little theory. See where I'm coming from? So listening to yours, I'm open-minded. Listening to what you're saying could make me see it. Oh shit. It is a possibility for this. And I'm thinking there's no more possibilities. Some of us get obsessed in the, how can I say, rabbit hole diving. Real shit.
Yeah, for real they do. You ain't lying.
Like, it happens to me sometimes. Like, I've been on the worst panel, persistent, like, yo, word, it be like this, it be like this, and he be like, nah, Ray, like, you're not listening to me. Or he'll just, let me talk sometimes, and then he'll just break some shit down. I'm like, oh, shit.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm glad you said that. You just sparked a wait a minute. You just sparked. It's two things I wanted to I know one thing I was gonna ask you about. The second thing it just crossed my mind when you just said that. Did you see Grandma's Call and Go live today?
I saw it a little bit, then I did my own live after that. I was late. Like,
I'm saying, was you over there? I think I seen you.
Yeah, I saw a little bit.
Okay. That's what I was gonna ask you. All right, the second, I'll tell you why I was gonna ask you that in a minute. The second thing, I think when you go vertical, I think vertical is outside of, I think that's where I can't comment on your shorts.
Oh, my shorts?
It's short. It's always at 0 when I get it. Now, if I'm on your live, like when you went and got the latte the other day, I was able to type comments as long as you was live because I was over there with you. But like if I catch a live later, like this on a short or a short that's later,
maybe you for doing that. A lot of content creators have that same problem.
It won't even let me get to the comment screen.
They do it to some people. I don't know why.
I can like it, but I can't comment on it.
Yeah, it does it to some people. I don't know why. You was able to comment on some of my regular videos, but I think you're having the issue with the shorts.
It's the shorts. It's the short ones that like I said, the ones that it usually, if you on like this live right here, that's the reason I can see when you go live, you're usually in two different spots. It's usually like a vertical, and I guess this is the horizontal.
Yeah.
I can comment on this, like even if I watch it later, I can comment on this one. If I wasn't up here, but the shorts, I can't comment on them at all, period.
That'd be YouTube. I can't fix that.
Yeah.
They have to fix it.
All right, I just wanted to make sure you knew that. For some reason, they ain't letting.
Yeah, a lot of content creators have the same issue with certain subscribers. That's why I'm like, I don't know what the issue is. They gotta fix that, John.
Right.
Yeah, man. This was a good live, yo. I ain't gonna sit here and lie, and I appreciate you, Mr. Oates. But I'm about to get off this, John. I gotta drop my kid. I gotta drop my daughter, not my kids. I gotta drop her off to school, take him to the doctor's appointment. I gotta get his leg checked. That damn rod in there for a year, and I finally got him to go get that John checked.
All right, we'll get you some sleep, and you know, I'll see you again next time.
All right, I'm gonna pop up on the weekend again, but I just wanted to come on here and do part 2 of this, John, because I just got finished watching the Institute. So you know, while it was fresh in my mind, and I had already my little notes from watching the show, right. I took advantage and did my live. All right, but listen, I don't know if a lot of you believe in conspiracy theories, but man, like. Some of them have turned out to be true. Once again, like I said earlier, right? Once a conspiracy theory once a conspiracy theory has been proven to be true, it's not a conspiracy theory no more. But I guess the government loves hiding it under the label conspiracy theory. See, that's a label.
I don't know why people. I don't know why some of us actually. It's like they actually slapping us in the face when they if somebody says you're a conspiracy theorist. Okay, it's not really everything that all the systems that we interact with are based upon theories.
Facts until they're proven true.
Education, politics, economics, it's all based upon theories. So for you to say, well, you conspiracy, you think that they out to get us or they're against the government. It's like, what in the world? Y'all ain't paying attention?
It makes you think is you deflecting?
Right. It's like, oh no, you're a conspiracy theorist or you're one of them or something I'm like, man, shut up.
If we were a conspiracy theorist, we would have been talking about it for years. But the problem is that a lot of us don't start talking about it until we find out the truth. If it's been proven to be true, how is it still a conspiracy theory? That's why I keep trying to tell people. Right. And then how many of them do we not know about now? Right? Even in the show, this is what the show got me to start thinking, right? And I stopped thinking like this for a minute because I've been so focused on trying to do what I'm doing here, right? What if they're still doing it? What makes you think that they stopped? They say they took away mental institutions, mental wards, and all this shit because they were doing experiments, because they were doing this. Well, all y'all did was really upgrade because look now, y'all got the doctors doing it. You see where I'm coming from? Got doctors trying to convince people take, this and that. So it's like, come on, man. I got to stay shut there because now I'm hitting, then they're going to be like, oh, well, you misleading and giving misinformation. So I'm going to shut the fuck up. Because that one, I'm not going to be able to fight with a 107 disclaimer. All right. Anyways, y'all see what happened with the pandemic. All right. Bull got pressed charges on, and y'all know who I'm talking about. He said it was okay. It ain't going to hurt you. Oh, but little by little, they were tying deaths to it.
Right.
So y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. He's very famous. Then it turns out that, his PhD wasn't even for that. It was for something else.
Yeah, he got a PhD in geography or some shit. And
it has nothing to do with that.
Right.
So, come on, guys. We got to start doing some more research and stuff. That's why the division is there. They do what they do because they know they can get away with it. Because people are so fast to believe what they're told instead of questioning it. And what's funny is, right? Oh, my God. When you watch these shows, you see it.
Yeah, they playing in our faces.
Facts. Hey, we're gonna do this. All right. We want to see how many are gonna catch on and how many are just gonna keep, following the flock. Real shit. And so it just so happens that a lot of people follow the flock. All right. Not everybody's meant to be a leader. And how they say in many places, right? Whether you want to get philosophical with it, you want to get, want to put it in metaphor, terms, right? Or, you want to put the Bible in it. You see where I'm coming from? Right. I'm trying to put it in words where.
No, say that for part 7.
He said for part 7. But anyways, y'all.
Don't do that. Don't do it right now. Get you some sleep. You got to get up and get them babies. Get the babies to school and to the doctor.
Facts. But I'm going to end this live. I appreciate Mr. Oates for coming through. All right, guys. I don't know if y'all believe in conspiracy theories, but we're not talking about just conspiracy theories today. All right, guys. We was talking about way more than just conspiracy theories.
Right.
So
that's the replay.
Facts. Tonight wasn't, just about, how can I say, tonight wasn't about scaring anybody, and it wasn't about saying the world is ending, or that every theory is true. It was about, how can I say, paying attention, because when we break down from, when we break down the show from any institute, what we're really, doing is looking at the patterns, right? the way the stories reflect the world we live in. All right, the way fiction exposes the thing that people don't want to talk about, out loud. These shows, right, take things societies whisper about and put them right in front of our faces, wrapped in, how can I say, monsters, curses, and secret labs, so we can digest the truth without choking on it. If y'all get where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
Listen, we compare these shows to reality because sometimes, how can I say, the safest way to talk about the real issues is through storytelling. And that's what we did today. People will ignore a, how can I say, news report, but they'll, how can I say, binge a show. All right, they'll binge a show that's saying the same thing with, how can I say, better lightning. They'll dismiss a community, they'll dismiss a community's concern, but they'll sit through a whole season of fictional towns, all right, going through the same struggles. That's why we looked at both worlds side by side, not to prove anything, but to wake up the part of your mind that notices patterns, all right? And the truth is, conspiracy theories don't come from nowhere. They come from history. They come from communities that live through things, all right? They, how can I say, they come from communities that live through things they were told never happened, all right? They come from people who watched the truth, come out decades too late. So when we talk about these shows, we're not just, how can I say, we're not saying everything is real, all right? We're saying the questions are real, all right? The curiosity is real. The need for awareness is real, all right? What we did tonight was practice critical thinking. We looked at symbolism, patterns, behavior, power, secrecy, all right? And the way systems operate when nobody's watching. We didn't claim answers, all right? We explored possibilities. We didn't, how can I say this is what's happening. We said this is why people wonder. And that's, important, because awareness isn't about fear. Awareness is about protection. Awareness is about understanding the world that you live in, all right? Let me see. So that, how can I say, so that you don't get blindsided by it, all right? These type of shows remind us that power can be misused, that communities deserve transparency, and that asking questions is not a crime. All right, they remind us that fiction is, that fiction is often inspired by the things society doesn't want to confront. All right, they remind us that staying informed is not, paranoia. Like Mr. Oates was saying earlier, it's survival, right? And if a TV, if a TV show can speak a conversation that real life avoids, then that show is doing more than, entertaining us. It's actually educating us, but I don't want to, did I just fuck up? Maybe I did. So, as we end tonight's live, remember this. You don't have to believe every theory, but you should never stop thinking for yourself. You don't have to accept every explanation, but you should always pay attention to the patterns. All right. And you don't have to fear the unknown. All right. Just don't, ignore it, because awareness is how you stay grounded, how you stay safe, and, how you stay ahead in this world that moves fast and hides even faster. Tonight wasn't about proving anything. Tonight was about opening eyes, if y'all get where I'm coming from. So with that being said, all right, guys, we gonna leave all this, all right, for part 3. And like I told y'all, part 3 might come about maybe around April, July. All right, I mean, more April, yeah, when the show comes out. We were waiting on season 4 and season 2. So with that all being said, man, listen, till next time, it's y'all shorty Rachel. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. Shout out to Mr. Oates. Mr. Oates, it's always a pleasure having conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am. Same here. I appreciate you for having me up, Riley.
I appreciate you too. Mr. Osby, listen, Mr. Osby, listen, he be on point, whether he on that holy water or not. Guys, man, he's just funny when he on that holy water. He want to kill my bad. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He wants to, unalive everybody.
Unalive.
Let's put it like that. Like, he's in a whole Royal Rumble. Like, I swear to God, like, yo, watch what you say to Mr. Oates, because listen, you'll see this. Listen, you'll learn what 0 to 100 is real quick, and you don't understand everything. All right, you can't even get him to recite the alphabet the right way. Mr. O's gonna kill me.
That's why I've been ran off the holy water.
He be funny as shit though. No, you be in your bag when you be lit with that holy water. When you really roast, you roast.
Right.
That's why I be like, yo, you don't get it. Now you got everybody talking about no. I'm like, what the fuck? Mr. Oats got a virus out here, a whole plague. Everybody's no. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
But let me let you go, Mr. Oats, man. I'm gonna see you on my next live or the chats. YouTube threats.
Right. It is 3. Well, it's we only say it's 5 minutes to 3.
Yeah.
You in 4 more or 3.5 more minutes, you're gonna be at 6 hours, right?
What, on this live? Oh shit! Hey, it was a great live.
Right.
Y'all ain't gonna see me. It's all right. Y'all ain't gonna see me for a minute again. Y'all gonna see me in other chats, probably popping up on someone's live, but y'all ain't gonna see me for a minute. See, I could pop up in somebody's live for 5 minutes. But my panel, my channel, I can see what I want, how I want.
Exactly.
All right, let me get off this, John, man, because 6 hours was not the plan, but that means it was a good live.
Right. All right. I'll
All
see you next time, brothers.
All right, Mr. Oats.
Later.
Buenas noches.